Good morning. My name is Councillor Gord Perks, and I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council and will be chairing today's meeting. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 34 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in the council chamber. Toronto City Hall is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chamber today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being streamed live online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk's staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers with us in the room today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for their patience with any technical delays or technical issues. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their microphone if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and to raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are meeting in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, before I come into the business, I just want to alert you to the fact that today we are embarking on a magical journey. We have a record number of items and I believe a record number of deputants. We are, in fact, I think we have 50% more items than they had at the last council meeting, full council. So the clerk has scheduled items for today, for this evening, and for tomorrow morning for the statutory, or tomorrow for statutory purposes. And you can check to see the timing of the statutory items on your agenda. But this means that I'm going to need to maintain quorum today, this evening, and tomorrow. Also, I would ask members of the public, if you're making a deputation, because we have so very much work to get through, if you can limit your deputations to the most cogent points and try not to repeat comments that have been made by other people that the committee is already aware of, so that we'll be able to conduct our business and get it completed within the 2 days we've allotted. So with that, are there any declarations of interest?
Mr. Chair,
yes. Point
of order. Would we be able to consider putting a cap of 3 minutes on today, given the volume of deputants?
We could. I personally don't support that. I think that we've got 2 days allotted. And for the statutory matters, it's different than regular committee business to shorten time. So you can place whatever motion you like and we'll vote on it.
No, that's fine. If that's not, you're running the meeting, I'm fine with that. I just was wondering if we want to consider that.
Yeah, no, some other members of committee raised it, and the awkwardness becomes that for statutory meetings, there's a statutory right to address the committee by the normal rules, and I don't want to create two classes of deputants, those speaking on statutory items and those not. I know it means more time, but we're all hardworking people here committed to the democratic cause, and I'm sure we can get the meeting done. Okay.
Happy to follow your lead. Over to you.
Yes, there will be a dinner break between 6:30. So the rule is 6 to 7:30, but we'll take a look at it and see how we're doing. We may need to shorten it, move it around a bit, but we do have to be back promptly at 7:30 because we have items scheduled for 7:30. So everyone fasten their seatbelts. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. Seeing none, I need a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on May 26, 2022.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have to go back. Councillor Mihevik, you have an interest. Could you state the item and the nature of the interest?
And while there is no real pecuniary interest or any interest, I had a contractual relationship with that particular developer that is no longer in place, but in an abundance of caution, I think I should declare it and remove myself from that conversation.
Okay, so that's item 3432, and have you filed the correct
Yes,
notice with the
I have.
clerk? Very good, okay. So we'll note that and we'll make sure that you're reminded not to be present when we get to that item. Okay, we start today's agenda run through at item 3483. Okay,
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
I have to read the title, Councillor.
Sorry.
No worries, no worries. I know we're all in a rush to get through. One moment. Oh, okay, sorry. That was all my fault. We need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting of May 26, 2022. Councillor Layton, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we go to item 83, TE 3483, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 275 Albany Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3484, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 181 Bedford Road. Councillor Layton.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3485, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 250 Davenport Road. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
Item TE 3486, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 101 St. Clair Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3487, 1245 DuPont Street, 1260 Dufferin Street, 213 Emerson Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion. I'm asking that the consultation be done with the new councillor and just trying to get things ready for that to happen for the new councillor with the expanded notice as well.
Okay. We'll take the amendment and the item all as one. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3488, 307 Lakeshore Boulevard East, official plan and zoning amendment applications, preliminary report.
Councillor Mihevik.
Councillor
Joe.
Mihevik.
Just say Councillor Joe. And
Councillor
always
Joe.
Good.
New Joe, old Joe, young Joe, one fish, two fish. Councillor Mihevik.
I would like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3489, 470R, Lakeshore Boulevard West, zoning amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Mihevik.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3490, 219 or 221 Roxton Road, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.91, 1087 through 1091 Young Street and 9 Price Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I'll approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.92, 255 through 1311 Young, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Layton.
I'll approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3493, 73 through 79 Ardmore Road, formerly 1647 Bathurst Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I'd like to just hold that momentarily.
Okay. Item TE 3494, 500 McPherson Avenue and 555 Davenport Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. Councillor Matlow.
I move these staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3495, 214 through 224 Merton Street, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I support the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.96, 77 Roehampton Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
I support the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3497, 239 through 255 Dundas Street East, official plan amendment, zoning amendment, and rental housing demolition applications preliminary report. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Yes, hi. I have a motion to amend just to include accessibility resources for consultation and for consultation on the site plan.
Okay. We'll take the amendment and the item all together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 3498495 Front Street East, Block 13 in the West Donlands Precinct Plan zoning amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Buxton Potts.
I have an amendment for this as well. Same thing, including accessibility resources and expanded consultation for the site plan.
Okay. Taking the amendment and the item together, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.99, 325 Gerard Street East, Regent Park Phases 4 and 5, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications preliminary report. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34100, 1761 through 1763 Dundas Street East, zoning bylaw amendment preliminary report. That's Councillor Fletcher. I'll hold it in my name as she's been delayed this morning. Item TE 34101, 1400 Gerard Street East, zoning bylaw amendment preliminary report. I will hold that also. Item TE 34102, 1233 through 1243 Queen Street East and 77 Leslie Street, official plan and zoning amendments preliminary report. I will hold that. Item TE 34103, 73 through 83 Woodbine Avenue and 3 Buller Avenue, zoning amendment application preliminary report, Ward 19, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34104, Liberty Village Public Realm and Community Safe Services and Facilities Studies Update Report. Councillor Joe.
Yes, I'd like to hold that, please. There's a motion being prepared.
Item TE 34105, on-street electric vehicle charging stations, parking amendments, designated locations, Ward 11, 14, and 19. Councillor Fletcher
I'll
isn't
move.
here, so Councillor Fletcher isn't here, so I'll hold that till she is. Item TE 34106, on-street electric vehicle charging stations, parking amendments, non-delegated locations. I'll hold that as well for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34107, road safety review, Knox Avenue. I will hold that. Item TE 34108, traffic and safety conditions review, Rivertown. I will hold that. Item TE 34109, construction staging area, 1200 Dundas Street West. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34110, construction staging area, 292A, Bremner Boulevard. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, happy to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Construction staging area, 1172 through 1196 King Street West and 283 to 289 Dufferin Street. Councillor Mihevc.
Happy to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34112, construction staging area, 45 Strawn Avenue. Councillor Mihevc.
Happy to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34113, construction staging area, 89 Avenue Road. Councillor Layton.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those
Staff
in-
recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34114, construction staging area 771 and 775 Yonge Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34115, construction staging area 83 through 97 River Street and 2 through 4 Labatt Avenue. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34116, construction staging area, TTC Easier Access Program, King Station. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Move staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Temporary adjustments to parking regulations for the 2022 Canadian National Exhibition delegated. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34118, temporary adjustments to traffic and parking regulations for the 2022 Canadian National Exhibition non-delegated. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34119, temporary adjustments to parking regulations and the extension of permit parking hours 2022 Distillery Winter Village delegated. Who wants this one? Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Buxton Potts.
Happy to move the staff recommendations.
Councillor Mihevc, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually say that. I did not call a vote, I swear.
I do. No, I don't. Okay, let's hold it then.
We'll hold that in Councillor Mihevc's name.
Do you have the motion?
We'll investigate that for you, Councillor. Item TE 34120, temporary adjustments to traffic and parking regulations for 2022 Distillery Winter Village non-delegated.
Do I have to hold that, Ellen?
Councillor Mihevc.
Okay, move approval.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Madam Clerk.
Item TE 34121, temporary street closures for Just for Laughs Toronto and Elevate Festival. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Move staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34122, accessible loading zone, Cross Street. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.123, accessible loading zone, Somerset Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.124, accessible loading zone, St. Anne's Road.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. That was Councillor Bailão. If anyone got ahead of me there, sister. Item TE 34.125, accessible loading zone, St. Claren's Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.126, accessible parking spaces, June 2022, delegated. There's something. Some of these are Councillor Fletcher's, so I'll hold it. Item TE 34.127, accessible parking spaces, non-delegated. Councillor Bailão or?
Move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.128, encroachment agreement, geothermal heating and cooling system connecting 60 Sussex Avenue to 700 Spadina Avenue and 54 Sussex Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.129, review of Toronto Parking Authority Policy Resolution 36, residential overnight parking. Councillor Layton, why don't you do this one?
I'll approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.130, realignment of permit parking area 2 to exclude the development located at 1319 Bloor Street West. Councillor Bailão.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.131, realignment of permit parking area 8D to exclude the development located at 46 and 48 Laying Street. That's Councillor Fletcher. I'll hold it for her. She has a lot of business at this meeting. Pay and display parking, Dundas Street West, King Street West, Queen Street East, and Pape Avenue. Councillor Fletcher is included in that, so I'll hold it for her. Pay and display parking, Glen Morris Street, Washington Avenue, Dalton Road, Eastern Avenue, and Hiawatha Road. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. She's going to have lots to do when she gets here. Item TE 34-134, pay and display parking, St. Clair Avenue West. Councillor Bailão.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34-135, pay and display parking, various streets intersecting St. Clair Avenue West, delegated. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations.
Okay, and I just want everyone to note that there's a revised report on this?
Yes.
Good. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.136, pay and display parking, Garden Crescent and Domi Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34-137, pay and display parking, O'Connor Drive. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. TE 34.138, temporary parking amendments, Balloyle Street. Councillor Matlow.
I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.139, parking amendments, Greenwood Avenue. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.140, parking amendments, Lesmount Avenue. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.141, parking amendment, Scarborough Beach Boulevard. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.142, pedestrian crossing protection and parking amendments, Parkside Drive, approximately 100 meters south of Spring Road at High Park Trail. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.143, pedestrian crossing protection, Rogers Road, approximately 180 meters east of McRoberts Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.144, pedestrian crossing protection, Adelaide Street East and Ontario Street. Councillor Buxton Potts.
We're hoping to defer this to the next TYCC meeting. I'm not sure if a motion is necessary to do that.
So this is the last meeting of the term, so.
Understood. It would be, it's,
One moment.
there's, sure.
Okay, the clerks will prepare a motion to defer it to the next term of office.
Thank you.
Okay. Or words to that effect. Everyone understand what we're doing? Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.145, compulsory stop, Earl Grey Road at Ravenna Crescent. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.146, compulsory stop, various intersections on McLean Avenue and Silver Birch Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to support the staff recommendations, move those. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.147, always stop control, Lankin Boulevard and Judith Drive. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.148, traffic control signals review, Davenport Road and Dovercourt Road. Councillor Bailao.
Move, move recommendations. Oh, receive report, right? It's just a receive, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move that. The motion to receive. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.149, traffic controls signals Front Street East and Frederick Street. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Yes, I have a motion to overturn the staff recommendations to install the traffic signals.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.150, traffic control signals, Shooter Street at Sackville Street and Shooter Street at Sumac Street, and she sells seashells at the seashore. Councillor Buxton Potts.
I have an amendment here as well to overturn the staff report. This intersection is in close proximity to a school zone, and we have a lot of requests for this.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, opposed, that carries. We now come to 6 traffic calming measures in Councillor Fletcher's ward. Item TE 34.151, traffic calming speed humps at Airlie Crescent, Ward 14, I will hold that. Item TE 34.152, traffic calming speed humps at Boston Avenue, I will hold that. Item TE 34.153, traffic calming speed humps, Gough Avenue, I will hold that. Item TE 34.154, traffic calming speed humps, Marlow Avenue, I will hold that. Item TE 34.155, traffic calming speed humps, Walpole Avenue, I will hold that. Item TE 34.156, traffic calming speed humps at Woody Crest Avenue, I will hold that. Item TE 34.157, traffic calming speed humps at Chalky Road. Councillor Bradford.
Well done, Chair. I'd like to just hold that down for a few minutes. Thanks.
Okay, we'll hold that in your name. Item TE 34.158, traffic calming speed humps at Rosevere Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I need to hold that one too. Just working on a motion. Thank you.
Okay. Item TE 34.159, appointments to the Swansea Town Hall Board of Management. I'll move the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.160, appointments to the Scatting Court Community Centre Board of Management. Councillor Mihevc.
Happy to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.161, appointments to the Central Eglinton Community Centre Board of Management. Councillor Matlow.
Also happy to support the recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.162, appointments to the 519 Church Street Community Centre Board of Management. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.163, appointments to the Community Centre 55 Board of Management. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to move staff recommendations and congratulate Fiona on her appointment.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.164, realignment of permit parking area 2 to exclude the development address of 1423 through 1437 Bloor Street West and 278 Sterling Road. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.165, 2022 maintenance work at Donald D. Somerville Olympic Pools. Councillor Bradford.
I'm going to hold that for questions, please.
Okay. Who's feeling their oats today? I need a motion to introduce, I think it's 67 items of business from TE 34 to 166 through TE 34 233. Councillor Bailão, you want to do the work. Okay. All those in favor of adding those items? All in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Members, would you prefer that we just run through these as quickly as we can before we go to depths? Okay. All right. Item 166, appointments to the Eastview Neighborhood Community Center Board of Management. That's Councillor Fletcher's. I'll hold it in my name. Item 34167, appointments to Ralph Thornton. I'll hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.168, changes to business improvement area boards of management. Councillor Bailão, I'm going to ask you to do this.
Move recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, 20 seconds, if I may. I just wanted to make mention that in my ward, we're sadly removing the name Jameson Bienenstock of Hot Black Coffee, who recently passed away. And I just want to express to his family and friends our community's heartfelt condolences.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. That's appreciated. So on the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.189, encroachment agreement, pedestrian tunnel. Pardon? Oh, my Lord. Okay, I'm taking a breath. Item TE 34.169, encroachment agreement, pedestrian tunnel at 481 University Avenue, linking to TTC's St. Patrick's Station. Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.170, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, Heath Street East. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.171, Donlands, O'Connor Drive and Pape Avenue, O'Connor Drive traffic agent review. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.172, 130 and to 150 Dunn Avenue, loading and unloading zone. I'll move the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.173, intersection safety review, Broadview and Mortimer. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.174, reopen item 32.83, implementation of a no standing prohibition on Durham Avenue between Winnett Avenue and Arlington Avenue. Councillor Matlow, need a motion?
I move a recommendation.
So we need first a motion to reopen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then on the recommendations, Councillor Matlow, you're moving those? Yes. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.175, intersection safety review, Broadview Avenue and Chester Hill Road. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.176, vehicle width restriction on laneway, Milky Way between Dufferin Street and Gwynn Avenue. I'll move the recommendations in the letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.177, vehicle width reduction on laneway, lane east of Roncesvalles, south of Howard Park. I'll move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.178, vehicle width restriction on laneway, lane first north of Dundas West, Indian Grove, between Indian Grove and Heintzman Street. I'll move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.179, vehicle width restriction on laneway, laneway west of Sororan Avenue, south of Fermanagh Avenue. I'll move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
Mr. Chair, if I could, on a point of personal privilege,
Yes,
I would like to request that the chair read the end of the next item number in an exaggerated and excited British accent, like he would if he was calling a game of darts. Thank you.
I have to gather myself for this.
I want to hear it, Gord.
Item TE 34. No, that was Southern. I can't do it. I can't do it, Mike. I can do Southern.
All you need to do is the number 180.
180.
Watch ESPN.
You know there are
9 more
people
often,
watching
Gord.
this, Councillor? This is being recorded for posterity. Years from now, when someone's writing the biography of Mike Layton, they're gonna stop at this moment and wonder who you really were.
What he had for breakfast.
Or what you had for breakfast this morning. Or whether or not Brett should start cutting you off from coffee at a certain point in the day. So many questions. TE 34.180, vehicle prohibition over, I just got your joke, over 2.0 meters, Kirsten Farig Lane.
A motion to install, Councillor?
It wasn't even Councillor Layton's item.
It's my item.
Oh my goodness. And he's making darts jokes. Okay, all those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? Opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 34.181, vehicle prohibition over 2.0 meters, lane south of Bloor Street, west of Lansdowne Avenue, between St. Helens Avenue and Lansdowne Avenue, Ward 9. Councillor Bala.
Move recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.182, 4 Oaks Gate, rush hour turn restriction. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.183, parking amendments, Falwyn Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.184, parking amendments, laneway north of Queen Street East and east of Greenwood Avenue. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.185, parking amendments, Manchester Avenue. Councillor Layton, you can do the funny voice now. It's Manchester, man.
There's no funny voice for 185. Had the clerks had a sense of humor, they would have moved Manchester to 180. But that all being the case, I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
They're all busy gesturing at each other now, trying to figure out who's responsible for missing that opportunity. Okay. On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.186, parking amendments on Humberview Road from Jane Street to Halford Avenue. I will move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.187, traffic amendments, College Place. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.188, speed limit reduction, Broadview Avenue. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.189, realignment of permit parking area 5E to exclude the development located at 110 through 116 Avenue Road. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations, or the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.190, all-way stop at Lesmount Avenue and Plains Road. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.191, Amsterdam Avenue and Westview Boulevard, all-way stop control. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Are they staff recommendations or are they your recommendations?
My recommendations in my letter, please. Thank you.
There you go. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.192, Epsom Avenue and Westlake Avenue, all-way stop control. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.193, reduction of speed limit on Russell Hill Road between Heath Street West and Kilbarry Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.194, Glenmount Park Road and Love Crescent, all-way stop control. Councillor Bradford, I'll give the disposition of Love Crescent over to you.
Oh, wonderful. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.195, installation of traffic control signals at the intersection of Heath Street and Tweedsmuir Avenue, Lower Village Gate. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.196, authorize the implementation of speed bumps on Larry Priestman Lane between Shaw Street and Melita Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.197, authorize the implementation of speed humps on Cuthbert Crescent between Manor Road East and Belsize Drive. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.198, authorize the implementation of speed humps on Old Forest Hill Road between Eglinton Avenue West and Spadina Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.199, authorize the implementation of speed humps on Rabina Avenue between Jesmond Avenue and Holland Park Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.200, poll residents of Witchcrest Avenue, installation of speed humps. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.201, speed bump installation on North-South Public Lane, east of Emerson Avenue, north of Armstrong Avenue. Councillor Bailão.
Move motion to install.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.202, speed hump installation, Brunswick Avenue between Ulster Street and College Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.203, speed hump installation, Howland Avenue between DuPont Street and Bloor Street. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the staff recommendations, my recommendations in my letter. Sorry.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Take credit for your own work, guys. Item TE 34.204, speed hump installation, Huron Street between Bloor Street West and Bernard Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.205, speed hump installation, Rosedale Heights Drive between McLennan Avenue and Arrington Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.206, speed hump installation on Ennerdale Road. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendation to move installation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.207, speed hump installation on Osler Road. Councillor Bailão.
Move recommendations to install.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.208, speed hump installation, Athlone Road between Coburn Avenue and O'Connor Drive. I will hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.209, speed hump installation, Coleridge Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.210, speed hump installation, Dr. Allen Hutchinson Lane. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.211, speed hump installation, Hazlitt Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.212, speed hump installation, Hemlock Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.213, speed hump installation, Kingsmount Park Road. Councillor Bradford.
Recommendations in my letter, please. I'd like to move.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.214, speed hump installation, Laneway, south of Kingston Road, west of Southwood Road. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.215, speed humps installation, Oakcrest Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.216, speed humps on Cambridge Avenue. I'll hold that for Councillor Fletcher. Item TE 34.217, speed humps on Dustin Crescent. I'll hold that. Item TE 34.218, speed humps on Four Oaks Gate. I'll hold it. Item TE 34.219, speed humps on Hamilton Street. I'll hold it. Item TE 220, speed humps on River Court Boulevard. I'll hold it. Item TE 34.221, speed humps on Torbrick Road. I'll hold it. Item TE 34.222, traffic calming measures on Markham Street between College Street and Dundas Street West. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.23, speed hump installation, Hazelton Avenue between Davenport Road and Yorkville Avenue. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.224, heritage designation under the Ontario Heritage Act, 63 Old Forest Hill Road. Councillor Matlow.
I move our recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.225, parking amendments, Heath Crescent. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.226, U-turn prohibition, Lakeshore Boulevard East at Cherry Street South intersection. Councillor Mahavic.
Move the recommendations contained in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.227, McLean's Avenue, permit parking removal. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.228, speed hump installation, Claxton Drive. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.229, Fringe Festival Lane Closure Permit. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.230, potential intersection alteration, Danforth Avenue and Main Street. Councillor
I need to
Brown.
hold that down for a few minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Item TE 34.231, reopen TE 32.76, speed bump installation on east-west public lane bounded by Wallace Avenue, Emerson Avenue, Armstrong Avenue, and Dufferin Street. Can I have the motion to reopen? Councillor Bailao, all those in favor. And on the item, Councillor Bailao.
Move recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. I'm on the last page. Item TE 34.232, traffic control signals at Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Move recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.233, parking amendments, Main Street. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those
Thank
in
you.
favor, opposed, carried. I am having a sip of water.
While you do that, may I express a point of order? I don't see on the agenda, my staff emailed clerks yesterday, late yesterday, an item, I believe entitled Oakwood Vaughan Strategy. Are the clerks in receipt of that?
So I
I
will
just don't
ask
see
the
it on the
clerks to
agenda.
confer with your staff. I mean, there are items that didn't make the deadline for getting posted on the agenda and introduced
Fair enough.
the way we just did it. So even though I said we were at the end, I was exaggerating. There are going to be more introduced.
Thank you.
There's several things in draft. So the clerks will continue to communicate with you and your staff. If you have any questions, please feel free to email. Oh, where am I now? Okay. Why don't we go to the items that were timed for 9:30? We will start with item TE 34.1, naming of a proposed private street for a development at 100 Queens Quay East, Ward 10, statutory. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the committee on this item? I see none. Uh-oh, I don't have the ward number here. Okay, I do. Sorry. I had a little spasm in the head there. Councillor Mihevc, what would you like to do with item 1? You have any questions of staff?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you would permit me just a few words on it, that would be great.
Then to speak, go ahead.
Yes. So there is some background to this, and we will do more background when we actually put the plates up. But this is yet another one of former Councillor Cressy's success stories. The Menkes and Pinnacle Development Block is located in the Lower Yonge Precinct between Yonge and Lower Jarvis and Lakeshore Boulevard East and Queens Quay. In 2019, Councillor Cressy's office had determined that the naming of these two streets should be representative of the diversity and history of the ward. He had suggested, he had engaged with the Ontario Black History Society to write a report for naming suggestions of individuals of Black Canadians of historical significance to Ward 10 and the City of Toronto. And they went through an amazing process. And the two names that they've come up with is John M. Tinsley Street was selected for the proposed private street, and that recommendation is supported by staff. Actually, both are. Who is John Tinsley? He was a free Black man born in Virginia who came to Toronto in the 1840s. He operated a successful construction company and was a prosperous building contractor. He was active and helpful in the Black community in Toronto and would hire newcomer freedom seekers from the United States to his various construction projects. John Tinsley was considered Toronto's most successful Black construction company owner and was recognized with a lengthy obituary in the Toronto Globe when he passed away in 1892. So that's John Tinsley, and what a remarkable way to celebrate our diversity. The second name comes from the Downs family, and this person I actually happen to know as he attends church just around the corner from where I live on St. Clair at St. Michael's and All Angel. Arthur Downs was born in 1927. Today he is a retired Justice of the Peace and has a vast history of being heavily involved with community development and sustainability. He served on many boards and lent his time to many service organizations. I got to know him through Access Equity, Human Rights, and Anti-Racism work. He has contributed to the Metro. He has worked with the Ontario Human Rights Commission, the Metro Toronto Police, the Toronto Board of Economic Development Corporation, and the Ontario Black History Society. He is the recipient of a number of awards. I'll highlight some of them. The Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal, the B'nai B'rith Award. He's also former consul of the Republic of Guinea, and has received honorary doctorates of letters from Mary Holmes College in Mississippi. So just great fella. If you ever meet him, you'll see he's a pleasure to meet, and I'm very honored to be able to move the recommendations that are before you. I think for historical purposes, it is worth saying these comments and to give background on these naming of these streets.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Mihevc. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Ballard? Questions of staff. Okay.
Can I start? Oh, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm seeing these namings here, and it's great, and thank you for the background, Councillor Mihevc. To staff, what is, I know that we have a moratorium, so how do you differentiate on what needs to go through and what hasn't? Because I've had a couple of parks that are nameless because I was told that we could not initiate the naming process. So what differentiates, what sets some naming processes apart from others?
Is there anyone from staff who can address that question? No?
Is this going to council, Chair?
I don't believe so. Let me just check.
While you're checking, Mr. Chair, we lost, I think we lost Councillor Bailau's audio there for a little bit. I don't know if I was the only one, but I heard the first part and got the gist of the question. And I actually really appreciate it because I have a couple namings as well, but
Yeah, and we're all having a hard time explaining our communities why some of them go through and others don't.
It's delegated. Councillor, can I suggest this? I don't believe the deadline for administrative inquiries to the council meeting is over yet. Perhaps you could submit one asking the general question.
Okay,
Yeah?
that's a good advice. Okay,
Okay.
I'll do that. I just wanted to be on the record because I'm having a hard time.
Yes,
And
yeah.
it seems like other colleagues are as well.
It's confusing to everybody. I've
Yeah.
got streets that have been proposed for renaming for over a decade and they're hanging in limbo. So,
Thank you.
okay. So with that, are we okay to proceed on the item? And it is delegated, by the way, yes. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Fletcher. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Would you like to run through the items that I held for you? Would you like to do that now?
If you do.
I've lost you, Councillor. I've lost your sound, Councillor. I've lost your sound, Councillor Fletcher.
I
There
didn't,
you are.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you like to run through your items now?
Yes, if you'd like to do that, we could easily take care of those. Did you want to run me through?
So
Starting
what
at which one?
So, Councillor, we will start at item TE 34-100,
Yes,
which
Yes.
is 176 through 1761 through 1763 Dundas Street East.
thank you.
Zoning bylaw
And,
amendment?
yes, the city clerk has the motion, which is to circulate to the housing secretariat. The staff recommendation, circulate to the housing secretariat and pursue units for affordable housing, Mr. Chair.
So with the motion on the screen, we'll take the amendment and the item all as one. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.101, 140 Gerard Street East, zoning bylaw amendment, preliminary report. Councillor Fletcher?
This clerk has a notice, and it is the staff recs and to circulate to the housing secretariat and pursue the inclusion of affordable.
Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.102, 233 through 2343 Queen Street East and 77 Leslie Street, official plan and zoning amendments, preliminary report.
Again, to schedule a community consultation as per the staff recs and circulate to the housing secretariat and pursue inclusion of affordable.
Okay, so we'll take the item and the amendment together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.105, on-street electric vehicle charging stations parking amendments. There are several wards here, but yours is among them. Did you have any amendments?
Thank you. No, I don't move the staff recommendation.
All those in
Technical
favor?
parking amendment.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.106, on-street electric vehicle charging stations parking amendment non-delegated. Any motions on this?
Thank you. Approve the staff recommendations to approve the technical parking amendments for the approval.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.107, road safety review, Knox Avenue.
Receive for information and the staff recommendation, which is received for info.
So the staff recommendation is to receive. On the staff recommendation, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.108, traffic and safety conditions review, Rivertown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have this one tomorrow because I'm still working with Ms. Gray and her staff on the recommendation.
So we'll
They've asked
transfer
me.
that over, the hold over to you, okay?
Yes.
Now we're going to jump ahead a bit to item TE 34126, accessible parking spaces, June 2022, delegated. Yours is among several words.
Yes. Approve the accessible spaces.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And jumping down to TE 34131, realignment of permit parking area 8D to exclude the development located at 46 and 48 Lang Street.
Approve the staff recommendation to exclude.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.132, pay and display parking, Dundas Street West, King Street West, Queen Street East, and Pape Avenue.
Approve the staff recommendations to add pay and display.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.133, pay and display parking, Glen Morris Street, Washington Avenue, Dalton Road, Eastern Avenue, and Hiawatha Road.
I'll approve the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Jumping now to 34.139, parking amendments, Greenwood Avenue.
Yes, to approve 1 hour parking chain.
All those in
Staff
favor,
recommendation.
opposed, carried. Item TE 34.140, parking amendments, Lesmount Avenue.
I believe the clerk has a motion to defer indefinitely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.145, compulsory stop control, Earl Grey Road at Ravenna Crescent.
Approve the staff recommendation to authorize the all-way stop.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.147, all-way stop control, Lankin Boulevard and Judith Drive.
The clerk has the motion, which will be to overturn and install.
Okay, on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Moving ahead now to a number of traffic calming measures, starting at item TE 34.151, traffic calming speed humps at Airlie Crescent.
The staff says to deny it. I'm sorry, I can't agree with you. I'm going to move to overturn that recommendation and install them, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.152, traffic calming speed humps, Boston Avenue.
I do believe that the clerk has the motion to install.
All those
Thank
in
you.
favor of the motion, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 34.153, traffic calming speed humps at Gough Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, to have a motion to earn the recommendation and install.
Okay, on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.154, traffic calming speed humps, Marlow Avenue.
Again, to install the speed humps, Chair. Clerks have a motion.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it to come up.
Thank you.
Okay. On the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.155, traffic calming speed humps, Walpole Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll move to install, please, with the motion the clerk has.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, jumping down now to the new business. Item TE 34.166, appointments to the Eastview Neighborhood Community Center Board of Management.
I'll move to approve.
Oh, one moment, please. One moment, please.
156.
I misnumbered the last one.
It's just 156.
Okay, Councillor, evidently I misspoke when we were on the last item. I have to call it again. TE 34.156, traffic calming speed humps, Woody Crest Avenue.
Yes, and I'll move to install this, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there we go. We've got the motion up. On the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we will go into the new business. Item TE 34.166, appointments to the Eastview Neighborhood Community Center Board of Management.
I'll move the following people on the list to be on the Board of Management in 30th, 2024.
All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 34.167, appointments to the Ralph Thornton Community Center Board of Management.
And I'll move the individuals on the list to be part of the board until 2024.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.171, Donlands Avenue, O'Connor Drive, and Pape Avenue, O'Connor Drive Traffic Agent Review.
So I'll move the recommendation in the letter to get a report back on the traffic, these intersections in Q23.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.173, Intersection Safety Review, Broadview and Mortimer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a recommendation to intersection safety for pedestrians report back in January of 2023. This is associated with a number of developments immediately that call, which is an accident Bayview Ave.
All right.
Thank you.
On the recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.175, Intersection Safety Review, Broadview Avenue and Chester Hill Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is also related to the number of developments in this close to Mortimer, and I'm looking for that intersection safety report back.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Moving down, TE 34.182, Four Oaks Gate, rush hour turn restriction. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. This is to approve a turn prohibition for rush hour turn prohibition for Oaks Gate. This is part of the O'Connor Drive corridor review. One of the coming up, please.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.184, parking amendments, laneway north of Queen Street East and east of Greenwood Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Approve no stopping in the laneway north of Queen, west of Greenwood. And this is transportation services have been to a meeting with the business community and the residents on this. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.188, speed limit reduction, Broadway Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Broadview.
Broadview. Oh,
We're not in New
York.
It's okay. I don't know how we missed this previously, but we reduced that speed limit from 50K to 40K between Danforth and basically Mortimer, where it goes down to 40.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.190, all-way stop control at Lesmount Avenue and Plains Road.
Yes, to approve the new stop sign, very heavily supported by the community on Lesmount Plains.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.208, speed humps installation, Athlone Road between Coburn Avenue and O'Connor Drive.
Cosburn O'Connor,
Osborne.
Mr. Chair, and yes,
Oh my God. Honestly,
installation of speed.
no, I've been reading,
Oh, no.
I've been reading agenda items for 90 minutes. My brain is starting
I
to
know.
turn into glue.
Yes, we understand, we support.
Okay, so on the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Jumping down now to some more speed humps. Item TE 34.216, speed humps on Cambridge Avenue.
Yes, I'll move to install, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.217, speed humps on Dustin Crescent.
Move to support.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.218, speed humps on Four Oaks Gate.
Move to approve.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.219, speed humps on Hamilton Street.
Move to approve.
All
Yeah,
those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.220, speed humps on River Court Boulevard.
move to approve.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.221, speed humps on Torbrick Road.
Move to approve.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And Councillor Fletcher, that makes you current.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Councillor, since you weren't here for the introductory bit, I wanted to make sure you were aware. We have timed items today. We have timed items
Yes.
this evening at 7:30, and we have timed items tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. That takes us to item TE 34.2, naming of a public lane south of Hartford Avenue, extending between Herbert Avenue and Elmer Avenue. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.3, street naming initiatives, Portland's Flood Protection Phase 1. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Chair, I was just changing devices because now I'm finally on my iPad. This is on street naming for the Portland's flood protection, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This isn't exactly a new name. Cherry Street has been rebuilt with a new bridge, so it's now officially naming the new section of Cherry Street and the section of Commissioners that joins the old Cherry Street to the new. Anyway, Councillor Mihevik, you saw that all yesterday as the new councillor. So I'd like to move, these are the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.4, Portland's Flood Protection New Cherry Street and Commissioner Street Interim Road Opening. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? No. Councillor Bailao has a question.
I just have a quick question on recommendation 12. It says that Waterfront Toronto is responsible for all costs incurred with respect to road repairs. Is this after it's all done? Is not it?
Is there anyone from staff?
You'll have to,
Who do we have?
I think so, until it's assumed.
Okay. It is until it's assumed, right? We're not going to have now two sets of road repairs.
It's not been assumed by the city yet. So it's not our road, but it's going to have the same name.
Okay.
So it's turned over.
Okay. I'll check with staff offline.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
it might be during the period that Waterfront is still the owner of the street. I'm assuming that after it's assumed by the city takes responsibility over these things.
It'd be nice if we could get
I
someone else
think
to
you're
pay
right.
for our roads, but I don't think we can. Okay, any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations, please.
Any questions of the mover? Oh, you have a motion on this item, I'm told, Councillor. An additional motion.
No, I think I have a motion on the next one,
This is
number
item 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're now on item 4. That's
Yes.
fine. Yes, I do. These are all of the traffic regulations for this. And I also have an addition to move a no right on red at Cherry and Commissioners.
Okay. Any questions of the mover on that? No? So we will take the amendment and the item as one. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.5, renaming of Lower Coxwell Avenue between Queen Street East and Lakeshore Boulevard. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to committee on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask for support for the exemption from section 3.4 of the street naming policy and ask that the street be renamed Mdabimuk, which is an Anishinaabe name meaning pathway or roadway to the river. This is an exception because when this was first brought forward to Community Council, it was brought forward by staff. They had built a parking lot and a new rugby area there on the Toronto Waterlands, and there was actually no Coxwell Avenue. There was no address. So they were quite concerned about that. It had to happen very quickly. At the time, I said, that's fine. You can call it Lower Coxwell for now, but it does need to have an Indigenous name. And I want to thank the Mississaugas of the Credit for the time and attention that they gave to looking for an appropriate name for this stretch of road, and also the city's Indigenous Office, Secretariat, and the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and also Councillor Layton, who chairs that committee, in their patience and assistance in coming up with this name and putting it through a process that is part of how we work, which is nothing for us without us. So I feel very clear that it was well managed or completely understood by staff that there would be a different name coming, and that the process to arrive at an Indigenous name has been thorough, robust, and with the community. So with that, I'd like to move my recommendation today, Mr. Chair. And I'd like a recorded vote on it.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, so we'll have a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All members in favor, please raise your hand.
Do you have
Councillor,
the motion up, Mr.?
oh, we'll
Yeah,
put the motion on the
is the
screen.
motion there?
Yeah,
Yes.
just for a minute, and then I'm going to have to take it back down because I won't be able to see the members voting then.
That's fine. Just want everyone to see. Thank you. That's what we're voting on. Make sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now, on a recorded vote, all those in favor, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Layton, Councillor Matlow. I can't see Councillor Matlow. It's a recorded vote. All in favor, Councillor Buxton Potts, and the chair is in favor as well. So that's recorded unanimously. Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. We move now to item TE 34.6, 1423 to 1437 Bloor Street West and 278 Sterling Road zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. Are there any members of the, oh, I do have a list of, I have quite a list of deputies. Okay. Our first deputant is Adam Brown. Adam, are you with us? Okay, there's no one registered currently who's logged in with us under the name Adam Brown. And I know Adam, and I don't see him here in the chamber. Next, we have listed Caitlin Blaine. Caitlin, are you with us?
I am, thank you.
Good morning, Caitlin, and welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. I'm one of the current tenants at the places in question along Bloor, and I wanted to address a couple of concerns. Number one is that me and the other tenants are going to be filling up most of the replacement rental units. And for affordability, we're very lucky that we do live in affordable housing in Toronto, but there is a huge lack of affordable apartments, especially for 2 and 3 bedrooms that, you know, might be multi-generational homes, new families, people hoping to live within the city, but also not just in a studio. And there is a huge lack of affordable houses and rooms in the city, and this current bill doesn't offer very many more. Also, the fact that there is going to be a car elevator for parking. This area is already on not great for traffic, and along Bloor, depending on where it's going to be located, there's already a lot of congestion. And probably having a car elevator, which, you know, often they break down, would be a huge issue. Also, with the residents in the area, the proposed height is a huge change. And with all of the research and work that's been going into from the community program, it really looks like they're, you know, having more density is great. Having more places for people to live in the city, fantastic. But needing them to be affordable and for them to be in line with the neighborhood. And that's pretty much it from my end.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Are there any questions for the deputy? Okay, I don't see any. Caitlin, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you very much.
The next deputant I have listed is Heather Sloman. Heather? Heather? We think you're connected. Could you speak up?
It's still on mute.
Oh, is that you, Heather?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can, Heather. Very good. Welcome.
Oh, okay, good.
Welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello, councillors and city staff. My name's Heather Sloman. I'm a mother, a longtime Toronto resident, and employed as a healthcare professional at University Health Network. I strongly believe that the city needs to make the creation of new parkland a priority in sync with all new towers and mega projects, including the one under discussion today. And I'm specifically requesting the following: that the city make better use of Section 37 to create new parkland that is in fact large enough that it can fulfill its function as a park. And 2, that the city follow through with its 2017 plan to update the parkland dedication requirements. Toronto's official plan makes clear reference to the impending climate catastrophe and the city's potential role in offsetting some of these impacts. We are also still in the midst of a global pandemic, which has highlighted the crucial importance of outdoor space. In short, parks are more important than ever, and this is a perception held by the majority of Toronto residents at this point. I believe that the city could be using its powers much more effectively to ensure that all new builds set aside reasonable amounts of land as designated public parks. As you all know, Section 37 of the Planning Act permits the city to authorize increases in permitted height and/or density through the zoning bylaw in return for community benefits, provided that they are related official plan policies in place. And this seems to be a promising bargaining tool, particularly given what the official plan includes. Again, you are all aware that the official plan expressly and repeatedly affirms a commitment to increasing our access to natural spaces and specifically to parkland. The development under discussion today only needs to set aside 193 square meters of parkland, which would provide each resident of the building with less than half a square meter of parkland, which is equivalent to less than 18 inches by 18 inches. Even by urban standards, it's not a lot of space. Just to put it in perspective, my own neighborhood park in Seton Village, which is not a particularly large park, is 15,000 square meters, or 77 times as big. In the case of this new development, people recognize that the amount of space is so insignificant, it's simply being added to another new build. My understanding is that the City Council drafted a report to update parkland dedication requirements in 2017, but that to date, the policy has still not been updated. Keep in mind that the city plan also states that POPs, privately owned public spaces, do not replace the need for new public parks and open spaces, so this does not serve as a negotiating tool for developers. The problem, of course, with no new parkland is that the existing parks must then accommodate hundreds and hundreds of new residents from all the numerous adjacent new builds, because this pattern of insufficient parkland dedication is repeated over and over with every new development. It seems to me that the city could be using Section 37 to make more parkland an economically viable option. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the majority of Toronto residents support development and increased density in this city. I certainly do, and I know I'm not alone. So in summary, these are my asks. One, that the city make better use of Section 37 to create new parkland that is in fact large enough that it can fulfill its function as a park. And two, that the city follow through with its 2017 plan to update the parkland dedication requirements. Essentially, we need more public parks in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and for giving me the opportunity to speak. And you know what? Since I have a bit of time, I want to give a shout out to Senior Planner Victoria. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I think Fouge. I think she's there today. She has been so diligent in terms of responding to my many, many emails and questions and getting answers from park staff when necessary. And even today, there was another email from her in my inbox. So I just want to really thank you, Victoria. Your help has been much appreciated.
Thank you, Heather. And I'll agree, Victoria, like all of the planners in the City of Toronto, is just great. Are there any questions for the deputant? I don't see any questions. Heather, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Christina Costa. Christina?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you, Gord.
So, Christina, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I do require an ability to share my content, please.
Hi, Christina. This is the host. I've given you the privilege to share. If you just direct your attention to the bottom of your screen.
Thanks very much. That's great. All right.
There we go. We can see it fine now.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. I live on Sterling. I've lived here for 6 years, including 2 in a pandemic, where I've been able to watch what happens on our street. And I think I know better than many of the calculations and staff recommendations, because I've been able to live through it and see it. So let's take context of what's happening today. We're talking about this 18-story building. And here are the other buildings that were part of the Bloor and St. Helens study. Here are the buildings that were not part of that study that are also included. And what this means is that there are 483 stories of new humans that will be coming within a radius of less than 1 kilometer into this area. But we're a transit hub, right? Are we a transit hub? Let's think a little bit about that. As a person who's lived here and used the transit, I can tell you that the subway going east and west is packed. So we can write off those 2 subway stations completely. You can't get on unless you miss a couple of those trains. The Up Express goes to Union and the airport, so unless you're going north and south only, you don't really have anywhere else to go. And I know the Metro Lynx is going to be going north to Barrie, but I'm not sure how many folks are going that way either. So I have no data. No data has been provided to the residents after countless requests and countless concerns that have been brought up that the subway and transit in this area is over capacity. There is no data that has been shared to prove that current transit infrastructure can support this. Also, 18 Stories of People is going to bring vehicles, even if they don't own them themselves. Over the course of the pandemic in 2020, deliveries more than doubled, especially in condos. 72% of Canadians in 2021 claimed that they were ordering groceries to their homes. 200 units in this building alone will require space for visitors, maintenance, support workers, anyone else moving through the area. And this is a real problem because let's do some visitor parking math. There are 11 visitor parking spots available, 2 stopping spots. Those will be snagged immediately because parking in the area is so bad and stopping in the area is so bad. You're not even giving 1 visitor parking spot per floor of residents. And this is irresponsible and infeasible for the tight amount of space that we live in and what I see on the street. So let me show you that there is absolutely no overflow on the streets either. On Sterling Road, 38 permits have been offered for 26 spots, and on Perth, 27 permits have been offered for 29 spots. And guess where those 12 over-permitted places are going to park? There is absolutely no street overflow for visitors, vendors, and deliveries for 18 new stories, in addition to the hundreds of others in our area. Let me show you what actually happens on our street now and what will continue to happen. Let's put these permitted parking cars here, designated in yellow. These are typically spots that are already allocated, and I'm sure if there are no spots, they'll slide right into those visitor parking spots if we're not careful. There's an entrance right here, an entrance right here, and an entrance right here. And if a person orders an Uber because they do not have a car, they don't want to use the overtaxed transit system, their parking Uber, our Uber will stop right about there and stop traffic. Their delivery truck will stop right about there because they can't find a space to park, and they will stop this 1 lane of traffic along Bloor, along Sterling, and along Perth. Let me show you what I mean by this. I have some videos that I have taken that no calculation would be able to show you. So here we go. This is a video of what traffic currently looks like on Sterling every single day. And that green light at the edge there, that only has about 2 cars moving through it at a time. This is a daily occurrence, and this is something that you can't know unless you live here. There's only 1 lane of traffic. If anybody stops to drop off, pick up, deliver something, that is now more clogged. And what I want to show you is this is not only annoying, it is dangerous. My husband had to visit the hospital over the course of the pandemic, and the ambulance was stuck and could not get through our street. This is an irresponsible and dangerous development. And I have to beg you to consider the words of people who live here and have watched this for years. In conclusion, this is the hottest neighborhood in Canada, as per a recent Globe and Mail article, and it's being subject to even more density, more cars idling, and more through our traffic. These will offer detrimental mental and physical health impacts on current and future residents of this 18-story building, and no one can estimate the impacts that these developments will have, but I can share this is how the street works, and this is what happens. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to provide my resources, and I hope you strongly consider this application.
Thank you very much, Christina. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, I don't see any. Christina, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Ermina Ayuyao. She's not connected. Julie Ford. Julie, are you with us?
Hi, I'm here, yes.
Good morning, Julie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good morning.
You're loud and clear. So you have 5 minutes
Excellent.
to address the committee, and you can start as soon as you want.
Great. Good morning. While I have many grievances towards this proposed construction, particularly the rezoning that goes against our Bloor Street study findings, I'll instead focus my comments on the impact of this development's proposed parking situation and car elevator specifically. Any building that proposes a parking elevator is an irresponsible addition to this city. And I'd like to share the following reasons, followed by references which are evidence of these concerns. Firstly, parking elevators become congested during high traffic times like rush hour, leading to the idling of countless cars waiting to get in and out. The intersection at this development cannot withstand the additional traffic of cars idling and lining up, even with an added laneway. There's evidence of this congestion being a problem in current developments in Toronto. At 210 Simcoe, residents have taken to parking elsewhere in the surrounding area because of the inability to access the garage during peak times. In a 2015 Toronto Reality blog post, which is a real estate blog, the author calls King Plus at 251 King Street East at King and Sherbourne a disaster waiting to happen, describing that at 5:30 p.m. on a weeknight, combining all cars that are passing through during the normal course of a Toronto day, plus all the cars that are using the Sherbourne as an alternative to Jarvis to get on the Gardner, and then the added addition of 100 people or so lining up to make the turn into their alleyway between King and Front off Sherbourne so that they can get into their parking elevator, it's, quote, a disaster waiting to happen. And it did happen. As referenced in a recent Reddit thread, an author stated that either my car is trapped inside the parking lot, my car is unable to get inside the parking lot, or my car and I are trapped inside the elevator. He quotes, "Don't buy a condo with a vehicle elevator in place of a ramp." And a resident of 210 Simcoe has written, "I have gotten stuck in the elevator, the car elevator, more times than I can count on both hands. The elevator breaks down daily, and residents are stuck having to park on the street or are not able to get their cars out for work. This concept has proven to be a major failure time and time again. I ended up in an ambulance after getting stuck in one once." The parking elevators in this area will increase carbon emissions with idling cars, negatively impact the mental and physical health of the residents in this development and its surroundings, and the current layout of this intersection at Bloor and Symington cannot handle any more waiting cars, as you just heard so eloquently. The second reason that parking elevators are irresponsible is that they require maintenance. And there's been a long-term shortage of elevator maintenance workers in Ontario with no end in sight. Broken elevators are a significant inconvenience to future residents. They will not be able to retrieve their cars, and they will have nowhere to park a vehicle on the street, as there's absolutely no additional parking overflow nearby to handle the type of volume that we would see from this and the many other developments in the area that also propose parking elevators. In Florida, residents of a condo won a $32 million class action settlement because of the repeated faulty mechanics of their car elevator, which resulted in residents parking elsewhere. But parking elsewhere, again, is not a possibility in the neighborhood of Bloor and Symington. With the elevator repair shortage, we can expect deferred elevator maintenance, which can result in injury. In May 2020 in Calgary, where a car elevator plunged several stories with passengers inside, there's a $7 million suit currently being argued. Developers have not taken our concerns seriously, as they will be long gone when these issues arise, but councillors, I emphatically ask you to reconsider this element of the proposal. There's absolutely no room for error in this intersection. Even a 1 hour of elevator maintenance can result in significant traffic congestion on these narrow streets, impeding citizens and emergency vehicles from getting by. I urge you to consider this and the many other points of my community when deciding if this building is worth the long-term impact on the current voters and future voters of this building and the surrounding neighborhood who rely on you to build a functional city. I encourage you to review my references. I will send them to the city clerk. I'll also paste them into the chat if that's permitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Julie, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. I'm told now that Ermina has joined the meeting. Ermina, are you with us?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, sorry.
Loud and
Oh my
clear.
gosh.
No worries. So
Okay,
we're all good
so-
now. You have 5 minutes to
All right.
address the committee, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Toronto and East York Community Council. The majority of the South Junction Triangle residents are not against density. Let me repeat, the majority of South Junction Triangle residents are not against density. We are advocating for sustainable development for current and future residents. We need a clear understanding of long-term impacts within our 1 kilometer land footprint. Our meetings and letters with city staff During our meetings and letters with city staff, we have asked about cumulative impacts of all combined developments. It's demeaning when city staff support large corporate real estate equity companies over residents' environmental concerns with statements like, change happens. Where are we to house a growing population in the next 30 years? Kingset Capital has $16 billion of assets under their management in a portfolio of $19 billion. Yet, we humble residents are framed as the privileged bad guys when questioning the cumulative impacts of their large-scale proposal. The South Junction Triangle is inundated with developments, both approved and proposed. 2 major projects are already under construction on the south end of this area. A residential 17-story building with combined 646 condo and rental units by Marlin Spring, 2 buildings with 6 to 8 stories of office and retail spaces by Hines, an approved 10-story purpose-built rental apartment building at 72 Perth Avenue with 108 units. There is a proposal at 1439 Bloor Street West and 80 Perth Avenue for a 14-story mixed-use building with retail and 2 stories below grade parking. Brad Lamb is proposing an 18-story condo at Bloor and Rattan. The artist lofts are a vibrant community and industrial spaces are disappearing for artist needs. Yet 3 condo towers up to 30 stories are proposed for this site. This will displace so many artists and small businesses. We know that developers want the biggest bang for their buck, so building low rises won't generate as much profit as wanted, which means in a capitalist system, these companies will put profits over community impacts. When high-rise buildings are packed closely together, these environmental impacts affect the future livability of our community. Urban heat islands, a large concentration of high-rises, asphalt, and concrete for roads, buildings, and other structures necessary to accommodate growing populations, provide surfaces that absorb rather than reflect the sun's heat, causing surface temperatures and overall ambient temperatures to rise. The health impacts of extreme heat range from heat stress to heat stroke and death. The impacts of excess heat are disproportionately borne by frail, elderly, and isolated people. Climate change causes heat waves, and yet the city thinks it's okay to pack a 1-kilometer area like the South Junction Triangle with so many high-rises. Pollution caused by excess traffic. We understand that this location is a transit hub bonanza, yet once new neighbors move in, they'll bring a full life. They'll bring friends and family visiting from out of town. They'll have service deliveries. Cars are still needed. All this, plus the Nestle factory, Mocha, Henderson's Brewery, and Spacchio, as well as all the vibrant small businesses bringing in more people, many driving in with their own vehicles or using ride-sharing services. Electric cars replacing gas-guzzling cars are still far away from common. Why is the brunt of population growth squeezed in areas that already have more population densities, like the South Junction Triangle, than a transit-accessible area like York Mills Road? Building housing and supporting community needs are not mutually exclusive. It's exhausting listening to either-or arguments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Ermina, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have listed Kaya Tashe Green. Kaya?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Awesome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Is my video on? Oh, sorry. Look at that. There we go. It should be working.
There you are.
Hi. All right. Dear committee members, I am a high school math teacher, a mother of 3 small children, and a homeowner on Sterling for over 10 years. I share my 100-year-old house with a tenant upstairs and live on the ground floor with my family of 5. Like many other homes in the South Junction Triangle, the square footage of my home is smaller than the Toronto average. My neighborhood is composed of townhouses and semi-detached houses, some already functioning as multi-unit homes. The South Junction Triangle is a mixed-income community full of young families like mine thriving on a section of Bloor Street with major transit options in place and in progress. You have read letters and heard information stating this area of Bloor Street West between Perth and Symington fits all the Provincial Planning Act guidelines, specifically that avenues and transit hubs are appropriate for taller buildings. Additionally, it's been stated that the South Junction Triangle can accommodate more residents and businesses. You have already heard arguments about the need to change exclusionary zoning bylaws for single-family homes labeled as neighborhoods around Toronto. It is these exclusionary zones that need changing to accommodate a growing population and to provide more affordable housing options. Reading City Item PH 35.16, our plan, Toronto, citywide 115 proposed major transit station area, protected major transit station area delineations, one particular line stood out to me. An equity lens was applied to this work program by prioritizing the delineation of PMTSAs to advance the implementation of IZ as an affordable housing tool to create inclusive communities. With this equity lens in mind, I used the city's MTSA interactive engagement tool to compare 2 subway stations, my station, Dundas West, and Bayview Station. Dundas West is considered a protected major transit station, while Bayview Station is only considered a major transit station area. The estimated 2016 population around Bayview Station is 1,770 less than around Dundas Station. Yet, the planned density around Dundas West Station is over double the planned density around Bayview Station. The problem with planning for 2030 population growth is that exclusionary zoning isn't repealed at the same speed in wealthy areas near transit stations as what is happening in the 1 kilometer area of the South Junction Triangle. Multi-unit dwellings need to be spread out in areas that do not already have the density of this neighborhood. Yet rezoning and development proposals are happening at a ferocious pace in the South Junction Triangle, an area that already has 2 major developments, which my neighbor Ermina described to you. There's room for more houses and homes for Torontonians in this neighborhood, but the development proposals seem greater than the area and inequitable across the city. Rezoning needs to be applied equitably, especially in wealthy neighborhoods whose current density is much lower than the South Junction Triangle. Developers should be given more incentive to build low-rise housing on avenues near transit rather than applying protected major transit station areas to squeeze as many units in high-rises within limited areas like my own. Wealthy, low-density areas around transit stations should be part of planning for future population growth. Spreading development into wealthy neighborhoods will indeed create inclusive communities. Thank you for listening and considering my statements as well as those of my neighbors and community.
Thank you, Kaya. Are there any questions? No, I don't see any. Kaya, thank you for joining us today and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you. It's been fascinating.
Okay. Next, I have listed Camille Zywerski. Camille, are you with us?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. Welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you so much. I'm a tenant here on Bloor Street West, where this condo proposal will essentially demolish my home. KingSett Capital has $16 billion worth of assets under their management in a portfolio of $19 billion. I'd like you to keep that $19 billion number in your head as I continue with my speech. The property management company that they have hired to handle maintenance, repairs, and respond to tenant concerns have been dreadful at their jobs. With all of their corporate wealth, KingSett failed to hire a good property management company to uphold the basic regulations under the Residential Tenancies Act. Sadly, this is an established practice for private equity real estate investment firms to hide behind property management companies in order to avoid responsibilities for tenants, such as myself, who still live on the properties that they plan to develop. There seems to be an accepted practice of systemic neglect that completely disregards and is completely apathetic to the lives and livability of tenants, so the end result will be tenants moving out. And this has already happened at this location. Then the new development no longer has to provide rental replacement units lower than market rate. How convenient. I'd like to list out what our lives have been like since KingSett has purchased the houses here at 1423 to 1437 Bloor Street West. Under the Residential Tenancies Act of 2006, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with, landlords must give a tenant written notice at least 24 hours prior to accessing a unit. We as tenants have not been informed of entry into our units multiple times, and the property management company has exhibited gross carelessness of leaving a tenant's front door to their home wide open all day. Landlords are obligated to keep units in good conditions, comply with all applicable health, safety, housing standards, and so on, and responsible for repairing broken appliances and furniture. One tenant here had a stovetop and oven broken that they flat out refused to repair. Another tenant was forced to move out because of mold in the bathroom. The property management company refused to pay for a proper mold inspection, and the tenant paid out of pocket. $19 billion portfolio, and this tenant is paying out of pocket. Only when the ceiling caved in, I hope you're all listening, did the property management company agree to fix the issue, as all requests for maintenance up until that point were deemed aesthetic in nature. How lovely. Landlords are responsible for the maintenance of cleaning common areas, common building areas, as well as the yards. There's been overt negligence here of hallways and entranceways, as well as the garden plots in the front of our houses. We as tenants have been trying to upkeep those garden plots, but they keep getting mowed down. They've boarded up our homes rather than maintain our building, which has made living here, as you can imagine, very unwelcoming for current tenants and for people in the neighborhood. We've experienced repeated safety issues, such as an attempted break-in that went unheard, and we requested lights for our front entranceways for safety, and were told the requests were aesthetic in nature. Landlords are required to provide access to hot and cold water, electricity, and heat. Water supply and sometimes hot water supply have been cut off with no prior notice to tenants. I can go on, but I only have 5 minutes. KingSett has hired bad actors as their property management company, which has made the lives of the tenants here unbearable, which is no doubt their intention. So we will move out on our own accord, and they will no longer need to provide us with affordable housing in their new development. Please reconsider what KingSett is doing to this community. Destroying affordable housing and the livelihood of those who live here for unaffordable luxury condos is not what this community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Camille? No? Camille, thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Maya Hadjuk. Maya?
Hello?
Hi, Maya.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Thank you so much for
Super.
joining us. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Maya. I am an owner on Sterling Row. We have been here for 14 years. I'm a parent to 2 small children, and I am also a small business owner. As many of the speakers have noted, that traffic is a major issue in this community, and we urge you to reconsider this development. It is far too intense for what the footprint allows. And as many other people have said, we are not against development, we are not against density, but this is downright negligent. It feels to us that what is planned here requires a much larger footprint. You need space for visitors parking, adequate visitors parking, not what's been accommodated here. You need a loading area. You need somewhere for the trucks and the deliveries and the Ubers to stop. I understand that there is an entrance on Bloor and 2 new traffic lights proposed, but there is not going to be a place to stop on Bloor, not with a bike lane, and not in between 2 intersections. So we can't imagine, we can imagine where those delivery trucks and where the Ubers and the taxis will all go. They will go to Stirling Road and they will go to Perth, which already is this for deliveries and pickups and DoorDash orders for the businesses on Bloor. And they all stop in those parking spots where they're not supposed to, or they stop illegally and they clog up the road. Road rage is a major issue on Stirling Road. We have witnessed many, many times the road backed up, as Christina showed, and honking, people laying on their horns for minutes at a time. Can you imagine how this is for the residents who live here? For the people who are walking down the street, for the children walking up and down the street? This is not the community that we see or that we want to see. And this will only become intensified with the amount of development planned. A parking elevator is simply negligent. Placing that in the alley that is already a busy alley at the very top of an intersection that is lined up. And now imagine people queuing to get in and out. The alley is often used as a turnaround for people to cut through and then go south down Perth, often because they can't get through at the lights. And now we've got the alley blocked with people queuing up to get into an elevator that we know will often be broken or needing maintenance. It is simply negligent. And this development requires a much larger footprint for what is planning, or it needs to be rethought. So we do urge you to vote against this, to reconsider it. As someone who has been here for 14 years and is right up at the top of Stirling, we have a first person view of what is going on. Additionally, we do feel that the neighborhood has been polled on this. The South Junction Triangle Rose Group has asked the neighborhood for their thoughts. We have brought those thoughts forward, and we feel that they have not been addressed, they have not been taken into consideration, and this is against what the community needs. It's against what the community is asking for. And like many people have said, we're not against development, but this is not an intelligent and a wise choice. And I think that is all that I have to say. I urge you to vote against this and reconsider.
Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Kara, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant is Tom Giancos. Tom? Oh. I've made a mistake. I inadvertently jumped ahead. The next deputant I have listed is Kara Sweeney. Kara? C-A-R-A. Kara, are you with us?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, there we are. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I wanted to be able to share my video, but or to turn on my video, but it looks like I can't.
We can give you
This
that
is
privilege.
my
Hang
second
on,
time.
hang on. We'll pause your time. You should be able to if you, like we've given you permission at our end.
It's not letting me turn on my video.
You'd have to check the video settings on your computer. We have given you permission from here.
Okay. Well, I won't be able to. It doesn't seem to be letting me turn on my video.
Kara, we've done what we're able to do at this end. You're just going to have to make a decision whether to proceed without video or not.
No, I'll proceed without video. That's fine.
Okay then. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is my second time speaking before City Council. I spoke last time on the Value Village proposal, and last time I was cut off long before I'd finished making my submissions. I watched last time and this time as city councilors looked at their phones, turned off their cameras, and didn't listen. I was disappointed when no one asked any questions about my comments, and I was devastated when the proposal was rubber stamped approved by city councilors. In preparation for today's application, we, the neighbors, divided up the numerous areas of concern into 5-minute spots so that we could have an opportunity to express ourselves. Many of us have taken the time to write letters. I've taken time out of my day to come here because this is important, not just to me, but to the City of Toronto. And I request that you pay attention and that you do not approve this application today. We, the Neighborhood Association, have repeatedly raised concerns about this development and how it doesn't fit within the official plan or city guidelines. At 64 meters, it is 4 times the permitted height and 7 times the density. It provides no affordable housing and will cause major interference with an already dangerous intersection. And I ask, what is the benefit for the City of Toronto? None. There is no need for more unaffordable housing. What is the benefit for the residents of the Junction Triangle? None. South Junction Triangle will see an increase of a minimum of 600 to 1,000 people daily with the developments that have already been approved. There are 2 other major proposals for this area that have not been approved. This is not sustainable. The city must respect the dignity and livability of our neighborhood. Where is our voice? City planners worked closely with the developers. They neglected to see the traffic implications. They focus on creating density in a transit-rich area without realizing that the transit richness doesn't actually exist. They failed to acknowledge the other developments in the area. They ignored the impact of demolition on existing homes and businesses. The construction, the influx of hundreds of people on a neighborhood that is already lacking in fundamental resources, daycare, schools, and green space. Before you add more, you must address these deficits. This is your duty as city councilors. You are elected to represent us, not the developers. We've made a complaint to the ombudsperson. We request that you, as the city councilors, reject this application. We request that in order for the development to be responsible, you need to wait until we see what the impact is of the massive Sterling Junction development and the 2 developments already approved on Perth, or of the many developments that have been approved. In your riding, Mr. Perks, Dundas and Bloor has approved numerous large developments, the Law's development, and today on your schedule is the Old Giraffe building, on and on, the 1319 Bloor, the Value Village site. These developments will bring thousands of additional residents to this small neighborhood. We must plan ahead. Community services and facilities are woefully lacking in this area. This is, we know this from an area study initiated by Councillor Bilal. I want you to see this as what it is. It's a cash grab by greedy developers. They want to get their applications approved before inclusionary zoning takes effect. They are literally trying to avoid providing the affordable housing that this city desperately needs. This is irresponsible, and we demand accountability from our city councillors. When this gets built and our neighborhood is unlivable, you all be doing different jobs. Please tell us what you, our representatives, are prepared to do to respond to these concerns. Read our letters. Listen to our comments. Do your job. Do not approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Kara, thank you so much for your thoughts today. The next deputy I have listed is Tom Giancos. Tom?
I want to start off by saying that it's Tom Giancos, the Kingset Capital. I want to start off by saying that we support the staff recommendations. We want to thank Victoria for all her work, as well as to Tara and Urban Design and Andrea and Roseanne in the Parks Department. This application has been going on for almost 2 years, and it's been an interesting application. It's our second application in the area, and what this application does is it delivers much needed housing in a transit-rich area, but it also provides an on-site POPs, an off-site parkland dedication. It contributes to an off-site community center, and it also contributes to affordable housing, new affordable housing that's going to be provided off-site as well. We have a presentation, but understanding your schedule, I'm happy to forego making that presentation. And I'm also happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you, Tom. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Tom, thanks so much for making yourself available. The next deputy I have listed is James Costa.
Hey there.
Hi, James.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're great. So, James, you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Perks, and good morning to members of council and my fellow impassioned neighbors. Council members, I know you have a long day ahead. As you can tell, there's a lot more to discuss in this motion before it is passed. I'm here to discuss Section 37 benefits for the proposed building at 1423, 1437, Bloor Street West and 278 Sterling Road. My understanding is that Councillor Bilal would like to move forward with this motion given Section 37 benefits are expiring in July. To be more specific, the Section 37 benefit that has been negotiated for this development is a 221 square meter publicly owned public space. That's it. Further, these benefits have been realized in another area. As Mr. Giancos said from Kingset, they are all off-site. The idea that Section 37 benefits will compensate for height and density issues is untrue. These benefits do not offset the impact that will be realized by our community. A few square meters of publicly owned public spaces cannot compensate for the increased traffic, lack of street parking, shortages in daycare, shortages in hospital beds, lack of community centers, lack of affordable housing, and lack of room in local schools created by another 17-story condo building. Many of these are not new issues for our community either, and they've been discussed even before developments have been considered. We have repeatedly raised safety and traffic flow concerns with the current Bloor-Symington-Sterling intersection, which will be exacerbated by the completion of new buildings on the south end of Sterling Road and the future mid-rise residential building at 72 Perth. We have repeatedly raised concerns about transit in the area that are being ignored and the impact a parking elevator will have on our streets. There is no room in the local school. There are not enough daycare spaces. Hospitals are at their breaking point. How do we expect this area to handle more and more people? These developments will add thousands more residents, workers, and visitors to this area, which we are excited to welcome, but want to do so sensibly and sustainably and ensure that they have a good experience. For Section 37 to have any meaning, it must at least meet the upcoming minimums that will be imposed by inclusionary zoning. We demand at least 6 to 8% of square footage as affordable housing in addition to the replacement rental units. Section 37 benefits should add money for new schools that will have to be built, or daycares or public transit. We know that these topics are ones that many of the council members in attendance today care about. As you campaigned on these issues, this is your chance to show action against those promises. According to Neville Park of Torontoists, and I quote, "The city's own guidelines say that good planning should be the standard for new development, not a bonus. If the area needs a new daycare or better street furniture in any way, is the city just using Section 37 to implement things that they should have already planned for, and equally importantly, budgeted for? If not, does that mean the benefits are superficial, people-pleasing elements rather than an essential part of urban planning in Toronto?" End quote. To close, the city should not sacrifice good planning in order to secure minimum Section 37 benefits that will not compensate for a host of collective negative impacts. If Section 37 is supposed to compensate neighborhoods that will be negatively impacted by the higher density development, the question we ask you council members today is, if this development is so poorly planned that it causes significant negative impacts to the community, should it even be built in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for James? Seeing none. James, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The final deputy I have listed on this item is Michael Benaziak. Michael? Okay, we don't have Michael connected to the meeting. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Yes, Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Is this, in your opinion, good planning?
Good morning, Victoria Foos, Senior Planner with Community Planning. Deputy Mayor Bailão, yes, I do, in my opinion, think this is good planning.
And the application gets circulated by several departments in the City of Toronto, is that correct?
This application was circulated, yes, to a number of commenting divisions and agencies.
And so there's been changes since the initial application to what we have in front of us right now based on your comments and requests to have these things changed and addressed.
That's correct.
Did transportation look into this application?
They have, yes.
Do they look at the application in the context of other applications and things that have been approved but not yet built in the neighborhood?
They have, yes. That information is typically included as part of the transportation studies submitted with the application.
So are they supportive of what is in front of us?
They are, yes, and it was subject to the provision of money that would be directed towards a new signal at Bloor and Perth, as well as the applicant undertaking design work to further advance that signal that would be installed.
Exactly. So those are some of the changes that get applied since the application comes in and in order to address some of the issues. Can you talk a little bit about the Section 37 and why we have actually put it together with the development at 1319?
Yes. So the Section 37 contribution from this site was packaged with an adjacent development at 1319 Bloor Street West. It's located about 400 meters east of this site, so about a 5-minute walk. Both applications were brought forward by the same applicant, KingSett Capital. And so in an attempt to secure a comprehensive benefits package, we combined the two contributions. And that's why they are being delivered in 1319 Bloor Street West. It's also the location of the future Bloor Lansdowne Smart Track station. So we felt providing these benefits in close proximity to transit was an additional benefit. So we secured a 465 square meter community agency space, $500,000 towards the finishing costs of that space, and 15 new affordable rental dwelling units that would be delivered in 1319 Bloor Street West.
Great. Can you talk about also the rent replacement? Are we
Yes,
replacing
so
all the
in
units?
addition, yeah, so not as a Section 37 benefit, but as a requirement of the rental housing demolition application, there's 17 replacement rental units.
Okay. And what about the community consultation? What kind of consultation did we have with community? Was it just one meeting?
So
Were there
we
several
had,
meetings?
there were several meetings. We had our standard community consultation meeting as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. All meetings were held virtually. So we had our community consultation meeting shortly after the application was submitted. And within the last couple of months, few months prior to this application being brought forward for today's consideration, we had scoped meetings that were specific to many members of South Junction Triangle Grows in an attempt to better understand and resolve the issues that they've raised.
Were changes asked of the applicant in order to respond to some of the suggestions from the residents?
Yes, and one of the changes that was made was a relocation of the lobby space. There were concerns that the lobby entrance off of Sterling would further exacerbate the transportation concerns that we heard today. So that entrance was relocated to Bloor in an effort to respond to that concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Are there any other questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just have a couple very, very quick questions to some of the points that came up. So there was an interesting point about like developers coming in a little bit early for to get approval of these applications. I didn't scroll back into the history and it doesn't come top of mind. When did this application come in?
I believe it was 2021.
So was it before or after the inclusionary zoning policies were adopted by the city?
Before.
Before. But there was some forecasting that those policies were coming, correct?
So correct, yes, but the draft PMTSA that this site is located in will actually be considered by Planning and Housing Committee on July 5th. So that committee has not yet considered the delineation of that PMTSA.
We haven't even passed the PMTSA as we have in other downtown neighborhoods, correct?
That's correct.
And then the province needs to approve it, which who knows whenever, like they haven't happened for the downtown areas yet, have they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now the policy, this is market area 2 according to the inclusionary zoning policy. Take my word for it, Victoria.
Okay.
Market area 2 has an 8% set aside for, this is a condominium build, correct?
Yes.
So
with 17 rental replacement units.
With 17. So take the 17 off the 180 and then apply 8%, it's 12 units, roughly speaking.
I will have to take your word on your math.
Thanks. Yeah, on this you can. They're small numbers. On bigger numbers, I'd question my math. So the consequences, so that's eight units at 80% AMR. The consequences of us not making a settlement here, because the provincial government says we have to have two things. We have to have a policy in effect and we have to have adopted PMTSAs, and we couldn't apply the policy of inclusionary zoning retroactively. In all likelihood, it's impossible that we'd be able to, like, even if the OLT shaved off 4 stories and said you can't build that tall a building, we wouldn't be able to apply the inclusionary zoning policy to this site, correct?
That's correct.
And that's entirely because of the way the province wrote the legislation. Is that fair to say?
The direction for a transition came from the province, yes.
So even if we wanted to say no to all the applications here today, which I would be, for one, just ready to do if I knew 4 months from now we could approve them or approve housing with inclusionary zoning, but you're telling me in this case, we have no PMTSA, it can't be applied retroactively. The province has to approve it anyhow, and this would go to the OLT. Would the OLT apply the inclusionary zoning policy?
I can't speak to what the OLT would do, but given that the PMTSA is still in draft form, the OPA hasn't been adopted by council, and the minister has not yet approved the PMTSA. I can't speculate what the OLT would do, but I can imagine based off of the transition clauses of inclusionary zoning that they would.
So the province set the bar so high that it's taken us this long to get the running start to even try to clear that bar, but this application is already so far out of down the course. I got to stick with one analogy, down the track, that we wouldn't be able to put the bar in front of them in any event. There is no way for us to do it.
Even if the application were to be refused and they would reapply, I believe they would still fall under, pre-IZ regime, because the MTSA is not approved.
Okay, does the city have guidelines around these? I've approved maybe a dozen car elevators. Transportation's reviewed this, right? Like, this is something that's done elsewhere. I haven't heard directly of anything except for I believe it's actually the Trump Tower that had some issues with or the formerly known as in downtown Toronto. But I don't know the circumstances of it. Presumably our engineers and transportation have done their work on this, correct?
They have, yes, and I believe they are on if there's specific questions in relation to the car elevators and that review process.
More, I guess the question to them would be, do we see this as a significant problem that needs to be addressed? Oh, hi, Dan. That needs to be addressed, or that the city needs policy on in order for us? Like, do we need 2 car elevators in all of these buildings in order to address the volume question and when one's out of service? Has the city examined this in other jurisdictions, or?
I can't speak to sort of a broader study, but I will say that we do try to insist upon 2 elevators at a minimum based on the parking supply being proposed. In this case, there are 2 elevators and the parking supply is relatively modest. So we think that the projected vehicle demand using the elevators and the parking spaces sort of satisfies those requirements, that if one elevator were to break, there'd be enough space within the public laneway, within the sort of site area to facilitate operations and not necessarily unduly impact the adjacent public roads. So that's sort of specifically that's how we've looked at this. And there's been study and review submitted that sort of goes through the operational times and the mean service time and the queuing operations, et cetera, based on the estimates for the trips that this site will generate. Now, again, for broader, and then I should also say that we do try to include clauses, for maintenance and repair that sort of are on the books for the future condo owner or building management. I mean, obviously that's a little trickier to enforce at this stage, but it's something that we try to at least put on the docket, so to speak, so that applicants and future owners are aware of what would be their responsibilities for maintenance. Just like they would for a person elevator, you'd have to do that for a car elevator. But for more broadly for the city, I don't know of any specific policy that sort of outlines this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Bailao, you have the floor.
Thank you. I will move the staff recommendations on the report. Change is never easy, and this neighborhood is definitely going through a lot of changes. We initiated a Bloor study actually because we could start seeing all these applications coming in. Some applications the city has not supported. We are fighting, and we have given direction to staff to not support 2 of the current applications that are in front of us. But this is an application, as you heard from staff, that they believe they've addressed some of the issues that planning had at the beginning. It's an 18-story building on Bloor between the Up Express and the new station that will be where the Value Village is going to be. It comes with the challenges of new development, but it comes with also the benefits of housing people. And, we can have a big conversation about the need to have the density being more across the city, and I am a big supporter of that, of ending inclusionary zoning. Hopefully we'll have that conversation here soon, but this is what we have in front of us that has not been approved yet, and we do have transit-oriented communities that we've been mandated to be supported by the province. They want us to have this kind of development. It's also important to understand that there's billions of dollars being invested in this kind of infrastructure in our city. And so the more people take advantage of that infrastructure, I think it is important. That's why, transit-oriented communities are really important, because there is public good that comes out of it. And I wish that we already had inclusionary zoning in place so we could have even more public good, and the affordable housing didn't have to come out of the Section 37 that we had to negotiate. But again, according to the regulations that we have from the province in front of us and that we have to work with, that it was not allowed. But we will get a community agency space, some affordable unit, rental replacement, and the park, which is actually combined so that we can have one bigger park instead of two small parks. But again, this was not in exchange for bad planning. Planning, as a rule, works on the application to ensure that it is good planning. And the Section 37 comes after we ensure that it is good planning. And this is an application that is in front of us, supported by staff. I understand that there's residents that have many concerns and that are against this application, but I truly believe that my job as a city councillor is to listen to them, is to listen to the people that support it, because I did have people in my community that supported. It was a very interesting discussion in another group, Yahoo group listserv that we've had, and many people came and supported this application as well. And the city, the experts, the city planners. And we as councillors have to bring all that information together and then make the decision. I think that's what all of us are going to be doing here today, but I am moving the staff recommendations in support of this development.
Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? No? Councillor Bailao has moved the staff recommendations. All those in favor?
Recorded vote.
Oh, a recorded vote? Okay. So if you could please raise your hands. That includes any members who are in the chamber. I've got Councillor Bailao, Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Layton, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Buxton Potts, and I as the chair also vote in favor, so that's unanimous. Okay. The next item we have, we've got 15 minutes, so we won't finish it, but we might as well get started, is item TE 34.7. 95 St. Joseph Street, official plan and zoning amendment application, final report. The first deputant I have listed is Marilyn Schneider. Marilyn, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Marilyn. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Perks and committee members. Before you is an application to build a 39-story condo. That's 27 stories of condos atop a seniors care facility, to be built on the southeast corner of the St. Michael's campus. What is incomprehensible here is why planning is supporting it in this form. The community has voiced many serious concerns, including height and lack of transition, non-institutional condo use, and heritage preservation. I will address height. Daniels has refused to touch the height. Daniels has remained intransigent and has not budged 1 inch on its initial 39 stories. In 2019, planning unequivocally stated that the 39-story height was not acceptable, not permitted, and defied zoning, and that any height here should transition down from the adjoining 32-story building at 1000 Bay. But after a change in staff, planning suddenly reversed itself. Planning decided to endorse this height, seemingly like magic. Poof, the rules and regulations seemed to disappear. For over 1 year, we've been asking planning for the rationale for this flip-flop, asking repeatedly at meetings and in formal letters to all levels of planning, but with no response at all. Finally, planning is sharing its magic formula for making zoning laws disappear. Planning suggests that the official plan built form policies require new development to fit within the existing and planned context. Planning explains that there are a lot of very tall buildings not too far away, and they cite U condos as one that is comparable. No, U condos is tall, but it's outside the boundary of the U of T secondary plan, and it's in an area designated for high growth in the official plan. It is along Bay Street, as are almost all the other tall buildings nearby, along Bay or near Bay Bloor. Because of the tall buildings, planning says that the proposed 39-story condo tower fits within the existing and planned context. Only if you put on blinders, and only if you look only east to Bay Street. Planning ignores the rest of the context, the immediate and full context to the southwest and north. Yes, next to the site to the east is 32-story, 1000 Bay Street, the point from which height should transition downward. But adjacent to the south is an 18-story condo, half the height of the Daniels proposal, and further south of the government buildings, mostly around 14 stories, none more than 24 stories. To the west is the 4-story Kelly Library and other low-rise university buildings. To the north is Clover Hill Park and the rest of the St. Michael's campus, where all buildings are low to mid-rise, where most are less than 25 meters, none more than 40 meters high, where this specific site directly faces the 5-story Sorbara Residence Hall and the 3-story Victorian Founders House on Elmsley Place. This is the whole context, the real context. The site is on the southeast corner of the St. Mike's Historic Campus, and its context is the beautiful historic St. Mike's campus of architecturally harmonious low to mid-rise buildings. Does a 39-story condo tower, 126 meters tall, which will be the tallest building on the block, taller than the adjoining condos, does it really fit here? If this 39-story condo tower is permitted here, I most respectfully have to ask, who's in charge here? Who's calling the shots here? Not the community, whose primary concerns have been much ignored and sometimes not even answered. Not the Heritage Preservation Board, whom you appointed and who have not accepted the alterations proposed. Not City Council, that in its July 2018 directive on the proposed secondary plan instructed planning to protect these lands for predominantly institutional use and conserve built heritage resources and cultural heritage landscapes. Who's running this show? Please take charge and at least reduce the height to 29 stories to transition properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? I don't see any. Marilyn, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Remo Agostino. Remo? Remo, I think I see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Remo Agostino. I'm the Vice President of Development with the Daniels Corporation. I will keep my remarks brief today. I am here to state our support for the position in the staff report that's before you today. This application was submitted in 2019. We have gone through a long but good process in terms of the review of this application. We've gone through a number of working group meetings with the community, a number of meetings with staff, both planning, heritage, transportation, and others, to address the comments that were put before us. We definitely look to revise the application to address those comments. And I think that's reflected in the positive staff report that is before you. I would like to say that, from when we submitted the application, changes have been made, the density has been reduced, and quite significantly, we've gotten to some certainty with respect to the institutional component of this development, where we didn't have that when we started our application. We have gone out and partnered with a seniors housing provider, one that we have worked with, Amica Mature Lifestyles, to incorporate a 12-story seniors residence that will provide everything from memory care, assisted living, and independent living in a downtown setting within the city. And yes, there are 27 stories of condominium housing or market rental housing to be developed as part of this development. Most likely it will be condominium, but not finalized at this time. And we've also incorporated a sensitive design, we believe, and it's reflected in the later staff report that you'll have from Heritage, in order to address the important heritage attributes on this site. And while we understand that there is concerns from the community remaining, we do believe that we have been very sensitive in terms of the approach that we've taken for this site and its development. We really have a great opportunity to build a city building development here that incorporates heritage, multi-generational housing, and additional housing in the downtown core in a very sensitive manner. We look forward to this committee's recommendations, and also I'm here to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Remo? I don't see any. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Oh, Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, just the project that you have in Toronto St. Paul's at Jakes and Yonge for a memory care building is on pause. And I just wonder, given that reality, how is it that you're moving on this project when you may have to reconsider what will eventually move ahead on the site that I just referred to?
Through Chair Councillor Matlow, that development that we've spoken to you about at Yonge and Rosehill, that is a development with a different seniors provider rather than Amica. And also it's a different model than what's being proposed over here. This development incorporates both memory care, assisted living, and independent living. So different mix, different model from what's happening there. And that is, again, as you've said, just on pause right now as we work through a number of construction pricing challenges and some additional market information. So it's a little bit of a different context, different seniors housing provisions, and not something that is, what I'd say apples to this location and this proposal.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, members, I see that it is now a little bit past 12:25, so we won't have time for our next deputation. I'll see you all back here at 1:30. Are we ready? Okay, welcome back. I call the meeting back to order. When we broke for lunch, we were on item TE 34.7, 95 St. Joseph Street Official Plan and Zoning Amendment Application Final Report. The next deputant I have listed is Mark Flowers. Mark, are you
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Layton here. Just my apologies. I sent you a note about this, but I think that it was meant that we were to hear this item with TE 34.15. I note that there are some overlapping, it's the same site, and there are some overlapping deputants. I don't know if they wish to speak twice, but I just wanted to, I thought it'd be best if we were doing those two together.
Okay, everyone who is listed on 34.15 is also listed on 34.7.
15 is the heritage.
Yep. So yes, I'm going to take that suggestion that we hear the two items together.
No, Councillor, you can't.
I can't.
One is statutory.
Ah.
So if there's a different DV, I have to know exactly.
Okay, members, so I'm advised that because one of the items is statutory, that we need to keep a record of who spoke on the statutory item specifically to preserve their appeal rights, for example. So what I'm going to do is we will hear 34.7, and then after that, I will call 14 and see if anyone needs to depute twice. Fair enough? Yeah, that's the best I can do for now. Okay. So, Mark Flowers. Mark, are you with us?
You hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I
Thank
am.
you
Can
so
you hear me?
much. Yes, you're loud and clear. Mark, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. And I won't even need the full 5 minutes. So I am Mark Flowers of Davies Howe. I'm the lawyer for the applicants, both Daniels HR Corporation, as well as the Bazillion Fathers of Toronto, who are actually the owner of the subject property. I submitted a letter to the clerk earlier this week on this item, and in that letter, I noted that our clients have worked closely both with city staff and members of the surrounding community over the last several years in relation to these applications. And as you heard, revisions have been made to the development to address various comments received. Now, one of the neighbors that we met with repeatedly over the last several years is the University of St. Michael's College. They are the owner of the lands immediately to the west, which is home to the Kelly Library site. They're also the owner of the lands on the north side of St. Joseph Street, immediately opposite the subject property. And although members of council are perhaps not aware of this, given the very recent timing, I can advise that earlier today, the lawyer for St. Michael's College, Ms. Costello, filed a letter with Community Council confirming that St. Michael's College has no objection to the approval of the requested official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for this matter, nor do they have any objections to the proposed alterations under the Heritage Act, which is the other matter to be dealt with. That's TE 34.15. Also in my letter, I had indicated that we generally support the staff recommendations, but noted one relatively minor matter in relation to the draft official plan amendment that had been prepared by city planning staff, namely that to be consistent with the draft zoning bylaw amendment, the official plan amendment should stipulate that the institutional uses which are proposed would comprise at least 50% of the gross floor area, rather than requiring a specific quantum of gross floor area for those institutional uses. And in that regard, I can say that there's no change to the proposal being made, including the proposed institutional uses, simply the manner in which it is expressed in the official plan amendment. And in response, we note that city planning staff, in fact, did submit through the clerk a revised draft official plan amendment. So with that, we urge Community Council to endorse the staff recommendations and recommend that City Council adopt the official plan amendment and enact the zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Councillor Mihevc has a question.
My question to the deputant is, what are the institutional uses being proposed for, what did you say, the first 11 floors?
Right, the up to the 12th floor, you may have heard just before the lunch break, it was Mr. Agostino from Daniels was talking about that they're partnering with Amica, who is going to be doing a seniors facility for up to the 12th floor.
And where are you moving?
And that comprises, and sorry, I was going to say that comprises at least 50% it's obviously not 50% of the height of the building, but it works out to at least 50% of the total gross area of the building will be devoted to institutional uses.
And where is the Faculty of Theology and the Basilian Seniors Residence to be located? I think I know where the seniors are, but the theological faculty, where's that moving to?
I'm not able to answer that. Sorry, I do know that at one time there was a possibility that the Basilians would, in fact, retain this space in the new proposed development, but over time they made the decision that, in fact, they were going to relocate. But I can't tell you on this call exactly where that is too.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions? No, seeing none. Mark, thank you so much for your thoughts today.
Thank you.
The next deputy I have listed is Stephen Belcourt. Stephen?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. And I love the background behind you.
Well, the background in question is the building in question.
Yes. Okay, Stephen, you have 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. As I said, the background in question is the building in question. It's outside my window. And so I have the good fortune to see this building, which has been described by the Toronto Preservation Board as a landmark building, every day. Before us in item 34.15, we have the Toronto Preservation Board's report where they voted as a group to reject the proposed alterations to the Heritage Act, saying that in this case of an Ernest Cormier building, described as a landmark building, the facade and
Stephen, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I'll pause your time. We're going to be taking deputations specific to the heritage item in a few minutes. Do you have any comments on the planning report?
I do. So let me skip that, and I'll come back for that in the next round. So Councillor Bilal this morning, I believe, said that the council has to listen to its experts, and I would ask that you do that. The city had a great, an overall plan, established bylaws saying this site was appropriate for 4 stories in the north end, 7 stories in the back. The UT secondary plan wrote in this building, even though it's the only building in the secondary plan that is not part of UT campus, because it saw the relationship of this building to the macro environment as important. That 1997 secondary plan also did not envision a tall building in this space. And when this application came out in 2019, it was soundly rejected as being inappropriate for the space. The applicant has come forward again and they have made alterations and proposed amendments. They've said, let's shift the driveway 5 feet to the south. Let's widen this laneway by 3 feet. Instead of 39-story tower and a 15-story tower, let's make it a 39-story tower and a 12-story tower. But let's call the 12-story tower a podium. So they made that change. They took what is 100% an institutional building and it decided to plunk 27 stories of residential condominiums on top of it. These are all things that have gone, there are changes, but they're not the right changes. The right change is to step down from 32 stories toward the 4 in the Kelly Library. What would be appropriate? 4 and 7 is what the bylaw says. Is it reasonable to maybe look at 8 and 12? Probably. That, needs have evolved. But the neighborhood hasn't evolved. The neighborhood continues to be a historic central part of downtown Toronto and should be preserved that way. There's been talk in the community consultation sessions as to how the OLT will probably render City Council's efforts moot nonetheless. But we saw last year at Church and Wellesley in the northwest corner that the LPAT tribunal was quite happy to accept city planning's discurrence with the developer's proposal, and they supported the provision that we're being requested. So it's not a rubber stamp that it gets overturned if it goes to appeal. And I think that there's an opportunity for City Council to say, this Ernest Cormier building, which cannot be replicated, it can't be rebuilt, he's not around anymore, then this landmark property be preserved the way it is so that future generations can enjoy it as well. That's it. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Stephen? Seeing none. The next deputant I have listed is Dara Beard. And Dara, if you're listening, again, in case you missed it, we'll be taking separate deputations on the heritage item right after we conclude this item.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear. You have 5 minutes. And
I would love to share, sorry, just before we start, I would love to share a screen, and I do not have permission at the moment.
Okay, we'll make sure you have that.
Now I do. Now I do.
There you are.
A picture tells 1,000 words, so thank you for that. Let me just get myself back to, oh Lord, now I've missed the, now I've lost the meeting. So give me a second.
We can still hear you.
There we go. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
You can see a picture there. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry to delay things. So my name is Dara Beard, Board President of 62 Wellesley Street West, and I'd like to rebalance the final planning report with some local perspective. Please be clear about the location and context of this site. The proposed building will be 39 stories or 131 meters high. The planning report states that buildings within a 250 to 500 meter radius include built and approved buildings with heights from 71 meters to 210 meters. However, these very tall buildings are all east of the site and part of the block bounded by Bay Street and Young Street. If you go west 250 meters, you're in Queen's Park. Go 500 meters and you're at the Ontario Legislature. The real context of this site has been omitted. Directly across the street are the green spaces of Clover Hill Park and the leafy low-rise Heritage St. Mike's campus. Going north is a row of 3 architecturally and historically linked buildings erected with great care over 150 years. The seminary at 95 St. Joseph Street, Sabara Hall, and St. Basil's Church. The south side of St. Joseph Street, including this site, is an integral part of the campus. Thanks to careful development, the street has no visual or psychological disconnect between the north and the south of the campus. Students flow across the street to the Kelly Library. The site of the seminary is 1/3 of the entire length of the south side of this beautiful, harmonious gateway into Queen's Park. The only low-rise, undeveloped street leading east-west to the park. Uniquely, it has unimpeded pedestrian possibilities directly into Queen's Park, the Legislature, Philosopher's Walk, and the eastern part of the U of T campus. Consider the effect of this massively out-of-context building on the south side of St. Joseph Street and the precedent it sets. Please be clear about how the transition would look. Going north from Wellesley Street up from 18 stories across a narrow lane to 39 stories proposed, then immediately down across St. Joseph Street to a street-level park and 4-story campus. Going west from Bay Street up from 32 stories to proposed 39 stories, then immediately down across a narrow lane to 4 stories of the Kelly Library. Remember that good city planning means transitional buildings between high-rise and low-rise, stepping down, not urban cliffs. Please be aware of the dangers of spot zoning. You should support planning and zoning decisions made within the context of existing secondary plans. The practice of spot zoning undermines the carefully considered tenets of Toronto's official plan. The site is part of the secondary plan area for good reason, considering its context and its heritage connections. The old secondary plan did not mark this site for high-rise development. but there are some governing principles in the proposed new plan. Does facadism and demolition of most of the unique E-shape of the seminary building sufficiently preserve Cormier's vision? How does this conserve built heritage resources and cultural heritage landscapes? The Toronto Preservation Board already said no. With a mandate to protect the heritage of this area, please respect their advice. Does replacement of this heritage building by luxury seniors living and a majority residential condo tower affirm institutional uses? How does a shadow moving across the campus and park over 7 hours, including the heritage buildings at Elmsley Place, affirm the character-defining elements of heritage resources and public realm? And how does this proposed building ensure that the secondary plan area will continue to grow and evolve in a way that positively contributes to the character-defining elements of this institutional area? Please don't carve out the site from the secondary plan for a massive condo tower. Demand the greater repurposing and more sensitive development that this location deserves. Please don't turn your faces to Bay Street and turn a blind eye to the precious part of Toronto represented by the street, the campus, and Queen's Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Dara, thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have Chris Robinson. Chris?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chris, and welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. I am Chris Robinson, a member of the 95 Action Group, a 60-strong community group that's been engaged for over 3 years with this development. The development proposal before you asks for a mixed-use 39-story high-rise building to replace the current institutional 4-story Basilian Seminary Heritage Building. 56% of the units would be residential, the remainder would be high revenue generating Amica Seniors Lifestyle Retirement and Elderly Care Units. The Basilian Seminary site is situated within the University of Toronto's secondary plan area, and this application is governed by the existing secondary plan of 1997, which designates this site as institutional use only and 4 to 7 stories in height. Now, clearly, as you've seen from Stephen's background there, this is not a tall building neighborhood. Its neighbors on St. Joseph Street are all 4 stories, except for 1000 Bay, which of course is on the high-density Bay corridor. In fact, it is part of the Queen's Park and St. Michael's College campus cultural heritage landscape that was noted in the 2022 Toronto City Heritage Report for Action. City planning rejected the proposed height in the initial application for 39 stories and mixed use in their planning comments of September 2019, stating, and I quote, "The planning report submitted with the application characterizes the site as a location designated for growth, including residential growth in the downtown. Staff disagree with this characterization of the site. 95 St. Joseph Street should not be viewed as a site that is targeted for residential growth, and any additional height on the property should provide a transition in height and massing from 1000 Bay Street to the low-rise institutional areas to the west." Since September 2019, there have been organizational changes within city planning, and inconsistently perhaps, city planning now do not object to the same proposed height in the revised application, citing new condos at 1080 Bay Street as a precedent. Yet, these are not within the University of Toronto secondary plan. They are on the high-density Bay Street corridor. They were built on a parking lot, not on top of a protected heritage building. No mention at all is now made of height transition from Bay Street, because, quite clearly, there is none. The height would actually rise a further 7 stories from the existing building at 1000 Bay to the proposed tower at 95 St. Joseph on the university campus, before plunging to the 4-story Kelly Library. Now, you have heard the developer say today that they have been responsive to community concerns, but the height is unchanged at 39 stories. The move from institutional only to mixed use remains unchanged. The condo tower would still cast shadow on Queen's Park, St. Mike's campus, and the new Clover Hill Park. There are still outstanding traffic issues with laneway usage. And the local community of more than 2,500 people are still united in their opposition to the current application. This application ignores in-force planning decisions. It would create a dangerous precedent for other parts of the university campus. The developer's revised heritage plan has been rejected by the City Heritage Board earlier this month, and it can be pushed back by your vote today. It is simply the wrong building in the wrong place. Please vote accordingly, and thank you very much for your valuable time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Chris, thank you so much for your thoughts today. Next, I have Matthew Roffey. Matthew?
Oh, hello, can you hear?
Yes, I can. I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome and
hi.
thanks for joining us today, Matthew. You have 5 minutes to address the committee and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. So I currently live at 1000 Bay. Until recently, I lived on the west side, so I would be facing the new development, although I no longer am in that direction. So I think I have like a bit of perspective as an actual resident of the building that's right next to this proposed development. And I mean, overall, I just don't really see the problems that other people are bringing up about height, for example. This area is already surrounded by, huge number of high-rise towers. This new building really doesn't seem out of place with that. It's if anything, it's a good location. Like, it seems like so many of the new towers coming up are, say, along the highway or along extremely busy roads. Being able to be off of that a bit would make it quite pleasant for people who are going to be moving in there to be able to easily access Queen's Park or the university grounds. So in terms of that, I really don't see any problems. And as for the building itself that it's going to be replacing, I think if people weren't aware of its architectural history, they really wouldn't see anything important of it. It's really is a very nondescript building. It doesn't stand out at all compared to some of the other more historical buildings around the U of T campus. So that also seems sort of like a questionable concern. I don't know how many people who aren't heavily involved in this planning process are really that concerned about it. Yeah, so I mean, like, as a perspective of somebody in the building, I think the only real concern is just how close it comes to 1000 Bay. Like right now, from the plan at least, it looks like it's going to just be going upwards on the podium at least to 13 stories. That will really box in the side of 1000 Bay that's facing it. I think that actually would be detrimental to the people who are currently living here. To go from an open space to a building that's that close. The distance, I think it's like a 30-meter distance to the main tower, which seems fine. It's just the distance to the podium itself is very narrow. That's the only, from my perspective at least, the only real issue that for people who are currently living here. Otherwise, though, I mean, it's not an exceptionally interesting building it's replacing. There's a huge shortage of housing in Toronto right now. And overall, this seems like a pretty desirable place to live. So aside from the distance to the 1000 Bay, I really see no serious issues with this development. That's pretty much all I have to say for this.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Matthew, thank you so much for your time today and your thoughts. Members, I propose, that was the last deputation I had on this item, unless there are any members of the public in the chamber now who want to depute on this. Seeing none. What I'm going to propose is that before we move to the debate on this item, we consider, we hear deputations on the related item TE 34.15, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement 95 St. Joseph. First, I have listed Remy Agostino.
Councillor Perks, if I may, my disposition of this item and the next item are going to be quite similar. And it may be that some of the speakers on this following item don't need to or don't necessarily need to speak to the second item based on my disposition of the first. I'm happy to give that option, but if I can give my speech related to this item, I think it'll forecast what my plan is for the second item. I'm happy just to say it. And then maybe that will speed things up. It's up to you.
Okay, so
I only need to speak once.
All right. I mean, I'm amenable to that. Does any member object to giving Councillor Layton the floor and then going to the deputants on the next item? No? Okay, let's do it this way. Councillor Layton, the floor is yours.
If I may, I have questions of staff first, just about 6 of them.
Okay.
My first question is on the heritage piece, and this may actually be to the solicitor, that if the city refuses the recommendation from staff on the alteration to the building, as well as refuses the application itself, how strong is the heritage protection coming from the OLT?
Sorry, what do you mean? I'm sorry, Councillor. What do you mean by coming from the OLT? Sorry.
Well, can the OLT overturn our refusal to alter the building if they grant permission up for the building?
I would have to understand a little bit more about the background of if the matter's been appealed at all.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that is one of the possibilities on, generally speaking, in front of the OLT on a heritage matter.
And where would that leave what the city has secured by way of heritage retention and preservation? If the OLT would then get to make up the outcome, or does that would the heritage recommendations stand automatically, or is it possible that we would get less heritage?
Yeah, I mean, those are all possible outcomes, I would say.
I'll rephrase that, Ms. Matsumoto. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is it possible that we could end up with less heritage retention if we rejected the recommendations from staff and sent this to appeal?
Yes.
Okay. And then so over to the planning side. Leontine is here somewhere, I know, on the screens, but there's lots of screens here. On the transitions, there were claims that we haven't given a specific answer to why, how planning is considering the transition, although I have been at many public meetings when you have explained it. So perhaps very briefly, could you give us that explanation? I see James is on the call too now. Just briefly, what's the rationale for that transition currently from the east sort of height ridges at Yonge towards where we would like to see something perhaps a little bit lower at Queen's Park?
So maybe I'll start, and through the chair, staff looked at similar relationships of other buildings that are west of Bay Street in terms of their proximity to U of T, including 65 St. Mary, which is considerably taller at 55 stories, but also 70 St. Mary, which is in the U of T secondary plan area, which is also taller than this proposal. Those projects are of course north of Clover Hill Park. So then staff turned our attention to the shadows on Clover Hill Park. And in this case, the reach of the shadows are very comparable to the shadows on Clover Hill Park that are cast by 1000 Bay Street. And that is because this tower is actually set back further from St. Joseph. So looking at that criteria is what allowed staff to look at the height of 132 meters as being acceptable.
Are there any precedents that exist for this institute? So I'm switching gears now to the institutional and use question. This is kind of an odd institutional use on the U of T grounds, but I'm sure, or I suppose there may be other circumstances where on around educational facilities, there are other institutional uses, and maybe in other areas like the hospital district, there are other institutional uses. Are we satisfied and that indeed they are retaining an appropriate amount of institutional use to justify allowing another use? And what is is this establishing a precedent for the loss of institutional designated land?
Councillor, with respect to the institutional use, the City of Toronto zoning bylaw does consider the retirement residence that's proposed for the site as an institutional use. So yes, it is an institutional use. With respect to the site itself, the amount of institutional on the site is going to be more than 50% of the building, or at least 50% of the building. And the institutional growth on the site itself, from what it exists today, is it's 3 times as much institutional use as exists today. So there is a significant growth in the amount of institutional use. With respect to precedent, all I can say is that as councillors are aware, each individual application is reviewed on its own merit. And if an application was to come in with a similar, it would be reviewed on its own merit.
But there are lots of examples out there of areas that are where we're wanting to focus office redevelopment, where we allow for office replacement and enhancement and a significant amount of residential on the top, correct? Is that diminishing the power of the zoning for that office space or our ability to protect that office space?
No, not my opinion, Councillor. Like I indicated, there's a significant growth in the amount of institutional use. Likewise, there are sites with office where there is a significant growth in the amount of office on those uses as well. It's not diminishing that use.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready to speak when appropriate, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions at this point? Councillor Layton, why don't you speak now?
Yes, thank you very much. If the clerk could put the recommendation on the screen, I'm going to be moving that this item proceed to council without recommendation, and that a request be made to the solicitor to report directly to council on a series of matters that include the potential risk to heritage. Thank you. I'll just keep going. That's all right. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So I can read it out. Requests the city solicitor to provide a confidential report directly to council, setting out the likely outcomes of an appeal at the OLT should the application be refused by the city and appealed by the applicant, and include the following materials: 1, refusal of alteration for the heritage building; 2, refusal of grant permissions to build residential and institutional area zone; and 3, refusal to grant the height and setbacks of the report; 4, planning evidence required to defend the refusal request, i.e. Our ability to hire outside experts to actually put a case together. Look, I'm torn over this application, and I'll tell you why. One, on the one hand, housing is good. We need housing in the city. We know that. We know we need to intensify our city. And senior housing, all the better. We need those supportive senior beds, particularly in the downtown. You see, I don't own a car. I can't. But when my mom ages out of her own home, we need places for her to live, and for all of your parents to live, so that you can live close to them. They don't necessarily need to be warehoused out at the Donway or outside of the downtown core. They want to be close to their grandkids. They want visits. We need that seniors and supportive housing for seniors. This is a tall building neighborhood. Notwithstanding what's next to it, the university and the low-rise, beautiful character of the university, it is a tall building neighborhood. And if this was a blank site or wasn't necessarily in this context, I think the question would be or the answer would be very clear to that. But it's not, because there are sensitive uses around the site. To the west is a much lower scale of building than to the east, and indeed currently this building has shares much more in common with the west than it does to the east. Now, one thing, fortunately, the many of the challenges with the setbacks have been, many, I wouldn't say all, but have been addressed. One of the major problems, and it hasn't come up, is 1000 Bay. When a developer builds lot line to lot line straight up on that property line, it's a challenge to meet those setbacks. And the quality of life in those buildings will be impacted because of development on adjacent sites. It's not first out of the gate gets everything and be damned to everyone else. So like that but some care has been taken, particularly around transportation issues. And it didn't come up, but there was a lot of movement around how vehicles will get in or out and trying to address an already very difficult situation for people entering and exiting, particularly utilities and garbage trucks entering and exiting 1000 Bay. So some care was taken there, but there is this other hand of the strong heritage character of the neighborhood. And if we are indeed on a slippery slope of now opening up all institutional properties for significant residential redevelopment. And we have seen on some sites, while we've been able to enhance office on some have not ended up with great office replacement policies on them. So we need to make sure that we're not entering that area. I would say two things, and this is just a caution to the community. Three things. One is I'm going to look very, very carefully at the advice from our solicitor, because I'm not going to put the city at risk of losing things that we can achieve on this site just at the notion that nothing should be built on this site and we should make a point, because in all likelihood something will be built on this site, and we are responding to the application in front of us, not a theoretical application of what could come in if it was 8 stories tall. The two other points I would like to say, one is the claims that this is somehow for rich seniors. I don't care. Honestly, I would much prefer it to be for low-income seniors. But the fact that you're now suggesting that people that can pay this amount of money shouldn't live downtown, and you know what? I did a quick search. 2 local seniors care with the same level of care in the neighborhood, Belmont and Yorkville, cost more. So please don't use that and try to vilify another group of people because of a view. I'll take it as because you cared about the heritage in the property and the overall heritage character of the district, but please don't do it just to vilify another whole host of people based on their age and their income because of building maybe too tall. I just don't think that's fair in my opinion. And secondly, what I think was profoundly unfair was the comments from the first deputant that said our planners had not answered the questions. I was at those very meetings. Planning made their rationale. Community and myself included might not have agreed, but those questions were answered by a professional planner in their professional capacity, and nothing less. And we can't go around saying that those questions were not, or that questions were not answered, and somehow the city's being secretive or in the pockets of developers on this one. 2 towers turned into 1. We started achieving tower distance separations and lowering the GFA and improving the access to the property. That happened through the working group with the help of the planner and the community. Those were all steps forward. I know there are some outstanding issues. I want some more information on them. I'm prepared to turn over every stone to get there, but I really don't think it's fair to characterize our planners been doing nothing else but their job. So thank you to our planners and the city team on that side, and I look forward to a report from solicitors.
Thank you. So what we're going to do now, as we discussed, is go to item 3415 and hear any deputations on this item having to do with the alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 95 St. Joseph Street item. First, I have Remo Agostino. Remo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. I'll keep my comments brief, given the recommendation that's before you, and just maybe point to the amount of work that has been undertaken with respect to heritage and planning around heritage and the heritage attributes on the site. There are, important heritage attributes that we are looking to retain and enhance throughout the site, being the St. Joseph facade in its entirety, along with an acceptable return to the building, a restoration of the fourth level of the facade. You'll see in some of the photos the facade has an addition, a brutalist addition that was done to accommodate washrooms for senior residents, senior Brazilian fathers that were living in the building, and a little bit more room to the space. That'll be taken down, and the original facade will be restored. And also an existing chapel that is currently interior to the site, very private, that was used by the Brazilian fathers. We are going to pick it up, rotate it 90 degrees, move it to the west portion of the site to be in relation with a pedestrian walkway, a link that goes from St. Joe's to St. Basil's Lane, and give that heritage building prominence to be definitely much more visible from the public. And also, the current plans right now are to plan for that to be a more public space. It could be incorporated into the condominium, but right now the plans and the design and the back of house is all for this to be a successful standalone sort of commercial or more publicly accessible space, which we think adds to the overall development. We really have spent a lot of time working with heritage staff on achieving appropriate setbacks and stepbacks. This building, yes, it's next to the U of T secondary plan area and a number of the heritage buildings, but we believe the materiality of the building, especially in the podium of the building, and also in terms of the setbacks and stepbacks achieved, are actually just as good, if not better, to other tall buildings that are either in place today or planned for in the future adjacent to the U of T secondary plan area. So with that, I do want to thank staff for the ability to work with them and work through these issues. Heritage has always been at the forefront of our plans in terms of how we wanted to move forward with this site. It's been an important factor also for the Brazilian fathers. And I'm here really to take any additional questions that you may have with respect to that. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next, I have Mark Flowers. Mark?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and
Great,
clear.
thank you.
You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon again. I'm Mark Flowers of Davies Howe, again, lawyer for the applicants, Daniels HR Corporation, as well as the owner of the subject property, which is the Brazilian Fathers of Toronto. And I did submit a letter to Community Council earlier this week. In that letter, I had noted that following Council's issuance of a notice of intention to designate the property under the Ontario Heritage Act earlier this year, our client then submitted an application to permit the heritage alterations you've heard about. The matter then came before Toronto Preservation Board earlier this month. And in speaking to the previous matter just a few moments ago, you heard some of the speakers assert that the Toronto Preservation Board, I think the words were, rejected this application or said no to this proposal. In fact, that's simply not true. I'm looking at the Preservation Board's decision letter on the agenda list for this very item. It clearly states that the decision was that the Toronto Preservation Board submits this item to Toronto and East York Community Council without recommendation. So it was not a rejection, it was simply no recommendation put forward to this committee. I can confirm our client's general support for the staff recommendations, particularly the recommendation to approve the proposed alterations to the property and thereby accommodate the proposed mixed-use development that you just heard about as the item under agenda, item TE 34.7. I will say we have a very minor concern with one of the recommended conditions of approval, and that's simply the condition that would require a heritage easement agreement to be executed by December 9th, 2022, failing which the condition may be deemed unfulfilled. I want to be clear, our clients are agreeable to entering into a heritage easement agreement as a condition of approval and in order to secure the various heritage items that Mr. Agostino has just spoken about. We simply don't think that the proposed sunset date is necessary, and that's particularly so where the staff recommendation, both for this matter and in fact the previous matter we just heard about, in fact now contemplates the heritage easement agreement being executed prior to issuance of a building permit. And it's fair to say issuance of a building permit is not expected to occur before December of this year. So with that, and again, I want to stress that's a very minor matter in our view, but I wanted to bring it to your attention in any event. So in summary, we urge Community Council to endorse the staff recommendations with that one minor exception, and to recommend Council approve the proposed alterations in order to allow the proposed mixed-use development to proceed. With that, I thank you for your time, and again, happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Dara Beard, you're up next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly clearly. Dara, go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So it does take courage to say no to a development application, but your difficult decisions have very real implications for Toronto. And I just wanted to briefly outline some important heritage issues. The community has worked since 2018 for the Basilian Seminary to have heritage designation, and in March this year that was approved by this body. The test of that designation's meaning has now arrived. The community does not object to the Heritage Basilian Seminary being repurposed or sensitively redeveloped. The problem is the degree of demolition and the height and massing of the proposal in the context of the streetscape and St. Mike's campus. The community feels very strongly on this matter. The Heritage Board received nearly 300 submissions pleading for greater protection for this building, a record. Over 1,163 people have signed petitions. But I also want to share with you some expert commentary from the 79-page City Heritage Designation Report. Punctuated by the spires of St. Basil's Church and Carr Hall, and set in a series of landscaped open spaces, even interwoven with pedestrian pathways, which together form a distinct cultural heritage landscape, St. Basil's Seminary is an important contributor to this evolved collection and context of St. Michael's College. From Phyllis Lambert, from the Canadian Centre for Architecture, and a preeminent expert on heritage preservation. The proposed design does not adequately preserve Cormier's building, nor its significant historical value to Toronto and to Canada. Moreover, the high-rise residential tower block does not fit in the context of this site and its relationship with the St. Michael's College campus and Queen's Park. Rather, it destroys them. We cannot continue with a developer-oriented city which permits gains for a few and a loss for the many. I encourage you to say no to these proposed alterations so that this property can be thoughtfully developed, as I fervently believe it can, and set the example for a generous and humane environment for the citizens of Toronto. This is an opportunity to shed the inadmissible kind of facadism. The Toronto Preservation Board considered this matter 2 weeks ago and would not recommend the amendments report necessary for this development. Let us be clear, some members were very unhappy about the proposal. Robert Alsop beautifully articulated what has been the community position with this development all along. I prefer to say this is a fragile place. It has some very special architectural pieces in it. It's a totality. How do we insert development into that without destroying what we've got? I'm not going to support this recommendation because it doesn't start from that point. Architectural Conservancy Ontario. The loss of these small-scale quality buildings in our neighbourhoods erodes the very nature of what makes Toronto's neighbourhoods inviting and great places to explore. Linda Stefano, professor, consultant and writer in the field of cultural heritage. Remember the importance of St. Joseph Street as part of a streetscape that is one of the approaches to Queen's Park. Councillors, please not allow the destruction of Toronto's most beautiful heritage areas. I'm not sure I completely understand the implications of what Councillor Layton is now suggesting, but if all decisions are to be yes, because the OLT always says no, I no longer understand how the planning process works. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for your deputation. Next, I have listed Chris Robinson. Chris?
Thank you very much again for a couple of minutes of your time. This is an opportunity to address you on a side of, quite frankly, national importance. You're being asked to vote today on whether to accept the developer's proposal to demolish the Basilian Seminary, retaining only the facade and one of the chapels, and then replace it with a 39-story mixed-use condo tower. Now, here is what the experts have said. Ernest Cormier's Basilian Seminary is one of Canada's most lauded architects, most highly esteemed creations, built at the height of his powers and only one of 3 in Toronto and indeed all of Ontario. His work is respected globally. Phyllis Lambert from the Canadian Centre for Architecture, one of Canada's most respected experts in the field, has written to the Heritage Board no less than 4 times that the architectural heritage of this building should be fully protected in all its elements. In 2018, prior to the development application, the seminary was proposed for Part 4 protection, which was approved by this council in February this year. In 2019, the city planners on the file comprehensively detailed the many reasons why city planning did not support the development, including objections to height, massing, and use. In January this year, the 79-page City Heritage Planning Report for Action provided a detailed rationale in support of the preservation of all of the components of the site, including, most importantly, the entire form of the E-shaped main building and both chapels. At the City Heritage Board meeting considering this report, the board unanimously voted in favour of Part 4 protection. Earlier this month, the City Heritage Board considered an alterations report supporting the developer's request to demolish the seminary. The expert board members voted not to accept, sorry Mark, but that's what I think they voted to, not to accept the alterations report, arguing that it didn't respect the architectural significance, the cultural importance, or the contextual integrity of the site. And incidentally, when the concern of appeal to OLT was raised, the chair, I think it was, said that they would go, if necessary, to the guillotine. I think metaphorically, I hope. The experts have clearly spoken, repeatedly, eloquently, and in detail as to why Cormier's Basilian Seminary should be protected for future generations of Torontonians. Today is really the day when this issue will be decided. Your vote will decide whether the distinct cultural heritage landscape of St. Michael's College campus in Queen's Park, the site of Toronto's Catholic history and heritage dating back in unbroken continuity over 170 years, is to be preserved or knocked down for another condo tower. This is a Toronto-wide decision, not just a local one. Please consider the bigger picture, and please vote to ask the developer to go back and reconsider their plans so that Cormier's legacy can be better preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, the final deputant I have listed on this item is Stephen Belcourt. Stephen?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will also try and be brief, although I see my count. There we go. My counter is restarting. I also would like to just simply frame Mr. Flowers' comments. I spent 3 hours listening to the Toronto Preservation Board, where they were presented with the staff recommendation to accept the amendments, and the majority vote at the end of that by the heritage experts was to not accept the staff recommendations to the alterations as proposed. That doesn't mean nothing can go here. It doesn't mean there can't be change. But the change proposed is wrong. For those of you who don't know who Ernest Cormier is, to the extent that those of us who worked with him on this for 3 years do, Cormier designed the Supreme Court of Canada building. He designed the main pavilion at the University of Montreal. He designed the house that Pierre Elliott Trudeau lived in. And along with contemporaries like Le Corbusier and Oscar Niemeyer, was invited to join to be Canada's delegate to the design of the New York City United Nations building. He is not a nobody. He's not a run-of-the-mill designer. He is a designer who has 3 buildings in Toronto, 2 of which are on this street. 2 of which are on this street, which is frequently used in filming. The film industry seems to love this street. It's got this beautiful feel of low-rise, sort of intimacy. And I think that's what you see when Cormier's building was erected. He was presented with a plot of land. It had on it the 1917 Newman Chapel. He could have raised that. He could have constructed a building which occupied the entire plot of land. Instead, there are 2 interior courtyards. He preserved and built around the 1917 Newman Chapel, because in his esteemed vision, this was the right use for this space. There was technology in the 50s to build higher than 4 stories, but a renowned architect said this is what belongs here. The fact that Thousand Bay protects it from the noise and circulation of Bay Street is fabulous. No objection to that. You do have to have some place to put people. But what's happened with the buildings at U Condos, the building at 1000 Bay and 62 Wellesley, is you've created an enclave that leads into Queen's Park. We talk about how the types of buildings that go in these types of places, there's only one Queen's Park in Toronto. There's only one University of Toronto in Toronto. These places are not places like these places. These places are this place. And that uniqueness is what I'm urging you to consider as you look at this report. Look at the Preservation Board's recommendations, or in their case, their lack of a recommendation to accept the staff report. The idea that they do not see the staff report as being substantial, acceptable to move forward should tell you something. I'm not saying we oppose everything. If we were talking about speed humps like earlier today, I don't think you'd have nearly this objection. But this is pretty substantial and it's irrevocable. Once this Cormier building's gone from Toronto, it's gone. If the developer wants to open up the chapel to the public, fantastic. It's sitting right in the middle of this dual courtyard. Open the front door, make it public. It doesn't mean you have to pick it up and turn it sideways so it no longer captures the light. Take away its courtyards, get rid of the green space that the architect envisioned within his space, destroy the 1917 Newman Chapel. None of those things have to happen. Those are all just desirables from this developer. There are alternatives, and I urge you to reject this proposal so they can go back and reimagine what this site could be in a way that is both respectful, acceptable to its neighborhood, and contextual. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Are there any members of the public who wish to depute on this item? I don't see any. So, going back to where we were, Councillor Layton had spoken and made a motion on item 34.7. Are there any members who want to ask questions of Councillor Layton? Any members who want to speak? No? If we could just have Councillor Layton's motion on 34.7 up again so the public can see what we're voting on. Oh, this is for 34.15. Oh, Councillor Layton, did you? Councillor Layton, are you?
I believed I moved referral without recommendation on both items.
Yeah. So he wants to refer both 34.7.
Yeah, we have a motion on each, but we need to
Yeah. So could we have 7 up? Yeah, that's where we are now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's the item on 34.7. So on Councillor Layton's motion, all those in favor? Opposed, if any, that carried. We'll go now to 3415. Councillor Layton, I take it the remarks you made on 7 cover this as well?
They do.
Okay, are there any questions of the mover on that? No, seeing none. Anyone want to speak to this? No. So on Councillor Layton's motion on this item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we will now go to item 34.8. Don't despair, members. We've done over 100 items so far. The University of Toronto St. George Campus Secondary Plan Official Plan Amendment Report. The first deputant I have here is Emily Reisman. Emily?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Can you hear me okay?
You're loud and clear. Welcome.
Fabulous.
And you'll have
Thank
5
you. May
minutes
I have
to address.
permission?
Oh, you want permission to share your
Yes,
screen?
if I have a couple of
that's
visuals for
that's
you.
been granted now. So please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of council, my name is Emily Reisman. I'm a planner with Urban Strategies here in Toronto. I'm here on behalf of the Governing Council of the University of Toronto to express the university's strong support of the new secondary plan for the St. George campus that's been prepared by staff and recommended for approval before you today. We in the university would like to extend our sincere gratitude, first of all, for the hard work of planners Paul Johnson, urban designer Nassim Madab, Dan DiBartolo and Heritage in particular, as well as to Councillor Layton and his staff, and former Councillor Cressy and his staff with whom this work began. Urban Strategies has been working with the University of Toronto since 2015 to develop an updated secondary plan to replace the long outdated current secondary plan that dates from 1997, itself a product of the university's 1994 master plan. Needless to say, much has changed in that intervening 27-year period, both in terms of the university's needs as well as provincial municipal planning policy. The university updated its master plan in 2011, and prior to making an application in 2016 to amend the secondary plan applying to their lands, we undertook a range of community engagement with staff, faculty, and students and the broader community to inform the proposal. Additional consultation was held following the submission in 2016, and we prepared an updated secondary plan and set of urban design guidelines to reflect the comments we had heard from the staff and the community that were submitted in 2018, and to which further comments then were still received. Since that time, though with some delay related to the pandemic, staff have been undertaking further engagement and making additional updates to the draft secondary plan and urban design guidelines that apply to the entire secondary plan area, which includes also lands not owned by the university, including the provincial government, several federated colleges, and other cultural institutions and private landowners. The new secondary plan will provide a comprehensive guidance for the appropriate growth across the campus. And importantly, that growth is contextualized to the many different characters that define the area, from the iconic central campus to the more intensive west campus. For example, an innovative new policy is introduced for the front campus panoramic view. The accommodated growth also comes with appropriate direction to expand and enhance the open space system, with many existing open spaces protected and areas for new ones identified, and direction to shift mobility networks towards more space for pedestrians and cyclists. The approach to growth is rooted in respect for the area's heritage, with some 50 buildings listed or designated on the campus alone today. And this growth, respect for heritage and the growth is enshrined in the character area policies and related guidelines that are proposed. These fundamentals of the draft plan before you are consistent with the approach the university took with the original application in 2016 and updates in 2018. The current secondary plan from 1997 no longer provides meaningful direction for the development on the campus, and development applications are being considered in the absence of a comprehensive understanding of where and how to grow. The university, city, and community will all benefit from a clear policy framework for managing change. The ability to grow and adapt is core to the university's ability to deliver on its mandate to provide excellence in higher education and cutting-edge research. The campus and its facilities and its position in the city are core to that objective by accommodating more students in better learning environments and attracting the best faculty and staff. The updated secondary plan will create the conditions for this growth while allowing the university to continue acting on its commitments to demonstrated excellence in heritage conservation, sustainability and climate positive building, and overall design excellence in buildings and open spaces. And in so doing, the university and its presence at the St. George campus in particular contribute back to the city as a major employer, business incubator, and economic driver with over 25,000 faculty and staff, adding $12 billion in stimulus to the GTA. The updated secondary plan contributes to this important civic role. In summary, the new secondary plan will allow for responsible growth consistent with the current provincial and municipal policy frameworks, heritage conservation goals of the official plan, together with new policies to recognize and protect the character of special places like the historic campus core and protect and enhance open spaces. On behalf of the university, we request that this committee endorse the recommendations of city staff and support the new secondary plan and guidelines. Thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If I could have the members back. If I could just have the screen with the members back so I can see if there are any questions. No? Okay. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
Members, we've had a request to change the deputation order because it's a school graduation day. I had actually hoped to go to a couple of school graduations this evening, but I don't think I'll make it. So with your permission, next I'd like to call, is it Alistair Grieve? Come on up, Alistair. Yeah, and the staff will, does he need to put the button? There you go. Okay. So Alistair, you've been sitting listening, you know the drill, you got 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Is there an opportunity to put on the board my illustrations?
There's a platter right beside you there. If you put those on it and just put it the way you would read it.
And push which button?
Here you go. Give it a second.
Thank
there
you.
you are.
Thank you so much.
Okay, is that good?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillors, as mentioned, my daughter is having her high school graduation at Convocation Hall, so I jumped on a Bixie and I'm down here and I'll head back as soon as I can. So first I'd like to congratulate the planners and the councillor on the immense work done on this plan over the years in the pandemic time, and I respect how much work has been done. And it must be very exhausting. I respect that. The reason I'm here is that I'm asking that we don't let the fatigue from that huge process that they've been undergoing get in the way of acknowledging a small problem in the detail of some of the diagrams. In specific, I'm referring to in the urban design guidelines, drawings 2.16 and 2.17. So up on the board right now, I have there are 6 categories which govern the design proposal that the planners have in mind. And the category 1 and category 2 detail the angular plane idea such that the front face of any addition would have to start or have to be limited by a 45-degree angle. So this I understand completely. Category 5 and 6 are identical to category 1 and 2, with the exception that the planners want to have site-specific flexibility in terms of where any addition would start. So this is based on heritage building situations. So my point is that there is a sort of logical error in category 5 and 6. What was left in category 6 to differentiate it from category 1 and 2. I'll put on, so here's 5 and 6. So the difference between 5 and 6 should have been that there's flexibility on the angle. And by mistake, the angle 45 degrees was left in the diagram, and the indication of flexibility was indicated on the horizontal plane. So horizontal planes are flexible in an angular plane situation always. So the horizontal plane, that's understood. It should be always variable. What should be marked variable is the angle. And by mistake, the 45-degree angle was left in place. So I have been interacting with the councillor and the planners, and I humbly and politely asked that we have this fixed. And of course, I do respect that there is an exhaustion about the detail in this plan, but this is a small error that is significant to us and our need to grow. We have a building right at the corner of the campus, and we are in category 5. So what I have asked for is a very small amendment that would change. On the left, you see the current drawing 2.16, which also is reflected in 2.17. It has the 45-degree angle specified by mistake. I'm asking that 45-degree angle be changed to variable angle. That's very significant. So these drawings, Paul's position is that the text is primary. It's not important what the diagrams show. However, the drawings are illustrative. They're not simply an example. They illustrate each category. So the fact that it's incorrect or it shows one 45-degree angle is potentially a cause of confusion in the future. So I'm respectfully asking that we have an amendment that takes away the 45-degree angle specified in the illustration and replace it with angle varies. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope we don't burden you with a lot of questions because you've got to get to that graduation. Are there any questions, Mike or Councillor
I'm just gonna just very quickly, Alistair. I'm going to ask questions about this and make a statement about it later. While I'm not going to propose a change, I think we're going to get definitively now, both on paper, which you have, and on the video clip, the interpretation of the planner, because I'm going to ask several questions on this. So I want to make every attempt to make sure that this is clarified in whatever ways we know how. I've been advised that I shouldn't make the change from planning, not because it's not what they intend, it's just it may impact other things, but I assure you, if you pull up the tape, you're going to get the answer you want to get out of planning on video, okay?
We obviously still would prefer to have it in writing. We've had trouble in the past with small details not being correct. And when we brought it up as a problem, the point was, well, Alistair, you're not the university. You and your company, you're not. So small constituents have difficulty with problems when they occur.
Well, I don't think planning is going to interpret it the same way as you, but just please pull up the tape when you're able to. And congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. We can let you run off now. Thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts. Elizabeth Sisam is next.
Hello.
Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. It's been a long day for you, and we thank you for taking the time to listen. As you know, my name is Elizabeth Sisam. I am a member of the Toronto Preservation Board and of the Queen's Park Heritage Precinct Coalition. But today I speak as a board member of the Annex Residents Association and concerned residents of the City of Toronto. After 4 years of near silence, a copy of the U of T secondary plan was made available on May 13th of this year. We have had a little over 3 weeks to consult on the secondary plan. City staff have been working very hard, and there's a lot to look at. We ask, is this enough time for consultation? The University of Toronto and neighboring institutions have proceeded with development applications and zoning bylaws through spot zonings. Their projects have continued through the approval pipeline despite the outdated 1997 secondary plan. The existing plan, now in force, is not holding anything up. Once in place, the proposed secondary plan and guidelines will govern development on the campus for decades. Why the rush? It's important to get it right. We also feel it's important that the public record and discussions at TYCC reflect our concerns about process and content raised to planning and the councillor in earlier correspondence. Some modifications have been made, but more are necessary. We raised 5 areas of significance: the Queen's Park area, the cultural heritage landscape, the open space and public realm network, and acknowledgement of Indigenous culture and history, and finally, the monetization of institutional assets. I want today to speak about the Queen's Park area, the area from Bloor to College, ceremonial with historic buildings in a park-like setting. We all agree it's a very special place in Toronto. 18 months ago, the Queen's Park Heritage Coalition, made up of over 100 Torontonians and hundreds of local and provincial residents associations, financed a successful mediation of the U of T proposed development at the planetarium site, opposing the recommendations set out in the staff report. LPAT mediation reduced the massing of the proposed development to better fit within this special area. 2 years ago, at separate meetings preceding LPAT, City Council, Toronto and East York Community Council, and the Toronto Preservation Board all gave staff direction to undertake a cultural heritage landscape study of Queen's Park precinct. The study has yet to be initiated by planning, and we're not certain there is any priority to do so. We're anxiously waiting, but it's not listed in the work plan. And now we have this situation. We have pressed the case that Lillian Massey and the ROM should not be part of the Bloor Street corridor. These 2 buildings belong to Queen's Park. Together with the ROM, its sister building across the street, the heritage portions of each building are only about 18 meters high, reflecting the character of Queen's Park, not the canyons of Bloor Street. The present wording in the secondary plan allows for a mid-rise building of 12 institutional stories, or 48 meters on both sites. Our goal is to protect these 2 heritage buildings and to protect the Queen's Park precinct. There aren't many special places left in this city. Most have been ravaged by redevelopment. How many heritage buildings now have tall towers cantilevered over them? Victoria University, true stewards of the public domain, wrote a most eloquent and moving letter expressing concurrence to maintain this corner as, and I quote, special and distinctive. 48 meters over the Lillian Massey building was not necessary. Their correspondence expresses ongoing commitment to heritage buildings and the cultural heritage landscape of the Victoria University campus. Councillors and staff should do everything to protect special areas in the city, but this is not the case. We continue to fight an uphill battle. We heard that staff could not accept the concept for fear of an appeal, yet Victoria University has not requested 48 meter height over Lillian Massey. So now you have a choice. Support the staff report and allow for mid-rise or 48 meters, which is the same height as the Park Hyatt Hotel across the street, or agree with the property owner, residents association, and all those who supported the protection of the Queen's Park Heritage Precinct and maintain the existing low-rise heights over the footprint of the Lillian Massey building. All we ask is that the public domain be protected. The future rests in your hands. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Sue Dexter. Sue.
we go, guys. Can you
Hey.
hear?
Yes, we sure
Hey.
can. Loud and clear.
Hey, long day ahead, long day, long weeks, long months.
Long. Sue, you got 5
Yeah.
minutes. You know the drill.
Okay, thanks for the 5 minutes, by the way, Counselor, because that matters. I'm Sue Dexter, Harvard Village Residents Association, but I also speak for the Queen's Park Heritage Coalition, concerned residents seeking the preservation of the unique ceremonial and historic corridor that flanks Queen's Park between Bloor and College. We're here because of a boundary dispute. Think Queen's Park corridor, wide street, relaxed characters, green space, heritage buildings, and a contemplative institutional landscape terminating at Lillian Massey and the ROM. If you're dividing the St. George campus into character areas, where do these buildings belong? As two buildings along the bustle and towers of Bloor Street, or as the northern gateway to Queen's Park? We hold it is more important to maintain the continuity and conservation of the unique streetscape winding north from College or south from Bloor than to add Lillian Massey and the ROM to Bloor Street, with reason. 6 years ago, the University of Toronto drafted its application to update this secondary plan. The designated houses, Faulkner Hall, Fallal House, and Music, a couple of stories at best, were proposed to be folded into a Bloor Street character area with its zoning and built form. Little surprise, this notional incursion of Bloor Street characters soon became justification for the height and massing of the U of T planetarium proposal at 90 Queen's Park. Ultimately, that massing was cut back to create a more congenial relationship to the corridor, but only after the Queen's Park Heritage Coalition appealed. We risk going there again. These buildings may have Bloor addresses, but together their main significance, in our view, and the initial reasons for their designation, is as gateway or terminus of the St. George campus. Consider Lillian Massey's business credentials. The presence of a small 1990 commercial component leased to Club Monaco and now empty, which simply put a floor over a basement swimming pool and a main floor sales space within the north wing, does not make Lillian Massey a Bloor Street building. Easily 2/3 of the building is for academic purposes, all accessed from the main door along Queen's Park. Years ago, at the time the ROM was expanded, the Crystal was set back enough distance west along Bloor to allow the east building to remain completely unencumbered, its gateway role preserved. Such opportunity will not be present if there is expansion at Lillian Massey. If the proposed wording of the secondary plan is permitted to go forward, Lillian Massey would have a 48-meter as-of-right building permission, a few meters short of the height of the Park Hyatt Hotel, and its poor ROM cousin across the street would be what, 18 meters? That's some gateway. If the city places them in the ambit of Bloor Street planning and zoning, we believe it has a duty to articulate that they may be on Bloor, but that identity must be constrained by their distinctive and compelling role along Queen's Park, a role that makes them different from other buildings in the Bloor Street corridor. In our opinion, the draft secondary plan fails to do that. Our suggested amendment recognizes their special role in the Queen's Park character area. They were both built around 1913. Their heritage designations in 1973 openly refers to the gateway to Queen's Park. Their heights and massing and character are complementary. Our final position is this: if it is absolutely necessary to put them in Bloor Street, then it is absolutely necessary to make clear in specific policy they may have a Bloor address, but their hearts lie along the corridor. This double pedigree should not be ignored at the cost of losing their central contribution to maintaining the character of Toronto's Grand LA, Queen's Park, and its heritage precinct. We thank the Regents of Victoria University for its clear-sighted protection of their heritage responsibilities and stewardship of the Victoria University campus. which forms the east side of the precinct and includes Lillian Massey, the city proper now needs to make its policy position on Lillian Massey and the ROM and the Queen's Park precinct absolutely clear. That's a simple ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any questions for Sue? No? Sue, thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Matthew Rafi. Matthew? No longer here. Sita Ramkalawansing, former city councillor, Sita Ramkalawansing. Sita?
Great. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Welcome. You know the drill. You can start whenever you're ready.
I think I do. Thank you, members of Toronto East York Community Council, for hearing our presentation. And Councillor Perks, we really want to thank you for retaining the 5-minute time for speaking, although I can assure you I will not be using 5 minutes. I represent the Grange Community Association, and we are members and have been for many years, decades almost, of the Community Liaison Committee at the University of Toronto. I'm here to support the positions taken by the Annex residents and Harvard Village and others regarding the location of Lillian Massey Building and the ROM and their relationship to the Bloor Street and the Queen's Park character areas. Over 50 years ago, when I began life as an undergraduate at the University of Toronto, both the ROM and Lillian Massey had front doors on Queen's Park, and I consider them to be a significant part of Queen's Park. We have provided revised wording for section 5.11, subsection D, for the Bloor Street character area. And in addition, we'd like to see Lillian Massey and the ROM added to section 5.16 regarding the Queen's Park character area. Because if we view those two buildings as being the northern part of the northern gateway into Queen's Park, they should be clearly listed in section 5.16. And those are my remarks, and happy to answer any questions. And I would really like to thank City Staff Paul and his team and Councillor Layton for fielding hundreds of emails and questions from us over the last few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sita? No, seeing none. Sita, thank you so much for joining us today. Next, I have listed Adam Wynn. Adam?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome. We can hear you loud and clear. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I am a former resident of Huron, Sussex, the neighborhood that constitutes the northwest corner of the University of Toronto's St. George campus and its Secretary Bland. In 2016-2017, I successfully fought for the heritage protection of the neighborhood's oldest house, 15 Glenmore Street, although it now sits derelict, vacant, and boarded up, pending restoration and redevelopment. I am thankful for the support provided by the Huron Sussex Residents Organization, the city's heritage and planning staff, and other community members during that heritage advocacy process back in 2016 and 2017. However, around that time, I was also displaced from the neighborhood due to the sale and proposed redevelopment of the house containing my former apartment. I understand firsthand the development pressures in this area. I am significantly concerned about the potential loss of historic houses and heritage resources on both the main streets and residential streets of Huron, Sussex. Huron, Sussex is a largely intact late 19th century and early 20th century neighborhood with significant history and built heritage. The neighborhood is also unique in that over 85% of the properties are owned by one institutional owner, the University of Toronto. I have read the existing secondary plan's Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment dated 2016, the Memorandum on Huron-Sussex Conservation dated 2017, and the Heritage Impact Assessment dated 2018. I encourage that a strong heritage strategy be devised as part of, or if need be, independently of the University of Toronto secondary plan to protect as many of the houses and historic buildings in Huron-Sussex as possible, particularly given the University of Toronto's track record of demolition in the area, which I see someone has referenced in the letter by the HSRO. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? Seeing none, the next deputy I have listed is Bronwyn Krog. Bronwyn? We don't seem to have her connected to the meeting? Nope. Okay, that completes the list of scheduled deputations. Are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to depute on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The questions are to Paul Johnson, the planner. How you doing, Paul? For those who don't know, Paul is the planner for the University of Toronto. Therefore, he has been responsible for this file for how many years, Paul?
Since 2016.
And you attend quarterly meetings on the Community Liaison Committee to answer questions to the fabulously informed community that we have around the university?
Yes.
And you've done the secondary plan and all the site-specific applications within the university secondary plan area, correct?
Yes.
Not some on the outskirts, but for the most part within. So I'm going to first ask you a question about this issue with the Category 5 angular plane, because we've had a lot of back and forth in the last couple of days. I think we both sympathize with Alistair's point, and we want to make sure that the soundpost is there. And if you've never been, folks, they build and fix violins and cellos for folks around the world. And it's quite a beautiful place. I've got pictures. It's fantastic. But the interpretation he has of that figure, it does look a little strange sitting there. So take us through why it's there and why don't we take it out?
So we have a range of categories proposed in the urban design guidelines to secure appropriate base building conditions and transition to upper stories beyond. And the category that would apply to his property is one that applies mainly to areas of the secondary plan area with low-rise heritage properties on them. So we didn't think that it was appropriate to identify an area-wide transition category that was as specific as some of the others where we've specified an angular plane or a certain step back or other more dimensioned and more definitive approaches to it. So what we've proposed is that the base building height at those locations will be lower than 80% of the right-of-way width, with a variable transition beyond. So the intent is that it's really a site-specific approach to transition that should be secured at the time of a future application for those lands. And that's how we've identified that across the entire area where that base and transition condition applies. We do have a diagram associated with that to try to show some of the potential ways that transition could be appropriately secured. So we've shown an angular plane, we've also showed a step back, and together we're sort of showing that those are two of the primary ways that transition could occur from the base to the upper stories, but really it's the text that says that there's a variable transition to the upper stories, that it's determined on a site-specific basis, and will be done through future applications.
So why wouldn't we take it out? Or relabel the diagram?
Yeah, in our opinion, the change is just not necessary to make. We've tried to communicate the interpretation to the owner a number of times and tried to explain what the intent is. And we think that the text, together with the diagram that illustrates a variety of approaches to transition that could be applied, does provide sufficient intent and explanation of what we're trying to do there. So we just don't think that the change is necessary to make.
So just I'm trying to you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to put it a couple different times so they can pull the tape later. So you're saying in the other diagrams where it specifies the 45 degrees, where it specifies a step back, those are specific, but this one for 5 and 6, these are sort of how it could be interpreted, but not hard and fast rules.
Exactly. The text is what matters, where it says that it's a variable transition condition and would be determined on a site-specific basis. The other categories state explicitly that it's a 45-degree angular plane in certain instances, and in others it's a 3-meter minimum step back.
Okay, now moving on the questions, the issue with the ROM and Lillian Massey building. So we've had a lot of conversations about this as well in the last couple of days. Explain to me why I shouldn't just move those two properties from the Bloor Street character area to the Queen's Park area.
Yeah, so I think the change to the character area boundaries, in our opinion, would not just be as simple as shifting a line on a map. We've tried to identify the character areas across the secondary plan area in a consistent way. So we identified things like common built form and public realm features, patterns of circulation and land uses, as well as consideration of future development potential, as well as opportunities for public realm enhancements. And we think that those two properties in particular, we agree that they relate to Queen's Park, but we also think that they make important contributions to the Bloor Street corridor and the character area that extends across the full length of the corridor through the secondary plan area. So the ROM and Lillian Massey, both as an important and distinct cultural facility, as well as the retail uses themselves, but also looking at the form, the height, the kind of massing of those properties, as well as the public realm character along Bloor Street. We think that that's important and needs to be identified. But we've also identified that the Queen's Park frontage is important. It makes contributions to that public realm and also contributes to both of those character areas without having the mapping change to identify those properties within Queen's Park only. And we also agree with the feedback provided that this is a significant and sensitive gateway location that needs to be identified, and we've done that in the proposal. We understand that it doesn't go as far as some of the feedback provided would like it to, but we have identified that unlike the rest of the Bloor Street corridor, these sites, given their sensitivity and significance and the kind of entrance toward Queen's Park to the south and the transition that should be applied there, we really think that the development potential there should be restricted to low-scale and mid-scale institutional buildings and not allowing for potential towers on those sites.
Thanks, Paul. And last question, why can't I just move the boundary for the character area for Huron-Sussex to the alleyway north of the houses on Washington?
So I think for that issue, the boundary where we have it proposed is consistent with the boundary that was identified in the 1997 secondary plan and reflects some as-of-right permissions that the university has for higher scale forms of development behind those house form properties. We also think that we've heard feedback and concerns about where that boundary has been drawn, but we think again that there's additional policy direction that we've provided in the secondary plan and guidelines that speaks to providing appropriate transition from those house form character buildings, which should be maintained along the frontage of Washington, and then stepping up toward new institutional development towards the Bloor and Spadina frontages. And we don't think that that boundary needs to be shifted. And similar to Queen's Park and the Bloor Street character areas, it's not just that it's identified in one discrete portion of the secondary plan and guidelines. The direction that we've provided is layered throughout the document. So if we were to change the boundaries of some of the character areas, it would mean pretty extensive changes throughout to try to ensure that the appropriate direction is still being applied.
Okay. Yes. Sorry. Last question. Yes or no? Do I need to move a motion to declare these properties heritage or to start that process, or that is automatically done through your report?
So those properties, the house form properties along the north side of Washington Avenue have already been identified as potential heritage properties. That's an attachment to our report. And we also have recommendations in the report to direct heritage planning staff to continue undertaking their evaluation of those properties and to report back to council with updates to the heritage register. But also in the interim period before heritage planning staff are able to report back, should any applications come in for any of these sites, that heritage impact assessment reports will be required wherever those properties have been identified as potential heritage properties. So we think that there is sufficient direction to allow and kind of protect those properties in the interim.
Thank you very much, Paul. To speak, Councillor Perks, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
I have a motion. If clerks could display it, please. Oh boy. So there are some changes to section 7.3 by adding some additional wording and an additional D to review existing housing models to consider opportunities for the Huron-Sussex character area to include a diverse and stable residential population with a mix of short-term and long-term residents. Number 2, to delete the word character after the house form in the policy 510B3. Number 3, add a new part to policy 511F for the Bloor Street character area as follows: sensitive transitions from low-rise building forms fronting on the Washington area to the Huron-Sussex character area to the low and medium scale institutional building components on the taller elements along Bloor Street and Spadina. 4, to delete and replace section 511D as follows: at the intersection of Bloor and Bathurst and Queen's Park include existing incompatible low-rise institutional buildings as outlined in section 52A, the secondary plan only, which will reinforce and enhance the significance and sensitive gateway location and will transition from the taller elements elsewhere along Bloor to the Queen's Park character area with its generous parks and open spaces and generally lower scale. Okay. I first need to offer some thanks. This has been a long process. First to Paul, to our city planning team. This was an enormous undertaking. The university was the applicant, and their documents are up there on the website. But the city reviewing them didn't just take and rubber stamp these. This was a long effort to ensure that multiple perspectives were being heard throughout the process. And to Paul and Linda and the entire team responsible, thank you for that contribution. Secondly, to the community who have been involved in this effort far longer than I have and have a depth of understanding of both the institutional knowledge around the relationship with the university and growth at the university, to their historic knowledge around the buildings themselves, as well as the community understanding of how the space is used. That has been enormously valuable. The University of Toronto, I know throughout, this is a tense process of negotiation with the neighbors, but have brought themselves to the table and demonstrated some flexibility along some of the components of the plan, and worked with city staff and in some cases the community on advancing some of those, and in some cases me through the motions that I've put forward. Finally, I want to thank Emily Wong on my staff, who for the past couple of weeks I've been emailing her frantically in all manners of day and night to try to make sure that we kept it all straight and we came up with language that was acceptable to as many as possible. This has been a long process, and I know that the community feels rushed in these last couple steps, because they are such critically important steps. I think the important thing, though, is because we have heard over the years, as I've been the counselor for the last 4 years, that the university should be moving the plan ahead as fast as they can. At the same time, now we're hearing that we need more time to consider. And I think at the end of the day, we need some of this work finished, and not 6 months from now, but finished, so we can get on with some of the other applications that are coming forward with respect to the university. And the university, this is an incredibly important institution in our city, and it's grown enormously over the decades it's been around. And moderating that growth, ensuring it's compatible with the local residential communities as well as the heritage around the site has been a challenge. I hope that this plan helps at least provide a skeleton for some of the growth that's going to happen in future years, including some really positive elements of streetscape design, of open spaces and parks, of engaging with Indigenous organizations and individuals as the smaller plans roll out. And finally, on our transportation network around the city, there's a lot of important stuff in this plan with respect to that. I've made some motions. I'm going to go in opposite direction than my opposite order as my questions. On the Site 1 and policy piece, the housing policy piece, you'll see I put in some motions to help strengthen the relationship between the buildings and the buildings along Washington and Site 1, which is the next very large development site that the university will be bringing an application in for. They have started to engage the community. I urge them, as well as the community, to continue that dialogue as the development proceeds and an architect and design firm is brought on. There are also some updates to the housing policy because, you know, the university in this case doesn't just operate residence for students. They have housing for faculty. They also have rental housing for others throughout the HRSO. And what the HRSO is looking for is this balance between short-term tenancies of students and faculty that are brought in, but allowing those relationships to grow and prosper and those roots to be set in the neighborhood, so that the next generation can say they were there for 10, 15, 30 years. So I put some motions in there to that effect. Second, on the Queen's Park and Bloor intersection, I've had a lot of back and forth with some members of the community, and I would really like to now express my appreciation to Paul and the community and Vic College for the back and forth that we've had the last couple of days. I've tried to, there's been a caution that moving those buildings from one map, it's not as easy as redrawing the line around those maps, although the line has changed in the last couple weeks to encompass the open space along Queen's Park. But I think the language that we've added there today should put people's minds at ease that we're not going to see an enormous discrepancy between the Queen's Park character area and what the future is of those two sites, notwithstanding that their boundaries are drawn in the Bloor Street area. I will look at this suggestion that CETA made around adding some language to section 5.16 to see if it's necessary after we've added these the additional direction on these properties. And finally, the Soundpost, a great institution. I want to make sure they're able to grow. Our planning staff doesn't share the concerns that the owner does and has cautioned that it's not necessary to take it out. And so I'm prepared to take them at their word for that. But I wanted to get those answers on record for Alistair. Thank you very much to all and for your patience through today.
Okay. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to speak to this item? No? Okay. We'll take the amendments and the item all together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, members, just as a check-in, we have 88 items remaining, and I believe there are going to be a couple more that have to be added. We have now finished the 10 a.m. items and are moving on to the 1:30 items. We have something like 40 more timed items for today. Just so that you can have a sense of where we are, okay? So the other 40 items, some of them are for tomorrow that are timed. Yeah, that was just a rough count. Item TE.
Chair, just remind me the summertime break that you've established.
I don't understand.
6:30? The dinner, the items are for 7.
What I said at the beginning of the meeting is it is scheduled for 6 to 7:30. I may, when we get there, depending on how we're doing, suggest that we shorten it, but I haven't.
Okay.
We'll check in closer to 6 o'clock. Fair enough.
But 7:30 is the other, 7:30 is a timed item slot, right?
There are a lot
Yes.
of people who have had their items scheduled for 7:30, so they'll be showing up. Then.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, the next item I have is TE 34.16, 1540 through 1550 Bloor Street West. No? Oh, that was optimistic on my part, wasn't it? Sigh. Okay. Apologies, everybody. There are going to be some goofs today, mostly sitting in the chair. Okay, item TE 34.9, 334 to 350 Bloor Street West, and 2 through 6 Spadina Road zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. I have one deputant listed, Adam Wynn. Adam?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Welcome back.
Would I be able to share a screen?
Pardon me?
Would I share the screen, please?
Okay, we'll get your permission to do that. Done. Okay. You want to test it at your end?
Can you see the photo of the building?
What I see is a letter.
Oh, that's the wrong one. One sec. I'll go through with the deputation without doing the screen share because it's not cooperating. There are reference photographs in the appendix of the letter. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Toronto and East York Community Council. I am alarmed to hear of the proposed demolition of the York Apartments at 334 Bloor Street West and 2 Spadina Road to allow for the construction of a 35-story mixed-use building. The York Apartment should be retained as part of the redevelopment proposal at the northwest corner of Blair and Spadina. There is a significant opportunity here to engage with this historical building within the new building's design. The York Apartments have anchored the northwest corner of Bloor Street West and Spadina Road for over a century and are representative of the early development of apartment buildings in Toronto. Designed by Redmond and Beggs in 1912 and completed by late 1913, the York Apartments are an excellent example of a pre-World War I apartment building containing ground floor commercial space. Interestingly, the ground floor commercial space is unique within the Redmond and Beggs portfolio of purpose-built apartment buildings. While the storefronts have been modernized, this is not an atypical alteration for a building from this era, and much of the original building design is intact, as you can see in the appendices. Redmond and Beggs were a short-lived yet eminent architectural firm who designed some of Toronto's earliest apartment buildings and movie theaters. Other examples of Redmond and Beggs apartment buildings, such as the Earnscliffe Apartments in St. Jamestown, the Wellsboro Apartments on Jarvis Street in the Church Wellesley Village, and the Kingsley Mansions in Parkdale are renowned and have been featured in numerous architectural and historical publications. The developer's Heritage Impact Assessment dated January 2022 offers additional information on Redmond and Beggs on page 22. The York Apartments additionally possess associative value through their connection to Dr. Charles Best, who resided in a third-floor unit in 1924 to 1925, 1 year after his discovery of insulin, and in proximity to the Spadina Avenue building where insulin was manufactured between 1923 and 1927. Dr. Best is presently commemorated with a heritage plaque in front of the York Apartments. Later, during the late 1960s and early 1970s, the York Apartments survived the Spadina Expressway proposal, which would have seen the building demolished to construct an interchange and underpass. The Spadina Expressway project was cancelled in 1971. Community opposition against the proposed expressway is commemorated with a series of heritage plaques at the southeast corner of Bloor Street West and Spadina Avenue. I have repeatedly advocated for the heritage value of the York Apartments and the potential for their retention and incorporation as part of the proposed buildings design since the proposal was made public in September 2020. I have also submitted a heritage property nomination for the York Apartments. And as I have a bit of time left, I am going to try sharing the photos once again, if the system will cooperate it. Are you able to see the photographs now, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And members?
There you go.
Wonderful. Here we have the building in August 2021. You can see the modern storefront. Scrolling down, we have in 2019, the original second and third floor windows are intact. We have a cornice and corbel. Scrolling down, here it is in the 1970s, just after the Spadina Expressway was canceled. You can see the storefront is slightly different at that point in time. Now we have it in the 1920s and 1930s with the original storefront. As you can see, much of the upper floor is still as it was then. Here we have it during World War I, only 2 years after it was built, with soldiers marching in front of it. You can see the building in the background here. On the east elevation, there's the original entryway with hand-painted stained glass and tulip-themed stained glass on the second and third floor. And here is a closer detail of the tulip-themed stained glass on the east elevation. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? No? Thank you very much, Adam. That was the only deputant I had listed. Are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be really brief. I spoke a long time last time. I appreciate that. My thanks to staff, to the developer and the community for all the hard work that went into this. You know, this was my first meeting as the Ward 11 councillor. After the election, there was a working group. There had been an ongoing working group for a couple of months with the two landowners and the community. They had been working on this application in a pre-submission form, trying to ensure that they could come up with something that worked for the community. It's interesting how the transition of the discussion moved really quickly in the working group, because the form of the building, the height of the building at least, was largely predetermined by two OPAs that were done and settled in those very, very early days, where the height was dictated by the view corridor from the Knox building down on College. So we transitioned to do a very interesting interesting discussion, sometimes an argument, mostly a good positive discussion, around how we can make the building best fit in the community with this, what they called an interactive urban living room. That is actually the entrance, will be the new entrance to the subway. In early days, we had been engaging the Indigenous community in the local area. There are some service agencies that exist just north, Native Canadian Centre, Wigwamin, and now Thunder Woman Healing Lodge, that we engaged at early days in the working group. But what really happened was we had some enthusiasm.
Councillor Layton, I'm very sorry to do this.
I have a motion. I have
Yes.
a technical
You have a motion.
Staff motion.
Hey,
I'm
take
sorry.
it easy, man. We're all working hard here.
I had it here, delete and replace with the following: the financial contribution pursuant to some section of the report be annexed, indexed upwardly in accordance with StatsCan non-residential building price index. Okay, sorry, now that that's aside. We had an enthusiastic bunch of community members that said, we want this to represent a planning outcome that engages the community, the Indigenous community, around what we can accomplish from our reconciliation action plan. So we went ahead and started having community residents associations, the developer, and Indigenous individuals and agencies meeting on a regular basis to find out what we could achieve, and our Indigenous Affairs Office, what we could achieve all together on this site. Months and months later, after the developer went ahead and hired an Indigenous architect who has guided developers through processes like this, we came up with such an innovative strategy for achieving some of our goals around reconciliation, including Indigenous office space for organizations, Indigenous artwork in the main entrance to the TTC to the tune of about $1 million, as well as Indigenous economic development potential activities within that space. The commitment on the side of the developer represents about an $8 million community benefit, where our Section 37 that would usually be calculated would be far less than that, to the tune of about a half, and with the community benefit agreement, maybe even a quarter of that. So we've managed to go a long way on this journey together towards reconciliation within the context of this approval. We're doing it within the context of the four corners of Spadina and Bloor because of the critical nature of Spadina as a pathway and a transportation route for the Indigenous community, but also the Indigenous organizations that currently serve the community in the area. We're having a ball doing it, and I thank my community who really drove us all to this place because we really did accomplish something special on this site. Thank you.
Any questions for the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak? No. Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We move now to TE 34.10, 1801 through 1807, Eglinton Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. The first deputant we have listed is Adam Brown. Adam? No? Next I have Bill Worrell. Bill? Bill, we have you connected to the meeting. Can you hear me? Bill?
Hello?
Hello, Bill. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, okay. Sorry, I apologize for my technical problems. Okay.
Oh, you think you're having technical problems. You should see the clown show down here.
Okay.
All my fault. All my fault. The AV staff.
Okay,
Perfect. I just keep messing up. So, Bill, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'll start now. So I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization. Our Toronto community is in the area of Eglinton West, Dufferin, Oakwood, Vaughan Road. We are home to Little Jamaica with a signed up list of 250 supporters and members. OVCO is widely recognized as a voice of residents and We are recognized by and collaborate with many local agencies and all three levels of government. I've lived in this community for 41 years as a tenant and a homeowner. We have raised a family here, and clearly I love this neighborhood, its socioeconomic diversity, and the home of the world-famous Little Jamaica. Within Toronto, our community has a higher than average percentage of tenants, and low-income tenants are in particular. Many are living on limited incomes. Many tenants are racialized, and a priority in our community is affordable housing. This is a massive proposed building. The initial plan proposed that we initially saw proposed 30 floors. And with recent negotiations with the city, as of now, it is 41 floors, which is very big for our neighborhood, going from 284 units to 486 units. For this increase, the community is being offered some minimal amendments to the original plan, which we consider inadequate. Let me begin by saying that we are pleased that there will be community space provided for our neighborhood, which is presently underserved by public services. Community space administered by the city is a great plan, and we are wondering about the role of community input into the space. In general, we support, as required by regulation, the provision and maintenance of 47 replacement rental dwelling units. However, given the needs of our community, we would like to make several comments. First of all, not only should the 47 replacement rental dwelling units be preserved, but there may be more rental units, but there should be many more rental units available, especially given the devastation over the past 11 years on Eglinton West as a result of the construction of Metrolinx and the elimination of valuable affordable rental space along Eglinton and in Oakwood Vaughan community. The 20-year limit on maintaining the rental unit as rental is unacceptably short and should be permanent. In addition, the owner is only required to maintain less than half of those units as affordable units, and only for a period of 10 years beginning from the date of first occupancy of each unit. In other words, only a small fraction of the units will be held as affordable housing. This is even more unacceptable in this time of affordability crisis. We ask that the city require that all rental units be permanently kept as affordable housing, and that the number of rental units be increased from 47 due to the huge project that is being built. What guarantees are there that the tenants will be able to remain in the community and return to the units after the construction is finished, thereby preserving their rent rates? We recommend measures that reflect a right to remain in the community for displaced tenants during construction. There are cities in North America that with this type of policy. And finally, there is no guarantee that the rents that exist at this time will be maintained until demolition, therefore providing some protection in terms of affordability. We ask that there be immediate protections provided to existing tenants against rent evictions and AGIs, both of which we are experiencing very widespread in our community at this moment. The proposed development is massive and will undoubtedly be very profitable. OVCO is of the opinion that these recommendations are minimal measures that not only do not address the housing emergency in our community, but actually lead to the elimination of precious rental stock. This is unacceptable in our opinion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Bill. Are there any questions? Councillor Matlow.
Hey, Bill. Did you or OVCO send these specific concerns or complaints to my office or to Ms. Sipo-Mapenko by any chance?
Well, we were involved in the initial community meeting, which was several months ago. I think it was in spring, March or something.
But I mean, as we approach this community council, though, like, did you send anything in writing that we could review?
No, no, we haven't. I can do that.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been helpful just to be able to see if we could resolve some of the the concerns that you raised. So I'll ask you a question as an indication to my colleagues and perhaps if anyone else wanted to speak. Would you find it helpful if I held the item down now and perhaps ask if we can address it tomorrow, and then I'll ask Jasmine from my office to reach out to you, working with SIPO to see if something can be addressed?
Sure. I mean, just on a general level, Josh, we did raise the whole issue of affordability back at the initial meeting back in March or whenever that was. So it's not a new issue that we're raising. Just to that. But these specific, now that we've seen the specific proposal, we have these specific comments about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. Thank you for proposing that.
I'd like to make that 11th hour effort to do that. So, Mr. Chair, I'm just indicating that I will hold it for the moment. Do whatever you think is the best way to do it at this moment.
Sorry, you want to make an amendment?
No, I don't. Let's put it this way. There are critical components of this that I don't want to lose if this ends up at the OLT. But I understand that OVCO has some specific issues that should be addressed. We just weren't aware of the details up until this exact moment. So I'd like to see if we can deal with this item tomorrow so we could at least have a few hours to see if we could work with OVCO.
Okay, we can certainly stand the item down. Can I suggest, Councillor, we have two more listed deputants on the item who expected this item to be dealt with today. So what I would prefer is that we hear those two deputants and then put a hold on the item and deal with it later.
Of course.
Okay. So Tom Jankos. Tom? Tom, we have you listed as connected to the meeting. Tom? You're
I'm here.
unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay, Tom, you know the drill. You got 5 minutes.
Thanks, Councillor
Bam.
Perks. Good afternoon. Tom Jankos with King State Capital. I just want to say that we're in support of staff's recommendations. We have worked hard on this application for over, I think, 2 years and I also want to thank Sipo Mapango as well as Rand Chen and Urban Design for working with us. So what we're proposing is a 41-story building sitting almost directly on top of a new Metrolink station. And again, we are in support of of planning staff's recommendations, and always happy to have any conversations that may be necessary with Councillor Matlow and staff. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping it brief, Tom. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next, I have Anne Fort. Anne?
Hello.
Hi, Anne. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, so I'm also on the board of directors of ALCO. I have the particular interest in seniors. I apologize that we didn't forward anything to Councillor Metal, but to be honest, this was only came up, the city report, the recommendation was only accessible to us a few days ago, and it took a while to sort of look at the different pieces in it. But we'll do our best. I echo the concerns about the affordable criteria. In addition, affordable, half the units are considered affordable, and the other are considered mid-range, half of the 47, and they should all be affordable at a minimum and for a perpetual. And that's particularly important when we think of the seniors in our area who are looking for housing. The other concern I have is more an expression of disappointment in terms of energy efficiency, that the developer has not aspired for greater than tier 1 efficiency. This is an area of Little Jamaica which is going under massive development. And if there was a coordination and a push to really have a couple models that were tier 2, it would be really helpful. The other piece that I think is really important is that I didn't see anything relating to a commitment to hire locally. Either subcrack, this is a huge project, 41 stories. We don't have, that's a downtown building. That's not the way it used to be here. And so I'm really concerned that the subcontractor, the Little Jamaica and Black businessmen and others in our community have access through subcontracting, and there's a commitment to that, and also for training of youth in our area. There are no provisions around using that as a wheel of economic development. So that would be another issue that I would really like address, and to make sure in terms of how accessible for seniors are all these new units going to be. I don't see anything explicit around accessibility in terms of width of doors, in terms of all those things. So those are a couple of the issues that I would like to raise. So thank you for attending to it.
Thank you, Anne. Are there any questions for Anne? I don't see any. Anne, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. That concludes the list of deputants I have registered. Are there members of the public in the chamber who wish to depute on the item? I see none. So per Councillor Matlow's request, we'll hold this item down and debate it tomorrow. Item TE 34.11, 40 Raglan Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications final report. The first deputant I have listed is Kara Smuziak. Kara?
Thank you.
I'm a resident at 40 Raglan Avenue, and I've lived in this pocket of the neighborhood for a decade. This redevelopment, along with 4 others proposed on Raglan Avenue and even more developments on surrounding streets, is drastically going to change the nature of Raglan Avenue, the neighborhood, and housing affordability in the area. I'm going to start with affordability. Hazelview's rezoning redevelopment application is for a 29-story building with 274 rental units, an increase of 212 units from the current 62. Since taking ownership of this property in July 2020, Hazelview has renovated a number of units as they became vacant, and they attempted to rent those renovated units at rates far in excess of average rents in our area, more in line with newly built luxury rental buildings with far more amenities. It suggests Hazelview's long-term plan is to redevelop the building into a luxury rental building. And it's clear that this development and others on the street are going to price people out of this neighborhood, making it far less socioeconomically diverse. I'm pretty baffled that the city could not have negotiated with Hazelview to include more affordable and/or rent-controlled units, or to keep rent-controlled units under rent control for longer. I also have concerns with traffic and infrastructure. Raglan Avenue is a narrow, mostly one-way street. While proposals include widening the north-south laneway that sits between Raglan and Vaughan to accommodate traffic, access to Vaughan is from the narrow east-west laneway. There's a church and a childcare center on Vaughan bordering that laneway, limiting access to Vaughan to a single lane. Without taking away outdoor space from the daycare, there's no way to widen it. In terms of traffic flow, making a left-hand turn from that laneway onto Vaughan to travel southbound is difficult at the best of times and practically impossible during rush hour. We also have to consider the increase of visiting traffic for grocery delivery, restaurant delivery, Ubers, taxis, etc. Bear in mind, Raglan is a two-way street for about the first 45 meters running up from St. Clair to that east-west laneway, just before 10 Raglan Avenue. I can't tell you how many times I've flagged down vehicles driving the wrong way on the one-way portion of Raglan. This dangerous situation is only going to be exacerbated by more deliveries and visitors that will come with a massive increase in residents from the 5 proposed developments that include 5 to 15 Raglan Avenue, 10 to 32 Raglan Avenue, 40 Raglan Avenue, 65 to 83 Raglan Avenue, and 91 to 101 Raglan Avenue. If they go forward, these 5 developments will mean 1,377 units on a 300-meter stretch of a narrow one-way street, replacing just 96 households. This doesn't even take into account the added impact to traffic and infrastructure from the proposed developments on Vaughan and the development of 1467 Bathurst Street, a 3-tower development at the corner of Bathurst and St. Clair that will bring an additional 824 units. I understand the need for intensification, but it must be measured, affordable, and actually livable. These developments cannot be considered as if one doesn't impact the other. They need to be reviewed and assessed with all proposals in mind, because the impact on pedestrians, traffic, public transit, schools, childcare centers, hospitals, and other infrastructure is going to be collective. Lastly, I do have some procedural concerns about this discussion. Notice of this meeting was not mailed to residents of 40 Raglan Avenue. We did receive a notice about 91 to 101 Raglan at the beginning of June, so I don't know if there was an error in the city clerk's office, but it is deeply concerning that this final report is being discussed and a recommendation could be approved here today without required notice to residents. So, oh, have I run out of time? No, I've got some time still. So I just respectfully ask that you think carefully about the impact of this development and the other proposed developments to current residents, the affordability of the area, the diversity, the movement of people, and our infrastructure.
Thank you. Before I ask for questions, I just want to confirm, I've checked with the clerks and proper notification was sent out. I don't know.
I mean,
if I may, I'm not certain how it is that you didn't find anything from the city, but we've just checked our records and notification was sent out in accordance with all the rules. Are there any questions for the deputy? Councillor Matlow?
Yeah.
Hi, Kara. No, thank you for your deputation. Are you familiar with the Ontario Lands Tribunal and the composition of it and the let's just put it this way, the chances of getting the benefits that you see in the report that Ms. Papango described versus an approval at the council level?
Oh, I know, like, it's not, it's very, the OLT is very development friendly. I understand that. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what kind of opportunity there is to kind of consider some additional concessions in terms of affordability and whatnot.
Yeah, that's very caring of you to say that. I appreciate that. Okay, so would you feel comfortable if, I mean, obviously we want to retain the many benefits, including perhaps some opportunities for future affordable housing, which I'll explain to you offline. But if I move forward with this, just to make sure that it stays online, but we have two and a half weeks until City Council, and I'll give you a call in the next week, and perhaps we can get into a little more detail about what we want to do with this, and then if there's something that we need to change when it gets to council, I'd be open to doing that. Is that do you think that's reasonable?
I think so. I guess the issue is, like, this building doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? Like, there's all of these developments, and that's the biggest concern, I think. I mean, over and above the concerns of residents, which I think another deputant is going to be discussing in a bit more detail. But yeah. But I certainly would welcome a conversation.
100%. If you could just email your phone number to my office, and I'll give you a call for the next week.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Kara.
Thank you. Next, I have Thana Vega. Thana? Thana, we have you on mute.
Hi,
there you are.
It's Tanya Vega.
Hi.
It's Tanya Vega. Hi, so I am a representative from the 40 Raglan Tenants Association, of which over 70% of the tenants in the building are members of. And I'm here to present some of our feedback to the tenant relocation and assistance plan that was presented to us by city planners in mid-May of this year. I'll start by stating that the impending demolition of 40 Raglan Avenue, which many of us have called our home for decades, has caused a lot of mental and emotional anguish and stress. This has not been made any better by the fact that the tenant relocation plan, as presented, does not adequately or fairly mitigate the physical, mental, and financial toll it will require to uproot our lives and find interim places to live in one of the most expensive rental markets in the world. In fact, it creates more hardship. It also does not provide clear assurances about our return to the replacement units. Meanwhile, Hazelview Properties, which manages $8.9 billion in real estate assets globally and exceeded its forecasted returns of 15 to 20% in 2021, and also boasted that Canadian markets with their low vacancy rates, quotes, provided landlords with robust pricing power to push rents, stands to make tens of millions of dollars going from a 62-unit apartment building, of which, by the way, only about 40 units are occupied because the other units are either too expensive, they're listed at 20% higher than the average, or because they're not ready to rent because the landlord was issued a cease work order because he attempted to renovate them without a permit. So they're going from 62 units to a 274 unit building, all to say that it will profit handsomely from this new development. With this in mind, and after considering other tenant relocation plans around Toronto, that we submitted a series of demands. We submitted that document last night to council, so that contains the full list. And as of this morning, City Planner Adam Kebede has since issued a response, which addressed a few clarification issues, but there are outstanding issues around financial compensation, which I will focus on now. So the current baseline compensation is for 3 months, and that needs to be significantly increased. And it also needs to account for the delays in construction of the new building, as the baseline compensation for the tenants at 11 to 25 Yorkville Avenue did in 2019. This is to compensate for the fact that the rent gap payment package currently offered, which relies on the CMHC rental market survey, will not offset the cost of the interim rents. For example, the 2021 survey lists the average rent of vacant bachelors in our area at $14.12. However, vacant bachelor apartments in our area actually start around $16.50. That means that even with the rent gap payment, a tenant will have to pay an additional $238 a month out of pocket, which is close to $3,000 per year, or close to $9,000 for the 36 months it will take to finish the building, assuming they finish on time. I should remind you that tenants in bachelor apartments tend to rely on a single income. We're also demanding that the moving allowance are increased to offset the costs, such as the use of a professional moving company, time off work, pest control, because our building has cockroaches, and fees for utility and address changes. While the city planner claims that the current moving allowances are consistent with standard practices and indexed to inflation, a development just down the road on Tweedsmuir Avenue received twice as much for their moving allowances back in 2009. We're also demanding that our most vulnerable members, who are age over 65 and or are disabled, are granted a more compassionate compensation package. Senior members especially have expressed that this move will be a life-shortening transition, and they fear that they may not even see the completion of the new building. We also want our right to return to similar replacement units to be respected. As of date, the replacement units we have been shown come with either no balconies or with tiny balconies only accessible through one of the bedrooms rather than communally. I want to end stating that Hazelview Properties stands to gain exorbitant profits from this new development, which, by the way, they're mischaracterizing as offering market-based rents, and they will profit for many, many years. In contrast, the tenants at 40 Raglan are forced to leave their homes and spend thousands of dollars. Once again, this is not mitigated hardship, this is added hardship. We're asking City Council to please ensure that we're fairly and adequately compensated. If the point of community revitalization is to leave communities better off than before, then this development should not happen at our expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Matlow.
And thank you for your deputation. You gave a very itemized list of priorities that you and the other tenants would want to see in the package. Many of these are coming to my attention right now. So you've been in touch with Adam with city staff, with housing staff. Did he suggest to you, and I can ask him later too, but did he suggest to you that there is still an opportunity to negotiate some of these things with the applicant, or did he say that they've gone as far as they think they can practically? Like, what was your impression?
My impression, well, he said that the applicant had accepted the package. And my impression from the couple of emails is that they're trying to basically say, like, this is it. This is all you're going to get. And this is like the minimum required amount. And there's not going to be anything more coming for you.
So you're clearly not satisfied, nor the other tenants.
No, and the rent gap payment is the big issue because, as I said, the survey doesn't accurately reflect the cost of living around here. And that is going to quickly add up. As I said, it's going to be like over $9,000 for those 3 years. And we're talking people who are on a fixed income, right? A lot of them are retired. They are scared where they're going to be getting those extra $9,000 from.
Okay, I hear you. So I'm rethinking sort of the approach to what to do with this item. You understand that a concern that we have is that if this did go to the tribunal, the provincial tribunal, that a lot of the important amenities, the important benefits for the community could be lost. And so we don't want to risk that. But we do have 2.5 weeks until the council meeting. Perhaps if I move this without recommendation to council, would you be willing, and would other tenants be willing to connect, work with my office and Adam and CPO and see if some of these items can be resolved in some way, or at least get a reality check on what can be done with it? Would you be willing to do that?
I mean, we're obviously kind of desperate and just open to anything right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm open to anything to see if there's anything under the sun that can be done. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none. Next, I have David Charazenko. David, are you with us? David, can you give us a...
Good afternoon. Can you hear
There
me?
you are. Yes, thank you. So you have 5 minutes and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dave Charazenko. I am a senior associate at Bousfield. We're planning consultants to Hazelview on the application for 40 Raglan. I want to thank staff for their recommendation report and working with the applicant over the last little while to identify a number of opportunities that benefit the community that certainly improve the proposal from its original application. And I also want to thank Councillor Matlow and his office for helping usher in that process of making those improvements to the proposal. We do support the recommendations from staff, and we do hope that we can move forward with this application and reinvest rental housing in this neighborhood that is obviously in desperate need of it. I do want to clarify that, and I know that Adam is on the line as well, and I'm sure if Councillor Matlow has some further comments that Adam can address those. But I do want to recognize that there are 62 rental units in the building currently. All 62 are being replaced with similar bedrooms, access to balconies, amenities are vastly improved over the existing building. And of those 62, 51 of them are affordable. So all of those affordable rents will be secured and will continue over the life of the agreement. The tenant assistance and relocation package that was referenced and is being discussed in May of this year, that's not a final document. That document does have some aspects of it that have been discussed with staff, it's been discussed with the residents, but there are certainly opportunities to improve upon that. And I will encourage any resident who, and particularly the Resident Association, if they had additional comments on that package, to send those comments to residentrelations@hazelview.com. That is Hazelview's direct line to the operators of the building, and as well as the folks that can make changes on behalf of the applicant. And I thank this committee for their time, and I duly appreciate staff's time and the councillor's office time on ushering in improvements to this proposal.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay. That completes the list of deputants that I have on this item. Are there any members of the public present who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Well, I want to begin by thanking Sipo Mapango for her, very hard work on this file and for this entire area. And I recognize that. And by the way, I'm going to move at this point to send this item to council with that recommendation. I'm doing that because regardless of whether or not this is the best package that we can get for the tenants or not, although I have not received that feedback from Thanya until this very moment, although they have been clearly in touch with city housing staff. The anxiety and the worry and the concern about their well-being is evident. And we have a situation, I imagine many of my colleagues are feeling this too, that there's been this like huge dump of final reports at this like one massive marathon community council. And we are all trying to ensure that we give the necessary and adequate attention to each one of our communities and all the different actors within them to ensure that we've addressed their concerns to the best of our ability and that they feel and know that we have. And it's just, and you're going to hear this kind of a similar comment on some of the other items that I've got too, where I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to have a pressure cooker when there are real issues to deal with. Now, there are timelines that are not under control, meaning the last city council meeting is coming up in July. We don't want these things going to the tribunal. We recognize the real risk. We especially recognize the real risk when there is a positive staff report. So what I do see pragmatically, though, is that we have roughly 2.5 weeks until city council. So at the very least, I want to use that time wisely and make sure that these relationships are created to see if there's any advances in their, to address their concerns. And if we can, then we will. And if we can't, at least then they understand why. But right now, it's not, to say it figuratively, it's not ready to come out of the oven. So that is what we are doing.
Okay, so we have a motion to forward it to council without recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. Next, what are we doing next? We are doing TE 34.13. Oh, I don't have 1-2. Oh, was it held? Okay. Just very quickly, are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. What am I doing here? Are there questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow, you have the floor.
This will most likely be supported at City Council, but I'm also going to send this without recommendation too, so we don't find out at the 11th and 59th minute, 11th hour and 59th minute, that there are still people that need to have their voice heard. So I am moving this without recommendation, and then we will see what happens over the next 2 weeks. But I say this to also indicate that the local planner, Sipo Mapango, has done incredibly important work. There are incredibly important benefits that we want to see to ensure that this community is left better than the applicant found it. And this is not to indicate in any way that this won't go ahead, but I want to ensure over the next 2 weeks that every T is crossed and every I is dotted. And with all these many items all at the same time, I'm going to use these 2 weeks to make sure that happens. So given the Raglan discussion that we're having, I want to make sure that they're both addressed at the same time.
Okay, on a motion to send it to council without recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we can go to item TE 34.13. 1481 through 1535 Yonge Street, 1 to 31 Heath Street East, 30 to 36 Alvin Avenue, and 22 St. Clair Avenue East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications. Final report. We have a deputant, Jeff Matthews. Actually, we have several deputies. First is Jeff Matthews. Jeff, are you with us? An actual person. Jeff, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate the 3D experience here.
Do you have any documents you want to share with us?
No, I'm just here to
going to dive in?
Yeah, I'll just dive in.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of council for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate this opportunity because I want to communicate the benefits of this application, which is the subject of a positive planning report, and what it will provide to the community. We have a lot of support for this application, and I'll speak to the reasons why that is the case. And while there may be some differences of opinion, I think it would be important for me just to start on noting the following. The site I think, is an improvement with this application over its current condition. And the site is an improvement over the current entitlements of the site, which were approved in 2009. And there's really 6 key reasons why that's the case. The first is open space and parkland. The site, which is the better part of 3 acres, is over a third publicly accessible through parkland and publicly accessible POP spaces for the public to use. What is currently on the second item, an improvement of parking and loading, is very clear. A surface parking lot with curb cuts all over the place. We've addressed that issue by bringing loading into the site and closing the loading, taking off of St. Clair and Yonge some of the loading challenges that currently dog the site. And it's a major improvement to consolidate that. The third item is the realignment of Heath Street. Currently, for those familiar with the area, and the city's long-term wishes certainly are, Heath Street to run in an east-west axis through Yonge Street without this sort of jog of an intersection, which we think is, dysfunctional for traffic and dangerous for pedestrians. So what this application does is make this happen and improve, in doing that, the public realm around that space. It also affords more pedestrian public sidewalk space. No less than 7.5 meters is achieved on Yonge Street up and down the site. And then the other item that I would say is the enhanced, and I'll call it extraordinary, level of public engagement that we undertook through this application over the course of 3 years. Over 12 meetings were held with the councillors working group over that period of time. This is outside of the standard other public engagement meetings that happened. And we really enjoyed that process, working together and being as transparent as we could with members of the working group. We also opened up across the street an outreach center to more fulsomely and in a bricks and mortars way communicate the future development application. So, I would like to say, and I think it's true, is that the site was really a product of public consultation. It was effectively sculpted by the public consultation and the community around it based on the process that we undertook. And we're very proud of that. And then lastly, in terms of community benefits, the site benefits hugely from that. We have a community benefits package which includes affordable housing provisions, public realm improvements, infrastructure upgrades, and ultimately a design that we feel, as I said at the beginning of this, a major improvement over what is there today and what is currently approved on site. And so to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would also just like to say how much we enjoyed also working with planning staff, David Dreger in particular, and Linda McDonald as well, on helping us navigate through this process. And we look forward to moving forward to the next steps with this very exciting project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation today.
Thank you.
Next, I have listed Karen Gilberg. Karen?
Hello.
Hi, Karen. Welcome. So
Thank you.
You're coming through loud and clear. You've got 5 minutes to
Great.
address the committee. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent the board of 33 Delisle Avenue. We are a condo corporation that is only a half a block away from the proposed development, and we actually have a clear sight line to the development. I and many others from our board have attended various meetings with Councillor Matlow, city staff, the developer, and other stakeholders about this project. Despite this, we did not receive notification of this meeting. As a result, we believe the due process has not been followed. With regards to the project itself, these 4 towers, together with 12 others that are within a 1 kilometer stretch of Yonge Street south of Heath, have been approved or are proposed. These 16 towers will dramatically impact both the livability of the Yonge and St. Clair neighborhood, but will also have a significant impact on the already difficult vehicular and pedestrian traffic there. not only for Yonge Street and for St. Clair Avenue, but also for Delisle Avenue and for Heath Street. Furthermore, these 4 towers proposed in this application contain more than 1/3 of the total units created by all of these 16 towers, but within just one city block, creating a mass of buildings and people and vehicles. We are not anti-development, but we believe in rational planning and development that improves the livability of the neighborhood, much like many of the other people who've spoken today. We do not believe the current project does this and ask that it be deferred at this time. I'm going to give the rest of my time to Ian Todd from 10 Delisle to explain our rationale, because we have worked with the condos from both 10 Delisle and 55 Delisle on this project, as we did on another condo project in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very
Here.
much.
Okay.
Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments today. This is what happens when I try to multitask. Next I have listed Ian Todd. Ian, are you with us? Ian, welcome. Settle in. Do you have any visual materials you want to share? Or just...
I do. Can I plug
there's
my
a-
computer into the device? How does it work?
Is there someone, here comes someone to help you.
Okay.
So that should take just a moment to set up, okay?
I've got a HDMI? Yeah, HDMI right in here.
Sorry about that. So, welcome. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay, so am I okay from a technology perspective?
I believe so.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Well,
Yep,
thank you,
we can
members
see.
of this committee and members of council. It's been very entertaining sitting here for 6 hours waiting to, as you dealt with all your other business. I am the president of the board of directors of 10 Delisle, which is a 226-unit condominium building, a stone's throw from this application. It's directly across Yonge Street, pretty much. And I represent not just the residents of our building, but also the residents of 33 and 55 Delisle. You've already just heard from Karen Gilbert. We've been working with the working group for a number of years now. Councillor Matlow has been very effective in bringing together the working group anytime that the applicant has decided to change its direction, and we weighed in with her views. And indeed, there has been some movement through the process, and I will address that in a few moments. But we start our approach to this by the diagram you can see here, which is an artist's rendering from the applicant showing the proposed buildings. And the red line is the height of the existing buildings along Delisle. These are all residential towers. They're typically 13 to 15 stories high. And you can see that there's a 44, 39, 27, and a lower 13-story building. The only one that's similar to their neighborhood is that 13-story building. We think this is excessive in the context of this particular neighborhood. But it's more excessive in the context of what is proposed and planned along Yonge Street. Karen, a few moments ago, referred to it. Here's what what we've been able to discover are the current applications pending or approved by the city for 16 towers along a 1 kilometer section, like 5 blocks from Heath Street south to Woodlawn. Now, we didn't discover this as part of the working group process, because the working group process is restricted, as it is to every one of these other buildings, to a single building. So all of the other buildings on here, we don't get notice of that there's an application pending and what's our view. We've had to put this together ourselves. And from our perspective, the cumulative effect of all of these 16 towers has not properly been taken into account. And most importantly, there's been none public consultation about the cumulative effect of these towers. Any single one may be justifiable, but cumulatively, you have to ask yourself, is this the right answer? And Whittington is the most prominent example of it. As Karen has indicated, it's 25% of the units. This is over-intensification in our view. We are in favor of intensification, of course we are. But when you think of the character of our neighborhoods, a single tower can be justified. Can 16? Right? Applications for 4,100 units, condo units in this area is excessive. So take our 3 buildings by example. We've got 400 units over 3 buildings. They're well spaced out, the buildings. This is, for Whittington alone, is more than 3.5 times the number of condominium units in a fraction of the land area. This is out of control intensification in our view. Traffic. This is not a normal city block. It is a block that's landlocked on 2 sides. It is the only accessible places to access it are Yonge and St. Clair, and specifically the northwest and southeast corners of this lot, this block. So inherently, you're going to have traffic problems. And in our view, the applicant is trying to cram too much density into a block that has inherent traffic problems. And we talk about the working group process. There's been no advance to any of our complaints about the inadequacy of the handling of the traffic. None throughout the 3 years. There's been talk about, yes, we're going to put the parking garage underground and whatnot. But what about the impact of all the extra traffic that all of these residents that are going to live here are going to bring? Most importantly, we've had, what's the impact on the Yonge and St. Clair traffic area? And we've been told there's a traffic study coming. It's not been done. And so in our view, this matter should be deferred until the traffic study has been completed. And it ought to be also deferred because there's been no public consultation around the cumulative effect of these towers. This applicant got a planning application from the Toronto City Council in 2009. That's 13 years ago. I thought it was 14, but it's 13 years ago. And it's deferred acting on that. In our view is this matter should be deferred until there's a traffic study, until the cumulative effect of all of this has taken place, and the applicant can wait a little bit more like it's been waiting all along. So we're requesting a deferral of this matter, not turning it down, deferral until those other things are taken care of. You've heard that there's no notice for 3355 Delisle. I got in my mail a revised notice yesterday because the addresses were wrong in the first notice. So everybody else who sent a notice in whatever statutory time frame got inadequate notice. That's a minor technical point. So our request, however, is to defer this matter until those items I've addressed have been taken care of. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today and for coming and joining us. Next, I have listed Tracy Quick. Tracy, are you with us? No, we don't have Tracy connected. Robert Schaefer. Not connected. Don Wagman. No. Susan Tiramako. Susan?
I'm here.
Hi, welcome. So Susan, you have
Hi.
you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin.
Just wait, just before, see me.
I'm not sure what you're asking me, Susan.
Okay, can you see me now? There you go. Okay. This is what I was asking.
Mr. Chair, we can't see Susan's face if that's what she's asking.
There she is now. Okay.
There you are. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Susan.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Hi. I hope you've all had coffee.
We all get circulated correspondence, so all members get that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right. I want to begin with a Jane Jacobs quote. Cities have the capacity of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everyone. I agree with everything Ian Todd said. I also agree with Karen. I own a condo at 33 Delisle. So this is really dear to me. I also want to know what the first speaker talked about parkland. I think we need definitions of parkland because what he is defining as parkland, I certainly don't think it is. Now, I have a question about procedure. And what I want to know is how does an unelected person, and I'm thinking of Joe Mihevik, serve on council and actually is able to vote on these developments? And I ask this because Joe Mihevik, after he lost his seat, was hired by a controversial developer regarding a heritage site, which is a former Presbyterian church at the southeast corner of Witchwood and St. Clair. Is this not a conflict of interest?
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for your question. At this
Wait.
point, just if I may, you've asked, I just want to clarify something, okay?
Yes.
And I'll pause your time. Oh, look, staff figured it out faster than I did.
Great.
We're here to hear your remarks and your thoughts on this item. This is not a time for you to ask questions of us. But just so that you understand, under the municipal conflict of interest legislation, it is the duty of each member to consider whether or not they have a conflict on the item and to choose whether or not to file it. We've went through that procedure at the beginning of the meeting, and Councillor Mihevik is here, duly appointed by council under Ontario legislation which require us to fill vacant seats. So if you could just from now stick to explaining to us what you think about this development application, I would really appreciate that.
I understand what you're saying. However, I really do believe that he needs to recuse himself because this is a vote.
I can just ask you one more time if you could restrict yourself to remarks that have to do with this item and what you think about the application in terms of its planning merits. That would help us in our deliberations.
Would you please then just write, I hope this is part of the meetings, the question that I've put forward to you. All right, will you do that?
I'm going to ask you one more time if you have any comments on the planning merits of the item in front of us. If you don't have them, I'd be happy to move to the next deputy.
Okay, so I'll leave this to Josh Matlow to see the way through this because I don't believe this is correct. All right. I would like to say that what Ian mentioned, this, and I'm just going to read what he said. Collectively, these 12 projects total an astounding 16 towers of 4,113 dwelling units on 445 floors in a short 1.0 kilometer stretch of Yonge Street. In addition, there are more projects planned, as you all know. This is not sustainable development. This isn't the way humans were meant to live. You wouldn't want to raise a family with children at a height of 33 floors. And you certainly would want the parkland, true parkland around. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you
And
just
you
fine.
really,
Keep going.
okay, I heard somebody else speaking. And you do want true parkland where children can play. So the definitions, I've been listening all day, and the patterns are all the same. We're all dealing against these Goliaths. They have a stranglehold on the city. And as counselors, I understand your position, I really do, but we need to fight back. And as elected members, you need to hear our voices, even though there are people who may agree with some of this. Some people don't mind the height. But when you put it all together, these are massive projects, massive projects. And I don't know if any of you live on the 34th floor of any building with children. I certainly don't think that's a place to raise families. We've lost the human scale in the city. This is a city of neighborhoods. This is what gives us our identity. This is not New York City. And when people go to Europe and see that human scale, they come back and they love it. Why? Because you don't see the towers. And where you do see the towers in some of these European cities, they're at the outskirts. They're not downtown. You have historic sites downtown. I agree with also Dara Beard. She made an excellent, excellent presentation. We've lost sight in the city. And you, as our counselors, must lead the way. And
Thank you very
let these
much.
Goliaths
That
take
concludes the time for your remarks. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair,
for
if
Susan?
I may, on a point of personal privilege.
Councillor Layton?
I'm sorry, I don't want to intervene in this way, but referring to it being an inappropriate place to raise children in a tall building, like as a product.
Councillor, I understand where you're going. I understand, Councillor Layton, please come to order. I understand the comment you're about to make. That's not a point of privilege, it's a point of debate. As much as I think you know where I would land in that debate.
Michael,
I'm sorry. No, you do not have the floor. I've ruled on his point. Are there any questions for the
I'll ask a question then, Mr. Chair. Do you think then, Susan, that it's only appropriate to raise children in single family homes and low-rise buildings?
No, what I'm thinking of St. Jamestown. I'm thinking about building.
How dare you insult St. Jamestown? How dare you insult
Councillor Layton?
No, Michael, people should have choice. I agree with you. But when you have developers talk about parkland, and we're talking about stamp area places, this isn't a place for kids. Perhaps where you live, you do have a true park, but not at St. Clair and Yonge. Not where Whittington wants to create these buildings. You don't have parkland.
Are there any further questions of the deputy? Councillor Bailao.
Susan, so we understood how you feel about these tall buildings. There is a conversation in the city as well to end exclusionary zoning, to have multiplexes in our neighborhoods. Do you think that's the appropriate way to develop, to have 4 stories, 5 stories in our neighborhoods, single family homes? Would you support that?
I think what we should have is what they have in Europe, where you line streets with even 10 10 stories, 11 stories is fine.
So you
But
believe that
in
we
the
should be
30s and
having all our
40s
neighborhoods with that kind of development? That's what you think the city should be approaching?
Well, we have downtown with tall buildings. People could live there. Okay. But to change neighborhoods, to change these neighborhoods to this extent is not acceptable.
But would you change single family home neighborhoods then? Is that okay to change that to multiplexes to have 4 stories? Is that okay? Can we change that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem. It depending where it is. I don't have a problem. I'm not against change. I'm not against change, but the city's changing too drastically and too fast.
Okay, are there any other questions for the deputant? No? Susan, thank you for your time today. Next, I have listed Kathy McDonald. Kathy?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Kathy. We
can hear
you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good. No, the video. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here to speak on behalf of the Deer Park Residents Group. I am currently the president. I'm also speaking on behalf of Sue McCauley, who could not stay. She was listed earlier, and William Greenberg. Yes, our area is undergoing great change. Development and congestion are certainly a concern to area residents. We saw this in a recent survey of our DPRG members, but we have to work together to find ways to ensure that the growth works for us. To help, we have the 2020 framework plan, which residents, property owners, and developers all contributed to help form guidelines where tall buildings should be located in the Yonge and St. Clair intersection area, how open space needs to be added, because that's really important. We have public consultations on all our developments and working groups. But we're still, I agree with Ian, waiting for the traffic study that was requested when the Whittington application first came in to ensure that traffic can move in our complex area. We also note that the use of cars is changing. The subway is increasing its capacity, and there's increasing emphasis on walkability and bike use as the city grows. So the One Delisle project was the first under the framework plan. It's now under construction. It has a park that will be developed that is a part of the framework plan. The home hardware site is also on this agenda, and there's one other tall building in the Deer Park area just south of St. Clair on Yonge that was approved several years ago and hasn't been built. So there are 3 more tall towers to come in the Deer Park area. So I wanted to talk about the Whittington site because this is different. It's different from all the other sites. It's big. It provides the opportunity to provide many benefits that no other projects in the area can do. It provides various types of open space as set out in the framework plan. It has much widened sidewalks, so trees don't have to be in pots. We have, the project provides through block connections central space that people can gather in. We anticipate lined with restaurants, etc. And there's the adjacent winter garden, which will be an indoor space that can be used by our community in the winter, I guess, and on hot days in the summer, and as well as a new park. But we note that park spaces and open spaces do not need to be huge to be really important places. We have the cemetery just to the north, and it's huge. But places like Paley Park in New York and our own small area with a bench in front of the TD Bank show how important small spaces can be. Yeah. This, secondly, is the scale of the street frontages can be low. The tall towers are set back so that the at-grade environment is better. It's not overpowered by tall buildings. Needed community uses can be provided.
Kathy, I have to ask you to wrap up with one final thought.
Oh dear, I've got a lot. I mean, there's so many advantages I wanted to talk about. So I want to talk about the affordable housing, the safer sidewalks, because the
Kathy, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You've gone over time. We have a very full agenda, and I've got to make sure we have an opportunity for everyone to be able to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've written this out in my letter.
Yes, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Kathy? Seeing none? Thank you very much, Kathy. That concludes the list of deputants that I have listed on the agenda. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Baila.
I just have a question of staff. I noticed that all the affordable housing is coming in the form of cash. Was the conversation, did it happen with the developer to have affordable housing units in these buildings?
Thank you. Through the chair, the affordable housing comes into two parts on this one. There's rental replacement housing, that's 42 units rental replacement, where the applicant has agreed to deepen the affordability of all of the mid-range rents, or all of the existing units that have mid-range rents. They will be deepened to affordable rents, and the time period extended to 99 years, that they will be maintained at affordable rents. In addition to that, the applicant has agreed to a cash payment of $4 million to go towards affordable housing, I believe.
It has a mixture of things.
It's just the on-site, I apologize. It's just the on-site deepening of the affordability of the existing units.
Yeah, and then there's money, but it's going to a few things, including the possibility of affordable housing. So it's not guaranteed that we're going to get additional units other than the replacement.
That's correct. Through the chair,
I guess that will depend on the local councillor, right?
There's $6.8 million that has been secured in Section 37 funds as a cash payment, and there's a number of ways that can be used, and affordable housing was identified as one of the opportunities for that funds.
Okay, so there was no, the developer was not against having it, it's just, I guess it would have to be negotiated. They've agreed to have it, the rental replacement, so there is already affordable housing in those buildings. There's further money that could be allocated. That is usually a conversation that involves local councillor as well, community and so on. So there could be a possibility for more on site. Is that correct?
There would always be the opportunity to continue discussions through the site plan process, and as the application continues, if approved, to further discuss affordable housing and the opportunities that Section 37 funds could go towards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none.
That just brought up a question for me, Chair, about the affordable housing. And a lot of the deputies today discussed that affordable housing for that section 37, and of course, there will be no section 37 after October. But that could go on site, or that could go to some of the other locations in the neighborhood, could it not, Mr. Drager?
Through the chair, the section 37 funds could be used for affordable housing on other sites as well. It's a cash payment to the city.
Correct.
That has a number of opportunities that are listed in terms of social infrastructure that it could go towards, and affordable housing is one of those items that it could go towards.
But you haven't divided
It could be
that
offsite
up.
in the neighborhood.
You haven't divided that, hasn't been laid out, as is often happens in a section 37, saying this much for this much for this much for this. It'd be discretionary? That
is correct.
Is that typical?
In this case, it was further discussions and with the applicant and the local councillor, and trying to find
Just
the appropriate
asking if
ways.
that's typical or not. I don't think that's typical, is it?
It depends on the application on how the section 37 funds are divided. Sometimes it's allocated individually. Other times it's set so that it can go towards a number of different projects depending on the needs at the time when the funds come in.
I wonder if Ms. McDonald's here.
I am Councillor to Councillor Fletcher.
I'm asking if that's typical. What percentage of section 37 would simply be $6 million to without kind of an allocation of some kind?
Through the chair, you are correct that we usually allocate them into different baskets. It is not unusual for us to have an amount which can then be distributed as we do a little more work and we understand where the need is, and where some of our gaps in capital funding are, which we may not be aware of.
Could you outline what they might be in this area?
So I think in discussions with Councillor Matlow's office and the work that David Dreger and Oren's team have been doing, they've kind of been looking at the range of needs. And what this report does is it identifies the range of needs and provides some flexibility for City Council and the local councillor to make decisions about where the highest demand is as the project moves forward. You know, given that it will be some time before the money is in our hands.
Right. So, okay, sometime before the money comes in. And is there a ranking for them?
I am not aware. Councillor Matlow may have an idea of where he sees the highest need in his ward. You know, certainly city planning agrees with the range of benefits that are identified in the report, and we would always work with the ward councillor in terms of assessing what is the most critical need in the neighborhood. So
having heard those deputations, quite a few deputations today did talk about affordable housing in this zone, and
we do agree affordable housing is always high on the priority list for city planning. We're just looking at the balance because you want to have affordable housing. You also want to make sure that there are some of the community amenities in the neighborhood in order for those new residents, whether they're in affordable or market units, to have that full range of benefits that people rely on in the city.
yes, and okay. I won't belabor this, but I would ask you what some of those are there.
So
has been identified. Again, it's a lot of money, so I'm interested in how it's been identified, Ms. McDonald. Okay. Your staff have ranked it with the councillor, and I can't ask him directly, so I'll have to ask you.
So I would ask David Dreger, who has been working on the detail of the file, if in this area where he's done more work and knows the detail better, if he could identify in general the kinds of community service and other demands on top of affordable housing that we're seeing in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Through the chair, the funds that were identified within the Section 37 package within the recommendations from staff, there's three categories there, and they were originally going to go towards directly towards improvements to the Young Heath intersection and improvements to ensuring that that intersection, which is currently a fairly dangerous intersection for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles, to go towards the improvements there. Through the discussions with the councillor's office and the applicant and residents, we're looking towards the future and what could happen on that intersection, as well as other areas within the neighborhood. And the councillor is looking to find additional funding for or other opportunities to fund those improvements and work through the potentially through other processes to ensure that that intersection is realigned as necessary to improve the safety of that intersection. And in order to then potentially free up those Section 37 funds for other endeavors, staff have been in discussions with Create TO and the Councillor's Office on opportunities to bring the Deer Park Library into this development space and have it connected directly to a new park and new pop space. And those conversations are still preliminary but ongoing. There's other opportunities for other affordable housing within the area. Really, it's mainly towards those improvements to transportation and streetscaping within the area that are other opportunities that staff looked at.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? For anyone not in the chamber, Councillor Mahevic just totally got me. Okay. That completes the questions of staff. Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm also moving this one to council without recommendation. I'll explain why in a moment. So I'll just use a moment of my speaking time. Clearly, some of my colleagues are just want to explore, how we're prioritizing Section 37. So one thing that David didn't mention is that there actually is a very core affordable housing component to this that is complex, and that's why it didn't come up in his response. So one of the suggestions by Create TO is we have a library at 40 St. Clair. So what they're suggesting is that the library be moved to the new site, flanking Yonge, and that it'd be a bigger site. So it'd be a library with more programming space for a number of different community needs. And then what they would like to do is then do a redevelopment at 40 St. Clair to provide an affordable housing building. And that's something that they're working on. And but it's a holistic endeavor, not just one site specific goal. And I, one of my colleagues sort of offline suggested that it's so ridiculous that we have to even consider spending Section 37 on basic things like realigning intersections, and I completely agree. But the reality is, if we don't do it this way, it won't get done. And the issue at Yonge is that it's just been unsafe for so long. You may remember Carleton and College. You won't remember. None of you are this old. Carleton and nor am I. Carleton and College used to be offset as well, and then there was just an opportunity when there was a redevelopment, and then they were able to align it to be more predictable and safe for pedestrians. And if any of you know Heath and Yonge, you know what I mean. So anyway, I just wanted to respond to you just in case you were curious about that. That certainly is part of what Create TO and staff are recommending. The reason that I want to create some space over the next 2.5 weeks to deal with this is because, again, it's one of these situations where the working group and I have been meeting so many times for so many hours over the past 3 years. And they've been thoughtful, and we've made so much progress. And David Dreger has, I think, done an excellent job at achieving a number of improvements to the application. So it's been worth our time. Like, it's been a really, really thoughtful, productive experience. But nonetheless, there are some outstanding issues. And if there were like a comment here or a thing that you heard there that you were upset about, please don't allow that don't be distracted by your reaction to those specific things. There are some reasonable, outstanding issues that just need to be resolved, and reality checks about how even the timeline. And I've expressed this last week. I held another meeting with them on Monday, that even the timeline isn't of our doing. I mean, the CBC is going to replace Section 37 later this year. The reality is that it's either going to be resolved at City Council or it's going to be resolved at the tribunal, which will not provide many of the benefits that we've discussed today. That being said, a number of the grievances and concerns that need to be dealt with need that time to be resolved. And I want to make that effort. And it's a lot of work, but it's worth trying. There were residents at 33 Delisle that wanted some more time and notice to be able to organize their ability to engage better. And so we've got 2 weeks. Let's try that. So we're going to work together over the next 2 weeks to see if we can address them. And I think it's only reasonable.
Thank you very much. So on the...
I just have a question of the mover.
Okay,
Chair.
members, I'm going to make a comment. It's not directed at any individual member of council. I just want us to be mindful of something, okay? We have 2 days scheduled for this meeting. There's no possibility I'm aware of for a third. Tonight, it is my extremely strong preference, because of reasons having to do with staff scheduling, that we complete the work that we have scheduled for today by 10 p.m. We must in there have a dinner break as well, and we have over 40 deputants remaining on items that were publicly scheduled for today. So we're starting to run into some time limitations that are very, very concerning to me in terms of the management of the meeting. I totally respect your right to fully and vigorously debate all the items in front of us. I just ask you to be clear in your minds about whether you're achieving the things you think you're achieving when we debate these items, given our time constraints. Next question of the mover was Councillor Fletcher.
I just have one little question. Is that project for the library already set, Councillor Matlow? Has that gone through all the hoops and everything?
No.
It's just an exploratory.
And there's a lot of engagement that I'd rather not just get into.
That's fine. I'm just wondering if it's been approved or something.
It's something that's been very intentionally pursued.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the mover? Seeing none, on the motion to send it to council without recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. The next item I have is 34.14, Basin Media Hub, 29, 35, 41, and 75 Basin Street, City-initiated zoning bylaw amendment application final report. Ian Graham is the first deputant I have listed. Ian, are you with us? Ian, can you hear me?
I am with you.
Hi, welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
So you have
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Okay.
I will be very quick. I'll be very quick. Mr. Chairman, members of Community Council, my name is Ian Graham. I'm a planning consultant with R.E. Milburn Associates, and I'm here representing Hackman Capital Partners and MBS from Los Angeles, who are going to be involved in developing a major studio on the lands that are subject to this city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment. And we've been working with staff over the last 3 months on achieving this draft bylaw. They've worked tremendously hard to get it in the position to which I think it needs to be. And our client will be going forward in July with a site plan application. And it's really, really important that this bylaw get before council and approved before they get their site plan application in. I would like to thank Kathy McDonald, Carly Bowen, Anthony Kittle, Chris Hilbert, all of the members from the planning department and all their associates who've been working very hard to get this bylaw before you. This is going to be one of the first sites that are going to be in the new zoning bylaw, the citywide zoning bylaw in the Portlands. Very proud to be part of that opportunity. And this new development is going to create a major development and an opportunity for a public walkway along the waterfront as part of this bylaw amendment. It's the first step in a bigger process. We look forward to submitting the site plan next month. And I'd like to thank Councillor Fletcher, particularly, who being instrumentally involved in getting Hackman and MBS to this point in the process, as well as Create TO and other members in the area. I'm going to pass my time off to Brian Godley, through the chair, who would like to speak on behalf of Hackman Capital. If there's any questions that you may have, I'm here.
Thank you. So are there any, Brian's going to be taking any questions we have? Is that the way you want to set it up?
I believe Brian will be the next speaker, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes, he is. Okay. So we'll go then to Brian Glodney. Brian, are you with us?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me
Brian.
okay?
You're loud and clear. So you got 5 minutes.
Excellent.
And you can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, or early evening to everybody else. I know it's been a long day already. I've been listening in as we've gone. Appreciate everybody's time today to allow me to speak for a couple minutes. Mr. Chairman, fellow members of the Community Council, my name is Brian Glodney, Senior Vice President at Hackman Capital Partners, along with our operating affiliate, the MBS Group. We're extremely excited to be in the city of Toronto. This is a wonderful opportunity for ourselves to be in a new market, to expand upon great partnerships, and really be a core component to leading the Toronto film industry, the media industry, into the next 50 years. And so we're very excited to be here. I want to acknowledge, as Ian did, all of the wonderful work of the city staff in developing this bylaw. It's been an incredibly collaborative process in the alignment of goals in terms of media industry at Basin. Councillor Fletcher, Creatio, the film community of Toronto at large have all been wonderful partners. It's been a great dialogue, and we fully express our support for the bylaw as it sits in front of you today. For those that aren't aware of Hackman Capital Partners, as we are new to the Toronto market, we are the world-leading independent studio owner and operator. We have over $10 billion in studio properties around the globe. We have 90 plus facilities that we own or operate ourselves or in partnership with other production companies. That's over 490 stages and over 450 productions on a yearly basis. And so this is our industry. It is our passion. We are developers, but we are also operators. And so we are long-term holders. We live and breathe this market every day. One of the things that we love to bring to the table is our deep connection and constant finger on the pulse with the production community. We are allowed to bring those lessons forward on a daily basis, operationally, and into a longer term vision of development. As Ian outlined, and as this bylaw would allow, it allows for a fully potent, state-of-the-art media facility right on the water's edge with a wonderful new promenade component to the project, bringing public access and public benefit to Basin and Ship Channel, and also allows us to build a robust studio facility that meets the modern demands of the entertainment industry. So we hope that this will be a catalytic project for the Basin area at large. We hope it will become a prototype for studio developments throughout Toronto. And once again, want to fully express my appreciation for the collaboration, discussion, and support of the entire city community. And that once again, we are in full support of this bylaw as it sits in front of you today. I look forward to answering any questions that there may be and appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the full council.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Brian, thank you so much for joining us. I don't see any further listed deputations on this. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a motion, please. This has to do with the promenade that was being mentioned there, and that it's a very exciting opportunity to do this. These are really about the public realm. I think we're going to pass this bylaw today, and thank you to the deputants for being here. The promenade feature here is something that was developed in the Portland's planning framework, which you may all remember from a council ago or a council term ago as a very seminal document from planning that includes a promenade all along the Ship Channel. And with this development, we are now being able to achieve that. But in order to achieve it, the right-of-way onto Basin Street needs to be shifted by 1.8 meters. And I'm proposing that we make sure that happens. That this is a very large development for the city. It's a $250 million investment in a studio. It is, of course, an anchor studio in the area that we've set aside for film. It was won through an RFP as being just an amazing opportunity, including a lot of very high tech. And it's an important contribution to our industry, which is a very strong industry, employing over 35,000 people and with a over $2.5 billion GDP annually. This is a lease. It's a very long lease. It's with the TPLC. So there's a number of things that we can achieve here. I would like to also say in this motion, I've asked that we look at the entrance. Bouchette and Basin Street need a little TLC. Basin Street recently, well, it's got some track in it. It's got a lot of holes in it. I took a number of pictures. I won't show them all to you. But for an investment of this kind, these streets have just been sitting there, often with empty lots or other types of activities going on. So this 8-acre site has been brought into the market. The RFP was out. It was taken by Hackman, MBS, and it's very exciting. It meets all of the requirements for the Portland's planning framework, and it is a really incredible industry for our city. I will also thank Hackman and MBS for their work, for what's going to be a beautiful site, and also all the city planning staff. I know that you've worked night and day to get this going so the site plan can get in July and things can really progress, get a shovel in the ground and make this happen in an industry that is pretty top industry in the city, growing, needs space. When we were in Los Angeles, we heard how important it was for space. So you do have another one in Downsview, although I will say that the one on the waterfront will be a spectacular addition to Toronto's waterfront as a soft industry, the film industry considered to be that type of industry in a district that's set aside for film. So these are some of the improvements that we can make to make this one of the most successful projects going. And I'll be making a few other motions around Bouchette Street, but not associated with this in council. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move these motions and move the zoning bylaw. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank
Chair?
you. Yes.
You've been knocked off. You've been knocked off?
No, we're just trying to work out, I'll explain it in a moment. So are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none. Okay, on the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, members, we're going to have to do a little bit of fancy footwork for a moment. I want to draw
Sorry,
your...
did you take my amendment? Sorry.
Yes,
did you take my amendment?
Let me do that again, just so there's no doubt. On Councillor Fletcher's amendment and the item, we'll consider them together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, members.
Thank you.
The numbering of the agenda does not specifically correspond to the timing of the items. To make matters more confusing, some items are timed for today and some are timed for tomorrow. Although the next item we have scheduled numerically is item 3416, there are a number of items starting with 3455, which were publicly scheduled to be today at 11 a.m. And that comes before the 1:30 items. So what we are going to do now, in fairness to deputants who scheduled expecting to come up 5 hours ago, is ask the deputants who expected to come up 3 hours ago to wait a little bit longer. So we're going to go to item TE 34.55. The title of which is 2 to 24 Temple Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application request for directions report. And we do have two deputants listed on that item. First, we have, it's handwritten here, Miru, I'm very sorry that I can't read the handwriting for your last name. Are you with us? Not online. We also have Adam Wynn. Adam, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Adam, we can. So Adam, you're going to have
Wonderful.
5 minutes, and please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I am here in regards to 2 to 24 Temple Avenue, the zoning bylaw amendment application request for direction report. I am a resident of Parkdale and a volunteer with the Sunnyside Historical Society, which is also known as the Parkdale Village Historical Society. In January 2021, developers proposed a 16-story condominium building at 2 to 24 Temple Avenue. This redevelopment application includes the proposed demolition of almost the entire north side of Temple Avenue, a small 130-meter-long residential street running east-west between Dufferin Street and Tyndall Avenue in the South Parkdale neighborhood of Toronto. In early 2022, neighboring 26 to 28 Temple Avenue and 93 to 97 Tyndall Avenue have been put up for sale as a separate development parcel with an asking price of $17 million. There is a known legacy of demolitions in South Parkdale, including the obliteration of entire blocks and streets for government projects, institutional expansions, and private redevelopments. Several well-known planning and urban affair publications, such as Spacing Toronto, have written articles on the lost streets of South Parkdale. I have included a link in one of my letters. Temple Avenue was created during the early 20th century and is situated on the former Elm Grove estate. Elm Grove.
Councillor Fletcher, sorry, Adam, I have to jump in. Councillor Fletcher, your microphone is on. Councillor Fletcher, can you hear me? Councillor Fletcher. There we go. Okay. Adam, so I'm very sorry for that interruption. I'll give you a little extra time at the end. Please continue.
Thank you so much, Councillor Burke. Temple Avenue was created during the early 20th century and is situated on the former Elm Grove estate. Elm Grove itself was constructed in the early 1830s by the Gwynn family as one of the first residences in what eventually became Parkdale. The Elm Grove house itself would have been situated directly along the south side of Temple Avenue and immediately opposite the 2 to 24 Temple Avenue development site. As of the time of writing this, or as speaking this, Temple Avenue presently contains a mix of early 20th century Edwardian homes and a lush, well-established tree canopy. Alongside its connections to Elm Grove, 2 to 24 Temple Avenue is also located only 600 meters north of Fort Roulet, the last French military and trading fort to be built in southern Ontario, which was active from the 1740s through the 1750s. It is also in close proximity to historic and now lost First Nations trails, which are noted in Lady Simcoe's diaries from the 1790s and in early maps of the area. Also in immediate proximity is the Canadian National Exhibition, located less than 300 meters south of the development site. To date, no heritage impact assessment has been conducted by the developers as part of the redevelopment application. While there are presently no on-site or immediately adjacent heritage resources, city staff have the ability to request a heritage impact assessment as part of the development review process, and as evident with several of the applications reviewed earlier today and that will be reviewed tomorrow, such as 506 to 516 Church Street, which had an HIA written prior to the designation of 508 to 510 Church Street, and 334 Blair Street West, which had an HIA issued for the York Apartments. I strongly encourage you to require that the applicant conduct a heritage impact assessment for 2 to 24 Temple Avenue as part of their development application. It is absurd and concerning to allow a developer to demolish almost an entire pre-World War I street built directly on the site of an estate dating to the 1830s without conducting any form of heritage-related assessment or evaluation. While preservation of the extant buildings at 2 to 24 Temple Avenue may not be deemed the best strategy for this particular site, there should still be investigation, documentation, and potential commemoration of the history of this site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? Adam, thank you so much for your contribution today. I have no one else listed. Are there any members of the public who are here to make a deputation on this item? I don't see any. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, which are to oppose the application. And I know that the planner was listening to the deputants and will be mindful of the remarks made here today. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.56, 175 to 195 St. Clair Avenue West and 273 Poplar Plains Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications, request for directions report. I have a deputant listed, Doug Hyington.
Hi.
Hi, is this Doug?
Yes, it is.
Doug, thank you so much for joining us today. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay. I just received this application or direction today, so I'm responding to it quickly. But one thing I did, and I submitted a form, a presentation that one of my fellow owners also submitted. We're from 265 Poplar Plains Road, which is immediately south of the development, and we see that the city's recommending against this proposal, which we agree with, so that's fine. But we wanted to make sure that our concern about the laneway, which is immediately to the north of us, is mentioned in the report. This is a laneway which is, we've had a right-of-way on it as a building for over 50 years, sort of an implied right-of-way. And it's also essential to our building for servicing and emergency services. And when the building was constructed, it was always sort of part of the planning process. So we're requesting a greater setback of 6.5 meters from the north side of our building with that laneway to remain intact, so that emergency vehicles and service vehicles could service the building, because our underground parking is underneath our back garden, and the only way to deal with the membrane there and that building is via this laneway. And if it's taken away, the building will be very landlocked at the back half. Other than that, we agree with the city that we object to many, many things in this building. It seems to be built without consideration of the site, the traffic plan, and other towers around it. So just want to make sure that that's added to the report. That's all.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Doug? Councillor Matlow.
Doug, hi. Thank you for your deputation. It's your local councillor.
Hi, Josh.
Hi, Doug. May I ask you? I think it'd be helpful. Would you email me the specific issues with the lane that you would like to have addressed? It's a little late at this point because staff have already written their report. But what I'd advise you to do is if you send me it in writing in detail, I'll share it with the staff, and then also share it with the community group Radish that is also going to be a party, and that way we make sure that it's on the table and discussions are.
Okay, I'll send you. It's a presentation by Mitch Gilbert, who's in my building.
Oh, Mitch, yeah.
Do you know what's your email, Josh?
It's counselor with 2 L's _Matlow @toronto.ca.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the deputant?
Thank you, Doug.
No, seeing none. That completes the list of deputants that I have on this item. Are there any members of the public here today who wish to make a deputation on it? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow.
I move the direction, or move the recommendation with gratitude.
All those in favor, opposed, that carried. And the final of the items that we had timed for 11, TE 34.58, designation of the Parkdale Main Street Heritage Conservation District Plan under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Adam Wynn. Adam?
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I am here on behalf of the Sunnyside Historical Society, which is also known as the Parkdale Village Historical Society. Our historical society fully supports the designation of the Parkdale Main Street Heritage Conservation District under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. The Sunnyside Historical Society and Parkdale Village Historical Society have been actively involved in the West Queen West Planning Study, OPA 445, since its launch in 2013-2014, and in the Parkdale Main Street Heritage Conservation District since its launch in 2016-2017. The Historical Society would like to extend sincere thanks to the city staff, community members, and the countless others who have worked on these projects over the past 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Adam? No? Adam, thank you for the positive feedback. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? I'm going to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, members, now we jump back to the 130 items, starting at TE 34.16, 1540 to 1550 Bloor Street West, rental housing demolition application final report. The first deputant I have listed is Barbara Gordon. Barbara, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hi, Barbara. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'm more than ready. I have been a resident of the neighborhood at Bloor and Dundas. I'm on Prince Rupert Avenue for 40 years and recognize how very fortunate we are to live in an area of immense resident and business diversity and an important traffic hub. Because today is specifically about the demolition of this property, I won't even think about all the problems we have with this site. So I will go directly to, and keep it as short as I can, the small businesses establishments west of 1550 Bloor, extending to Dorval Road, they feed and form the needs and interests of the people of the area and constitute what makes Toronto a multiplicity of vital neighborhoods. Those owners carry the risk of significant harm from the demolition and construction in such a very tight space, and without significant voice for themselves and without public accountability on the part of the owner and developer. These so-called small owners run the risk of losing their legitimate access to the laneway just north of Bloor, behind their properties. The well-being and livelihood of these owners on Bloor and the normal work of Romero House, of which I'm a member of the advisory to the board of Romero House, which is an amazing resource and settlement center for refugees, and is one of the main hubs of our neighborhood. All those businesses and Romero House need truck and van access to this laneway each and every day. Mary Jo Leddy, the founder of Romero House, has said, forgive me, I'm just going to find the other reference. The width of that laneway at one point is as narrow as a Honda Pivot, I think she said. It's an impossible position and very difficult to envision how trucks, cement, garbage, and otherwise are going to use that property. Sorry, Mary Jo couldn't stay any longer, so I really want to be sure that I include, and she will mail her submission. I want to include her other point, which will come to me. I also want to quote item 13 on, I think it was section 5 of the agreement with Timbertrin and the city, November 9th, which says, the agreement that prior to the commencement of any excavation and shoring work, the owner shall submit a construction management plan to the satisfaction of the chief planner and executive director, city planning, in consultation with the local councillor, and thereafter shall implement the plan during the course of construction. The construction management plan will include, but not be limited to, the following construction-related details: noise, dust, size of location of staging areas, location and function of gates, dates of significant concrete pouring, lighting details, vehicular parking, queuing locations, street closures, parking and laneway uses and access, refuge storage, site security, site supervisor contact information, and a communication strategy with the surrounding community, including matters related to the construction of streets or infrastructure and any other matters requested by the chief planner and executive director, city planning, and the city solicitor. Now, your office, Councillor Perks, says that your usual practice is to create a working group, bringing together a small group of neighbors that will be most impacted to review site management, blah, blah, blah. Our office will be reaching out to the applicant to make them aware of this request and set a timeline for this work. I'm not sure that has been done, and we are very eager to be in consultation because this big old building is going up, and we want our voice to be heard. So in light of all these factors, it seems reasonable to ask that the city create a small, active committee with fair representation of concerned parties that can make operational, neighborhood-based decisions founded on good technical advice and showing concrete concern to provide for safety and protection in the use of our lane. Included in their mandate would be the service of and care for the preservation and the spirit and fact of neighborhood in all concerned interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Barbara? Barbara, I'll be addressing this. Well, I'll call you later.
Okay.
Don't worry. We have a way of sorting all this.
Oh, wow. Great.
There are three distinct steps. I'll explain it in a few minutes. No other questions for Barbara? Thank you. And Mary Jo is not connected? No? Okay. Diana Blauzzimas?
Somebody, technical people said they're gonna come and help me because I have big format documents that I would like to project.
Put them just on that little table to your right.
Yes.
My left. See where that projector is?
Yes, I see it. First of all, I would like, I send my documents that were city-issued documents, actually, that prior to this meeting, so everybody should have it, and I would like everybody to refer to the property standards order. That's the first document. With 37 non-items that was issued September 11th, 2019 to be complied by October 1st, 2019. And now we are into 29th of June, 2022. This order was not complied with. So, so let's see what we have here. I guess, okay, it's not clear. It's not really clear. Okay, that's so what is, somebody's monitoring the clear, how clear it is, right?
Yes, please continue.
All right, so doesn't seem to be very clear, but I want to ask, if you all have it, the document, then I won't need to show you. If you all can look on your laptops, the document I sent.
Diana, we all received the correspondence that people send in. If you can just continue with your deputation.
Well, I would like you to refer to the documents, the document I identified right now while I am doing my speech, if possible. Or is it too difficult?
Diana, we're all aware of the correspondence that you sent on this item. If you can just continue, okay?
All right, so the second document I sent also is the appeal that was done by this developer, Trinity, to your council, actually, Toronto and East York panel, that was considered on November 25th in committee room number 3. That the document looks like that. And the order was upheld, and also time extension was given for 13 out of 37 items, 1 month extension, rest of the items 3 months extension, which was not complied with either. So the point I'm trying to prove here that this company is non-compliant. They already breaking the city bylaws and not complying with numbers of your municipal licensing and standard bylaw officers, total disregard, and therefore this tenant relocation plan will not really work because why would the developer go ahead with your relocation plan when he is breaking the bylaws and doesn't respect the city's bylaws? And your relocation plan is not really a bylaw. So basically, that's what I wanted to convey, that seems like the city will not be contacting the tenant when the tenant is relocated 6 months before the moving into the new condo unit. The landlord is expected to contact the tenant. And I want to know what responsibility city has with their relocation development plan to make sure that their tenants' rights are as they are, and the tenant gets the unit they're entitled to. Because this landlord not going to call the tenant, because landlord doesn't want the tenant now. Landlord offered me $25,000. I refused. They raised the price to $40,000 to move out now. So they don't have to pay this gap fee and give me the affordable unit. And we have a hearing at Landlord and the Board actually next week where he's trying to find out all kinds of loopholes, trying to evict me, throw me out now. So this is not, he doesn't want me as a tenant. So I want to know how the city gonna make sure my rights are there, basically, that's what I want to know. Next thing is the package, which is tenant relocation package, was supposed to be delivered by the city to me, which is a tenant. It ended up forwarded by city staffer Keir Matthews Hunter to the landlord for some reason. And this information, this post, it was meant for me. That's my mail, not for the landlord to read. It's private. Nobody reads my mail. That's not even the end of it. Landlord did not deliver it to me. It forwarded to another person who is contractor to be delivered. Further on, the same staff forwarded the email to a person at non-profit organization. So 3 other people got it, but the city did not deliver it to me. Information that's intended for me. And the same staffer claims to have been to my unit for site inspection when I saw him in the lobby on the day I got 24-hour notice from the landlord, and he never entered my unit, though he claims now that he has been for a visit into my unit. Yeah, so which is really, really weird. I am there, and he came to lobby. He didn't introduce himself who he is. He never said he's from the city. He never gave me his business card. He asked me, how many bedrooms, ma'am, do you have? I said 2, and then he left. Yet he gave me a deadline to contact him by, June 12th, which I did, and he claims to have visited my unit on that day. I almost fell off my chair. And the package that he was supposed to be delivered to me regarding tenant information, he failed to do so as well. Instead, he sent it to my landlord, as already indicated. Maybe the city can answer some of my questions that I have. What responsibility the city takes to make sure the tenants gets the unit that they are entitled to?
Thank you very, very much for your deputation.
Yeah.
You're over time, Diana, so I'm going to ask you to stop there.
Sure.
Are there any questions for Diana? I don't see any. Okay, Diana, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. Next, I have Adam Wynn. Adam? Adam, are you with us? Adam, from our end, it looks like you're connected. Okay. Just a moment while we check to make sure that the connection is good. Adam Wynn? Adam, we've done our best at this end. Pardon me? We've lost the room connection. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We dropped out there for a moment. Where we left off, we were on 1540 Bloor rental housing demolition application, and we had yet to hear from Adam Wynn. Adam, are you with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now? I can hear you.
Thank you so much for hanging in there. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you. I have both a oral deputation, and then at the end, I'm hoping to share my screen, if possible, with the screen share feature. I am here in regards to 2343 Dundas Street West, which is a property part of this redevelopment site at 1540 to 1550 Blair Street West. It's on the Dundas Street West elevation of the site. A 27-story mixed-use, primarily condominium building has been proposed for this site, which includes the demolition of all extant buildings. I am very much concerned about the proposed demolition of 2343 Dundas Street West as part of this redevelopment. I am also disappointed that Heritage Planning staff have decided not to pursue heritage protection and retention of 2343 Dundas Street West as a requirement of the proposed building. To date, no heritage impact assessment has been conducted by the developer, albeit Heritage Planning staff have advised they have considered the building. 2343 Dundas Street West was designed by Benjamin Brown during the early to mid-1920s on a commission for restaurateur Samuel Leichtman. Benjamin Brown is a significant architect within the history of Toronto and was one of Toronto's first Jewish architects. The Ontario Jewish Archives maintains the Benjamin Brown Preservation Campaign. I have included a link to that in my letter. The original exterior of 2343 Dundas Street West is largely intact, but has been covered with construction signage and hoarding, and is visually overpowered by the adjacent giraffe-themed cladding on neighboring buildings. the historic exterior of 2343 Dundas Street West could be incorporated and restored as part of the podium design of the 27-story building. I'm going to try and share photographs now through the screen share feature, if this cooperates. This here is the exterior of the building. It is quite a high degree of craftsmanship, but as I've mentioned, it's partly covered with plywood, signage, and other related materials. It is in the middle of these three buildings here, and as I mentioned, there's giraffe-themed cladding on the other two. Here it is in the 1980s. The upper levels have a carved features and other high degrees of details, as I mentioned. And the Ontario Jewish Archives have the original drawings in their collection, which could guide or aid restoration efforts. Thank you.
You did share screen. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just dancing on the edge of a volcano here briefly. Okay. Thank you very much for your deputation, Adam. Are there any questions? Seeing none, that concludes the listed deputants. I don't see any members of the public who wish to address us in the room. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, just very quickly, Barbara, if you're listening, I'll be in touch with you and Mary Jo to make sure that you understand what your rights are and what the city's responsibilities are during the demolition process, which is separate from the construction management process, which is the document you were reading to us before. And also I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what your rights are in terms of the private easements over the lane to the north of the property. Adam, I'm very sorry that these items weren't caught for consideration. There were public notices about this item and the application years ago, a couple of years ago, but we're past that stage now and we're on to the rental replacement portion. And Diana, I know that my office and city staff have been in contact with you, and we will continue to work with you to make sure that you get the support you need during the rental replacement piece. So with that, I'm going to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, members, it is now 4 minutes to 6 o'clock. What I am going to propose is that we break now for 1 hour and return at 7 o'clock to continue on with the 1:30 items and the 7:30 items. Perhaps if over the dinner break you can think about any tools you have at your disposal to help us move through those items more quickly. We have a hard stop at 10 o'clock. I'm just going to impose that because of a bunch of other things going on here in the chamber. Okay? So I will see everybody back here at 7 o'clock. And in those 3 hours, we will do magic. Talk to you later. See you all in an hour. This is a precise 7. 7, as in, oh, look, it's 6:59. I'd better run like crazy to get back to my seat in time. 7. Okay. Welcome back. I call the meeting back to order. We left off after having completed item 3416, which means the next item that we have is TE 34.17, 316 through 336 Campbell Avenue, official plan, zoning bylaw amendment, and rental demolition application, final report. I have deputants listed. The first deputant I have listed is Jess Mizak. Jess, are you with us? Jess, you're listed as being connected to the meeting. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome. And
Fantastic.
Thank you for joining us this evening and for all your patience. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm Jess. I'm part of the Perth DuPont Community Garden, which is the garden at Symington Playground that would receive shadow from this tower. I also represent the Junction Triangle Community Action Network, which deals mostly with housing justice in the neighborhood. And I wanted to raise a few points in response to this kind of like deep change and intensification to the neighborhood, because this tower proposal has really deep implications for our kind of block typology. For those who are familiar with the neighborhood, this would be the only tower project going up on this kind of strip of DuPont west of the site of Campbell Park, which in my opinion has a very different character feel and neighborhood and architectural typology as to the towers that are closer to Lansdowne. And it was already kind of argued by the developers in their preamble for the project that the lot next to this project on Campbell, where there's the beer store, etc., it's already kind of assumed that if the tower goes through, there would hopefully be a proposal also going up development in that area as well. So lots of implications for density and intensification of the neighborhood. Currently, the Perth DuPont Community Garden has a 3-year wait list, which is brutal and consistent with the other community gardens in the ward. We've all felt the implications of inflation this year, and the community garden provides food security for myself and many of my neighbors, including a substantial amount of produce that gets donated to food banks such as the Stop every year. This is on top of the important ecological and social weight that the garden and Symington Avenue Playground Park have for our community. The development proposal is dismissive of the implications of shading the Symington Avenue Park. This development will change the nature of how this park operates, how the community garden operates. It ignores that the community garden has a small plot that's attached to the tennis court, which would receive a large amount of shadow from this development, and thus completely shading that portion of the community garden. And, you know, as the studies of the neighborhood in the Junction Triangle, which is receiving just absolutely absurd amounts of development proposals, have highlighted, there's a deep lack of green space amenities per capita per person in the neighborhood, and also for things like food security, social services. And so this project is really already coming in, and we'd like to ask, as part of the garden, for community benefits to be allocated to improve the capacity of the garden and to secure land for a deeply needed expansion, which is currently not reflected in the project. We'd also like to advocate that based on the inappropriate nature of the density of this tower, which is, you know, completely alters the character of the neighborhood, that the number of affordable units in this building is simply not enough. Yes, the city needs housing supply, but it's absolutely essential to make sure that that supply is affordable. You know, I'm painfully aware that having just lost my own rental unit around the corner on Perth and DuPont, that when units supply come into the neighborhood, it's not always for the benefit of those who are already living in the neighborhood. In fact, projects like this intensified the unaffordability of the neighborhood in many ways. So to wrap up, I'd like to ask that council seriously consider the intensity of the change that this tower proposes. It's a huge change to the zoning, turning a row of single-family homes that aren't even on a major street like DuPont into 26 stories, the weight and strain that this will put on the neighborhood, the park, the intersection that has no lights at it. These are all things that will have huge implications, and the gains of this project need to seriously be weighed against this. Our priorities for the city cannot be to ensure more than 20% profit for developers. We need to be brave and ask for more for our communities instead of letting them carry the brunt of the implications of each of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time and being so patient and waiting so long. The next deputant I have listed is Joshua Bernard. Joshua?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening, Joshua. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
I'll try to keep it under 2. So my name is Joshua Bernard. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development at Habitat for Humanity, Greater Toronto Area. And today I'm here to speak in my capacity as the Executive Lead for Community Affordable Housing Solutions. Community Affordable Housing Solutions is a federally incorporated nonprofit land trust that was created by Habitat GTA, St. Clair's Multi-Faith Housing Society, and the Co-op Housing Federation of Canada. Our mandate is to increase the depth of affordable rental, co-op, and homeownership housing in housing options in the GTA. As a nonprofit land trust, our objective is to secure and hold professionally maintained affordable housing in perpetuity and work with local nonprofit housing operators to lease the affordable housing units and manage tenant relations. I can say first, I just want to thank Councillor Bilau and the Housing Secretary and City staff, specifically Patrick Miller and Dan Nicholson, for the work that went into preparing the staff report for item TE 34.17. I can say that together with Councillor Bilau, City staff, and the developer, Community Affordable Housing Solutions worked very hard to maximize the opportunity for affordable housing within this development, and are very excited about the opportunity to secure 21 affordable units that will be owned and operated by a nonprofit for 99 years or in perpetuity. This would be in addition to the rental replacement of, I think, around 9 units that will be the responsibility of the developer. Again, I think this is an important development. The City of Toronto has recognized adequate housing as a fundamental human right. I've had the opportunity to really dive into the economics of this project. We had third-party consultant NBLC to look at, what was viable based on the density and this contribution for affordable housing far exceeded the Section 37 dollar value that was calculated. And the developer actually had to give up more of their profit to make this work. So I think we gave them a pretty good run for their money, and they were very reasonable to work with. And ultimately, I think this is a good thing for the neighborhood and for affordable housing in the GTA. So I think 316 Campbell is a project that will help the city deliver on its affordable housing objectives, especially in this time where the need is growing more and more. I look forward to continuing to work with the city, and thank you for your time. Sorry, that was 3 minutes.
We don't mind. Are there any questions for Joshua? Seeing none, Joshua, thank you so much for your contribution this evening. The next deputant that I have listed is Andrea Opadesano. Andrea, are you with us? Andrea, you're connected at our end. Can you hear me? Andrea? Andrea going once? Going twice? 3 times. Okay. That completes the list of deputants that I have for this item. I see no members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Baila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me a few minutes, and I'm going to say it at the beginning, to brag about a few things. So I'm warning you. The Community Affordable Housing Solutions, I'm not sure if any of you have heard about this before. This was a land trust that was created out of very hard work that my community did in the development on the corner of Bloor and Dufferin. So out of the funds and the initiatives that the community worked on at Bloor and Dufferin, there's actually 2 land trusts that have been created. This one that deals with affordable housing, that is actually a sector-led land trust. It's as Josh explained, is Habitat, Co-op Housing, and Sinclair's multi-faith. And there's a cultural spaces land trust that was just created. They're just, been incorporated. There's just getting together to deal with the loss of cultural spaces that we're having in our communities. So from the money of Bloor and Dufferin, on top of 57 units that we got on Bloor and Dufferin, we got some funds that have put the seed of this land trust. And there's been a few deals that have gone through council lately. And this is another deal that is now has 21 units that will be owned by this land trust, that will actually operate. It's an entire floor in this development that will be operated, in this case, as a co-op. We've done ownership, we've done rental stuff. This one is actually going to be a co-op model that will operate the 21 units. But it's going to be owned by the land trust. So what we've been trying to do is to actually add to the assets that is owned by the land trust, so eventually they can start leveraging those assets to build more and more and more affordable housing. So all this to say that once we do believe this is good planning. This is in a community that has seen a little bit of density. We have a bit of density around Lansdowne and DuPont. We do have a building that is significantly lower on the south side of DuPont, but that we've been able to get a 10,000 square feet library. This one is by the tracks, just on the north side of DuPont, not right on DuPont, but it's a site that we were expecting some intensification. But I really wanted to thank my community and this recently formed land trust for working with staff and my office to create more affordable housing. And most important, to create affordable housing that is going to be owned and operated by our nonprofit sector, that we're going to strengthen our nonprofit sector. So thank you to everybody that has been involved. Thank you for all the residents that were involved back from the deal of Bloor and Dufferin, and that now we're seeing the fruits of that labor and that work around in our community, and seeing it here at 316 Campbell, where not only are we going to secure the rental replacement, but we're adding a whole full floor of co-op housing, and that is going to be owned by this land trust. So thank you, everybody, for participating, for coming to the table, for working hard to get this done. I think this is a good deal for the neighborhood. I think this is a good deal for our nonprofit affordable housing operators in the city. And I think this is an example of how communities can come together and work with city staff, from planning, housing secretary, and push to make sure we deliver results for our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That concludes item 17. We now move to TE 34.18, 390 to 440 Dufferin Street and 41 Alma Avenue, City-initiated zoning amendment, final report. We have 2 deputants. The first is Rick Amos. Rick?
Okay, I think I'm on.
Yes, you are, Rick. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. This has been a long day for everybody. My name is Rick Amos. I'm the chair of the West Side Community Council, an umbrella organization of 13 West End community associations. I'm thoroughly intrigued with what Anna Bilal just talked about, the Cultural Spaces Land Trust. I'm going to reach out to a few people on that one because I'm going to be talking in this general area. Just to let you know, I also had an email from John Duncan, planner, updating me on some information to my deputation. So I'm just going to start. Historically, these lands at 390, 440 Dufferin Street were zoned industrial and converted to mixed use. With this conversion was the acknowledgement of the loss of workspace for the residing artists and craftspeople. Section 37 benefits were agreed to by the city and the developer, 390 Dufferin Residence LP. These hard-won local benefits are now in jeopardy of being lost. The developer has acquired the benefits of Section 37, increasing the density and height of his buildings. The cash payment of $2,416,451 will not return the loss of workspace for the local community. This, in our view, is a cut rate price and should not be considered by city councillors. We appreciate the failed attempts to secure partnerships between George Brown College, Mars, and REMAP, but the preferred focus should be on local organizations. There are other organizations that should have been approached and the outreach for a tenant, such as the Center for Social Innovation, 401 Richmond, Akin Collective, and the Neighborhood Land Trust, to name a few, which I was the president of. Sadly, but appreciated, is the revised Section 37 agreement that you will, that's before you, to retain the original, of the original 59,000 square feet, a 14,500 square foot portion on the first 2 floors of Block B with a 25-year lease. If this report is approved, how will the city secure a tenant for these 2 floors and not be back in a year to sell off this final remaining portion? Rental for small workspaces in Toronto is almost non-existent. This is the most important part. There are numerous such Section 37 agreements in our catchment area that are endangered besides 440 Dufferin Street, 59,000 square feet. The Toronto Media Arts Cluster, TMAC project, 30,000 square feet at 2 Lisgar Avenue, and the loss of 6 at-grade units on the Muse at 68 Able Street, 4,600 square feet, are just a few examples of sites that we are aware of. I've attached photos. Communities and nonprofit organizations are challenged to finance, manage, and outfit these sites for the long-term benefit of their communities. A new strategy needs to be set in place for current sites and future proposals that secure long-term tenure by such groups that can follow through on local needs of residents, artisans, craft people, and small entrepreneurs. One that will help grow these community groups and make them more resilient. There needs to be a broader conversation between the city politicians, various siloed city departments, residents, and nonprofit organizations regarding Section 37 benefit agreements and the updates to the Development Charges Act community benefits changes. In closing, since City Council will be winding down shortly in preparation for a municipal election, this conversation needs to start as soon as possible. I thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Rick, thank you for your contribution this evening. Next, we have Joshua Barnt. Joshua? Not in the meeting? Are there any members of the public here in the chamber who wish to depute on this item? Seeing none. That completes the deputants for this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Bailao?
Thank you. Are there staff from economic development and or culture available to answer to this item? Do we know? Okay, let me try to pose this question. First, let's deal with something that was mentioned through the deputation, but let's, it's not this item. The space, the 30,000 square feet at 26 Lisgar, is it now property of the City of Toronto? And do we have currently an REOI out on the street to have a nonprofit to come in and put in proposals to operate the space?
Hi, I've just been advised by the active person that they haven't been added as a speaker, but they're trying to be entered so they can answer your question. Sorry.
Kelly, can you tell us who it is? So that the
It's
staff...
Nina Gies. I hope I'm saying her last name right. Gisa, Gesa.
We're just looking now. Thank you.
Okay.
One moment. One moment. Nina, if you're listening, you're connected at this end. You should be able to unmute yourself at your end.
Hi, Councillor. I can hear you.
There
It's
you go.
Nina Jezzett here.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question was about the space, the 30,000 square feet for the Media Arts Collective. Do we have 30,000 square feet that is now owned by the City of Toronto that was the result of a Section 37 agreement?
Councillor, I'm not familiar with that space. I was involved in the 440 Dufferin Street space, but not the Lisgar space.
Okay, let's try the 440 Lisgar space. Was the Section 37 that this space was going to be available for rent at $6.50 less than the market rent?
I believe so, yes. I would have to get our planning staff to confirm that, but I believe that was the case, yes.
We put it out for an RFP and George Brown and Mars had a proposal to have a manufacturing incubator, was that correct?
That's correct.
Did that deal fall through during the pandemic? The organizations came and said they couldn't make it work anymore. They had to back out. Was that correct?
That's correct.
Did we ask through a motion through this council, the developer for an extra year to put it on the street again to try to get a nonprofit to operate the space as agreed per the costs in the Section 37?
Yes, that too is correct.
Did we expand the mandate not only to be a manufacturing incubator, but to include music, arts, creative sector, anything so that we could make this available for as many nonprofits in different sectors as possible?
Indeed, we did. We reached out to folks in the creative arts, film, television, digital media, technology, makerspace, light manufacturing, music, social innovation, and clean technology space.
Did we have any organization that responded to that RFP?
None that responded to the RFP. Quite a number did respond or did attend a couple of information sessions that we had, but none responded to the RFP.
Okay, so are the funds that we got the fallback clause that we had in the initial Section 37 agreement?
Yes, I believe so. If I can get some confirmation from my colleagues in CREM.
Okay. Anybody? No? Well, I hope my colleagues trust me, given that we don't have staff available and jumping in to say this, that is the fact. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Bailao, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I do want to just comment on the fact that 26 Lisgar we do have 30,000 square feet that was obtained through Section 37 that is now out on the street for asking for organizations to bid. It is supposed to be a media arts cluster space, and it is now owned by the City of Toronto, and we hope that we have a great program and a great nonprofit that will be operating that space in the very near future. Actually, in the last council meeting, we even approved temporary uses from now until the beginning of the year, when we expect to have a permanent operator. But in the meantime, we're going to make that space available for nonprofits to have programming in these next few months if they need to run some of temporary programming. With regards to 390 and 440, I would have loved nothing else than to have this manufacturing incubator operating in here. We have, again, a great community organization. It was called Active 18. We fought very hard on this application. This was an application that was actually initially refused by the city. We voted against it. This was appealed to the OMB. The city and the community were there at the table, and we negotiated the Section 37, which was to have this space available for a manufacturing incubator at a cost of $6.50 under the market rent. We were very excited to have George Brown and Mars coming through with a proposal for a manufacturing incubator. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, they did communicate to the city that they could not make it work anymore. And so this fell through. I did approach the developer, ask for an extra year to try to put out the RFP out in the street, to reach out to nonprofits to see if we could get, even if it was not a manufacturing incubator, any other uses, creative uses available. And we did not have anybody that responded to the RFP. So I wish we did have the opportunity to have somebody in there. We are getting the cash, which was the fallback clause in that Section 37 that was negotiated. But we have been trying, we've been putting out the word out there. But I think the rent was just too high, even with the $6.50 under the market rent. It was just too high to make it work, given the market rents in that area at the price that they are. It was just too high for the nonprofits to even make it work. So thus the need that my community felt to have things like a new Creative Spaces Land Trust being created, because we see organizations continuously being pushed out of our neighborhoods. So I hope that you can support this report in front of you, and that we have tried, and I've worked with staff to really put it out there and to make sure that we reached out to as many organizations as possible and made this space available.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak? No? All those in favor? Recorded vote? Okay. Members, if you support the motion, could you please raise your hand? I have Councillor Bailao, Councillor Mahavik, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Layton, Councillor Buxton Pox, and I am the chair, so that's unanimous. Okay. The next item is TE 34.19640 Lansdowne Avenue Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Final Report. I have two deputants listed. First is Richard Ramos.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Richard. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you like.
Thank you. So I'm speaking on behalf of Magellan Community Charities board members. The request for this application zoning bylaws to permit a 7-story mixed-use building consisting of 256 beds for long-term care, 57 affordable rental housing units, and a commercial retail on the ground floor. So the project meets much-needed demand for long-term care and affordable housing requirements in the City of Toronto. Magellan recognizes the need for additional LTC beds to reduce the existing waiting list times and respond to demand that is expected to increase over the coming years. Magellan has also proposed affordable housing rental units for seniors, as an application has also been approved to the Housing Secretariat for the Open Doors program to facilitate the provisions of the affordable housing. The site at 640 Lansdowne Avenue is owned by the Toronto Transit Commission, has been vacant for numerous years without the potential development for any type of curb appeal streetscape building. Magellan had the opportunity to lease 1/3 of the subject lands facing Lansdowne Avenue for a much needed facility for the community. The balance of the city lands will be used for additional uses such as parks, vehicle parking, and future employment land designation. During our public consultation meeting, we had much support from the community and the surrounding neighbors, in which most feel that the proposed use would be very much beneficial to the community, and the building would establish a much needed curb appeal, and inviting, as the building would also include community space on the ground floor. The use of long-term and affordable housing within the same facility is in high demand and would be beneficial to the aging community. Both long-term beds and affordable housing units have a long wait list, and not enough facilities are being constructed to accommodate the required need. We'd like to thank, as Magellan, the staff at Creatio, city planning staff, our local planner, Kirk Hatcher, and of course our Deputy Mayor Councillor Anna Bailão for all the support and guidance and allowing us the opportunity to make this project a reality. Magellan Community Charities has taken the enormous undertaking to develop a long-term care facility with affordable housing units. The 256 beds have been approved through the Ministry of Long-Term Care, and the 57 affordable housing units have been granted by the Housing Secretary of the City of Toronto. Magellan Community Charities has also spent several years fundraising for the capital campaign for the project in order to have sufficient funds to proceed with the construction of a project of this magnitude. Now, Magellan Community Charities is requesting Toronto East York Council approve our zoning bylaw amendment and support us with the construction of a much needed facility in the community. By establishing this milestone, other nonprofit organizations would take the same initiative and build facilities that are in high demand and the needs are not being met. The increase of the demand for both long-term care beds and affordable housing units has been an issue for years, and communities need to come together to lighten the burden on government organizations. City Council and nonprofit organizations need to work together, such as ours with the city staff, to make this community project a reality. And that was in behalf of the board members of Magellan Community Charities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there any questions for Richard? I don't see any. Richard, thank you for your contribution this evening. Next, I have Haley McWilliam from Bousfields. Haley?
Hi there, good evening.
Good evening, Haley, and welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Haley McWilliam, and I'm a planner at Bousfields who served as the planning consultant for this file. I'll keep it really brief because Richard Ramos covered much of what I wanted to say. I had also just wanted to extend my thanks to city staff, namely Kirk Hatcher, who was the planner on this file, as well as Councillor Bailão for all of their assistance. We've really appreciated their support and all of the efforts that were involved in getting this exciting application to this stage. I have reviewed the positive staff report, and I'm pleased that staff is recommending approval of this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. 30 seconds. Well done. Are there any questions for Haley? No? Haley, thank you for making yourself available tonight. Those are the only two deputants that I have listed on the item. Are there any members of the public present who wish to depute? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by thanking our staff. You know what, especially our planning staff, also our ECS and everybody that's doing development applications has been going through an unprecedented pressure these last few months. There's been a volume never seen in the city of Toronto. And thank you to everybody that made sure that this application was here today, to Kirk, to everybody that reviewed the application. It is truly appreciated. This is an important project for my community. As Richard said, it has had lots of good support in the community. This is city land. It is only 1/3 that is being zoned in here. This is the residential portion of it. The other 2/3, part of it is going to be a park, and the other one will be employment uses. But this residential portion is going to be a long-term care home. And it's a nonprofit organization that it will be building, that has been granted these licenses and will be building the long-term care, and it will be building the 57 affordable units. I'm extremely proud to be able to bring to, downtown West, a long-term care home, when we have been losing licenses in the core of our city. It's really hard to bring long-term care. And so I'm very proud of this, of having been able to bring a nonprofit long-term care home. It will be culturally specific for the Portuguese community, which is a community that has been in this area for a very long time. It still has a significant number of people in there. It'll be open, obviously, for everybody, but you will be able to probably eat sardines and caldo verde and all that stuff, which I think it's really important as you age, and as you age in place, and as you age in your communities. So I'm very proud to put this report forward. I hope to have a unanimous vote in here, and I thank everybody, all the volunteers, all the people that are doing the fundraising, all the board at Magellan Community Charities for bringing this project forward. And I'm so proud to have it here in Davenport for all the residents of Davenport and Toronto West End. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bailao. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak on the item? No. All those in favor? Recorded vote.
Sorry. It's an important project.
Yep. Okay. I have Councillor Bailao, Councillor Mihevit, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Buxton Potts, Councillor Layton, and myself in the chair, unanimous. Okay. Item TE 34.20, 14 Duncan Street, 180, 184, 188 Pearl Street, zoning amendment application final report. I have a deputant listed, Paul Johnson. Paul, are you with us? There you are, Paul. I can see you. Can you hear me, Paul? And I can hear you too. Welcome, Paul. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you want.
Thank you very much. Good evening to members of Community Council. My firm is Johnston Latowski Limited, and we are the planning consultants to the owner applicant in this matter, which is the estate of Arthur Kaplan. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. I'm just going to briefly express the applicant's support for the staff recommendation to amend the zoning bylaw and address a couple of reasons for that, including the background of the planning by the city for this site and for this block and area, and then some specific planning, urban design, and heritage merits of the proposal. So the subject site is located at the northwest corner of Duncan Street and Pearl Street, and this site is immediately north of the Princess of Wales Theatre and the proposed Gary 84-story tower. The site is also within the block bounded by Pearl Street, Duncan, Adelaide, and John Streets, which is significant in that that block is covered by an official plan amendment number 297, which is a site-specific policy area in the secondary plan. And that site-specific policy was enacted by City Council in 2015 to guide the development of the entire block, and had the benefit of setting forward some very specific provisions that affect this site that really put into place the detailed parameters that are now would find their way into a zoning bylaw for the site. So for example, the site-specific policy defines the location of of towers, and there are to be 3, one of which will be on the site. Mandates a minimum tower separation of 20 meters, which is a requirement met by the proposal. Limits tower height to 48 stories, which is the number of stories and the height of the proposal. Prescribes a maximum floor plate, which is 700 square meters, which the proposal is less than, and also addresses heritage and other design matters. And as the staff report indicates, the proposal fully complies with OPA 297. And so when we came to apply for the rezoning application in 2017, there were obviously these very important issues had been addressed already and made our proposal easier, I might say, to deal with. So over these past 5 years, the owner and the project team have worked with city staff, particularly planning, heritage, and urban design, to refine the design of the project and to address issues that were identified primarily by staff, but to a lesser extent at the public meeting. So the staff report deals with a number of features, which I just want to touch on briefly, so you'll understand there would be 369 new dwelling units, which are intended by the owner to be purpose-built rental, and these will be located in the tower. 22% of these units would be 2-bedroom, and 11% are 3-bedroom, which meets the growing up guidelines. The design provides for more than a full replacement of over 6,390 square meters of existing office and retail space that will be in the base building. The design includes a base building, a waste, and a tower component, all of which have been specified by the urban design requirements and by the comments of staff. The base building itself incorporates the original heritage buildings, and the heritage buildings on site will actually be improved to better reflect the original design. So, for example, there will be a restoration of cornices, there will be reduction of enlarged window openings, and removal of metal cladding, bring the building back to a state that more reflects its original design. In terms of the public realm, the ground floor retail and restaurant space along the frontage of the building will animate the project and the street, and an office lobby will be located on Pearl Street. Other matters of issue to city staff and various departments, including wind and other issues that are addressed in the report, are to the satisfaction of the staff. So just to conclude, we would ask that Community Council and then Council approve the staff recommendation as presented and enact the proposed zoning bylaw. And we'd like, of course, to thank planning staff and all staff for their assistance in bringing this to finalization. We thank you for the opportunity to speak today and this evening now, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Paul? Seeing none, are there any, those are all the written deputation requests I have. Are there any members of the public here who wish to depute on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. I understand there's an additional amendment that needs to be moved as well. I'd move that as well, and that's a technical amendment.
Oh, this is the one from legal? Yeah.
Yes, the one from legal.
Yep, okay, good.
And basically the deputant articulated the good reasons why it should be approved. So I'm happy to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the staff recommendations all together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, we have item TE 34.21, 25 and 35 Liberty Street, 58 Atlantic Avenue, 51, 61, and 65 Jefferson Avenue zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications, revised final report. We have a large number of deputants on this item. If I could just make a small plea to any deputants, we have a tremendous amount of business to try to get through this evening. If you could make sure that your remarks are focused to the point you want to make, and if someone else makes your point, you don't have to repeat it. We're just trying to get our work done tonight. So with that, the first deputant I have is Robert Lee. Not in the meeting. David Botchrill.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi David, welcome. So David, you
Hello,
have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I just wanted to speak on behalf of my community here at 25 Liberty. We were one of the original groups of artists that moved into the area, and we find ourselves kind of being punished for our originality. And the development that's being purported here is from our third set of landlords that were here. So we don't, I think, want to stop development and stop progress going in our neighborhood. We just value our neighborhood as artists, and we want to ensure that the people that live here, that started here, don't get left behind in the situation where we find ourselves being placed into sort of smaller units than we were originally rented for our places of business and our artist community creative spaces. So I find myself just wanting to reiterate to the council that this is the situation with us, and we find ourselves wanting to essentially try to maintain the kind of artistic expression of the neighborhood that you seem to value by some of the things that I've witnessed going on in the earlier stages of this meeting, where the artist communities in different areas are being supported and encouraged. And I wish that our community gets the same sort of attention. And I'd like to yield some of my time over to Taras Demerson, who is also on this meeting, and he has a lot of things to say on this. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll yield my time to Terry if that's possible.
It doesn't really work like that. Terry gets his 5 minutes just like everyone else. Is there anything you wanted to add? No?
That's all I wish to speak on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions for David? Seeing none. David, thank you for your time this evening. Next, Stephen James Kuchar. Not in the meeting. Rod A. Ponce. Rod? Not in the meeting. Maddie Signoret. Signoret. Maddie?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
So, Maddie, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna have to put this down so I can read what I wrote. Okay. Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Maddie Signoret. I'm an aerial acrobat, and I have been a live-work tenant of 25 Liberty Street for almost 13 years, with this development looming over my head for the last 8. Last summer, thanks to the Toronto Arts Council, I had the pleasure of working with a circus company, animating the city's parks as part of Arts in the Park and Active TO. I worked on projects generously funded by the Canada Council for the Arts that were installed at the Bentway at Fort York. Tonight, I'm actually performing at Ontario Place. I don't know if you guys can see. None of my work in the community would be possible for me without my affordable live workspace. If I lived in a normal apartment, I would be paying what I pay in rent now just for training space. I have coworkers living in conventional apartments that have to decide between paying for open gym or buying food. I moved to a neighborhood with over 700 artists, and almost all have been gentrified out. A once vibrant community is now almost gone. Living in a live-work building community with other artists of other disciplines has been invaluable. Our building was a community of 40-plus artists before the first developer had most of us removed. While smaller now, we are a strong knit community that's an important part of the greater Liberative Village community. We have 42 live-work units in our building now, and the new one will have 4 live-work and 16 residential units. I also don't understand how 30 existing residential units at the Novus building down the street can possibly replace 22 live-work units here. The applicant is not resupplying the housing stock as per city mandate, but is decreasing it by 22 units with this move. I see many of you are working from home today. Acrobats, painters, dancers, sculptors, musicians, photographers, and other creative cannot do their work from the corner of an apartment. We need space to create. I understand the city mandate is only to replace rental housing, but especially after the events of the last 2 years, I believe the city is being very short-sighted in not preserving creative live-work spaces. Removing live-work units is a loss of a unique form of housing stock. There's a severe lack of similar affordable housing options that are suitable for artists, but there's no shortage of expensive office space. Only large businesses will be able to afford commercial space at the new 25 Liberty Street. The loss of live work at the detriment to artists and small businesses. Toronto is known for being an artistic and cultural hub in Canada. According to the Toronto Arts Council, Toronto is home to 93% more artists than any other Canadian city. The arts and culture industry, on average, contributes more than $1 billion annually to Toronto. 4 times more tourists come to Toronto for culture than for sports. This is an old statistic, but in 2013, Scotiabank Nuit Blanche attracted more than 1 million people, including over 190,000 out-of-town visitors, for an economic impact of $39.5 million. All I see is the city reaping the benefits from artists while simultaneously affordable spaces they need to live and create. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Maddie? Seeing none, Maddie, thank you so much for your contribution this evening. The next deputant the next deputant I have listed is Mario Miotti. Mario? Nope, not attached. Ennis Esmer. No. Gerard Barron, care of Michael Goland. Gerard?
Hello?
Hi, welcome. Gerard,
Hi.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, and good evening, and thank you for listening to us. I'm speaking specifically, to follow up on Maddie's point, I'm specifically speaking to the compensation schedule on the tenant relocation and assistance plan as part of the proposal. And my concern is basically that the way I understand the proposal, existing tenants are going to be basically given compensation to relocate for the 5 years or 60 months necessary for the new development, which we don't, we have issues with, before they have the right to return. Now, there are people in our building that have been there a really long time and are now paying a really small amount of rent, right? And, even 28 months rent compensation is not going to make up for the 60 months rent that they would have to pay at market rates to stay in Liberty Village, right? These are, elderly people, etc. It just doesn't seem, at least this aspect of it just doesn't seem fair. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Gerard, thank you for your thoughts tonight. Next, I have David Bagnerol. David? Not with us. Terry Demerson. Hi, Terry. Are you with us? There you are. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Have you got your microphone turned on?
There we go. It
There we
didn't
go.
click last time.
Go ahead.
We're all good. Before you start, I have two things. I need to share a screen. How do I do that? Oh, there's the share. Okay. I have two documents that I've set to council. This is our third time here at the rodeo, each time with a different councillor. Thank you, Councillor Mahavik, for being here for us. Please turn to document that was called Issues and Demands. We have, I have 7 items, and I don't want to have disrespect to the council. Those people had planned to be here in the day, and I sent a letter to the clerk saying these 5 people, are not going to be here. I'm taking up my own time trying to explain what happened to our people. But yes, we tried to pass me more time. I need 12 minutes. So item number 1.
I'm very sorry, Terry. No, I can't do that for you. You have 5 minutes.
I understand that. And I mean, it's unfortunate. I thought that was possible. Point being, item number 1, we require a gap rent, which represents a minimum of $3,000 a month for the entirety of the development period. And if a sliding scale is used, it must reflect this cost to live in Liberty Village. So we've had different plans come through. If you go to another document that's called the sliding scale interim housing, I'm going to share my screen because we did a math error in that the landlord, the developer, How do I do this? Screen one. Share. I see it. Okay, excellent. So what's happened on this document is I've plugged numbers in to this. Now, if you see, this was our first one in 2019. I'm not comparing 2019 to 2022, but you'll see why I bring them up. Both are insufficient. 2019, we could almost afford to stay in Liberty Village. We'd be losing square footage. This is the interim where we're waiting for the development to be finished. So if you look at these numbers, we have a low end of 1,100 per month, and they get a sliding scale of 25 years. So if they've been here for 25 years, they get the sliding compensation of 17 months. That's $18,700 that they would be paid out. That's a fantastic amount. But let's cut to the bottom in the yellow of item number 1 here. The compensation plus the province recognizes 3 months of a sliding scale. That's $22,000. And the developer at that time said it was a 3-year development, 3 to 4 year. I've cut it to 3 years. $611 a month. You take the base rent and $611, their affordable rent of $1,711. Let's go to the high end, and we have an affordable rent of $2,327 a month, right? Back in 2019, we could pretty much get a place for under $3,000 in the Liberty Village. Now, this is the new new numbers. They've upped us. They've given, it looks like they've given us 11 months. If you're in the 10-year range, they haven't. They've given us 8 months and those 3 months, which are mandatory by the province. Thank you for those 8 months, Bentel, but I don't know. There was no calculation for inflation. Let's look at these numbers. The first one, they have a base rent prorated over 60 months because Bentel now tells us that it's a 5-year development, which lowers the amount. The person at the smallest end of the scale who pays $1,100, their monthly amount, the stipend over a prorated goes to $513, which makes their affordable rent $1,613. And at the high end, it's $2,362. Today in Liberty Village, we are looking at prices between $3,400 and $4,300. That's without parking and without utilities, which we have included in our rent. This inflation. So right now, the way the province looks at, if you are familiar with the RTA, the tenant does not take the risk. We have mandated guideline increases for rent and for whatever. But on this system, we are thrown to the wind, and with an inflation rate that what it is, we cannot find space for less than $4,000. Now, I've found it at $3,700 for, I think it was 1,000 square feet here in my notes. You take that buyout, the total, $30,080. The buyout amount was, I'm sorry, $30,080 is for the low end, plus you take the 5 years of their paid rent at $1,100. That's $96,000 that they have to live on for 5 years. At rent of $3,700 in 26 months, they are homeless. Even for the person who's got the biggest income, they're out in less than 4 years.
I'm going to have to ask you for your final thought. You're at time.
Okay, my final thoughts is we have submitted documents. We hope that you can go through these. These are all important points to us. But this very one, congratulations, you're getting an additional $1.5 million in Section 37 funds, but all is happening is it's kicking down the road because in 2.5 years, we're homeless. We are homeless.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Mihevik, you have a question?
Yes, question. I see, Terry, that you're somewhat distraught. Have you met with our staff in the rental protection office? Has your
I
group...
don't know that office. No, I don't.
Okay,
maybe I can be of assistance, Terry. He's referring to the planning staff who administer the Section 111 rental replacement. I know that you have because I've attended meetings like that with you.
Oh, so are you talking about the planners, Aviva Pelt and Christine Ono?
Yeah. So all
okay.
good.
Yes. So,
yeah.
So absolutely. So because this is on such a compressed schedule, we got the updated proposal a week ago Wednesday. We've had 6 days now to digest, and these are what we're panicked with. So in the past, we've had a few months to go back and forth so that when the recommendation came to you from your city employees, from the planning department, it took into account our requests. We got these requests to you this morning and last night because we've been trying to put this together. We're not professionals, so.
Okay. So you are aware of this group within our planning department, and
Yes.
And I'll be speaking to it a little later on, just to give you some comfort.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We will update this document, but all 7 items are key importance to us. And I believe that we may have a meeting in the future. I spoke to Brent, or he emailed me, and that would go a long way. But if it goes through the way it is, like even if we meet halfway, we're still homeless before we come back to our homes here. Oh, the one thing.
Thank you for sharing. Thanks, Terry.
Yeah.
Thanks for answering my question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, councillors.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
And we appreciate your contribution this evening, and the documents you submitted. Next, I have Stephanie Weirs-Bicky. Stephanie? Not connected? Okay. Michael Goland. Michael, how are you this evening? No, Michael's not connected. Okay, I also have registered Adam Wynn.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Hi, Adam, yes.
Hi again. I have both an oral deputation and a visual element that I'll share after I speak, if I could get screen sharing permissions. The site at 25 and 35 Liberty Street, 58 Atlantic Avenue, and 51 to 65 Jefferson Avenue contains a late 19th and early 20th century factory complex that was originally home to the Ontario Wind Engine and Pump Company. This was one of the very first factories to be constructed in Liberty Village and is representative of the early industrial heritage of the area. Sections of the complex were designed by George Martel Miller, the same architect behind a number of well-known Toronto buildings, including the Gladstone House Hotel on Queen Street West. Some of the complex has been clad in stucco, but historical images indicate that there is underlying brick. During the earlier redevelopment application in the 2010s, the Sunnyside Historical Society, also known as the Parkdale Village Historical Society, led a well-documented advocacy effort in regards to the heritage value of this site. I now wonder whether the revised or the new development application amendment provides a new or renewed opportunity to advocate for a more intensive heritage preservation strategy for this site. Over a week ago, I inquired about this with the city planner assigned to the file, but unfortunately did not receive a response to my query. Presently, only the building at the southwest corner of Liberty Street and Atlantic Avenue, 25 Liberty Street or 58 Atlantic Avenue, which was built in 1901, is slated for preservation, and the rest of the factory complex is slated for demolition. It would be wonderful if the entire block and street wall of historical buildings on the south side of Liberty Street between Atlantic Avenue and Jefferson Avenue could be retained, as well as their respective side and return elevations on Atlantic Avenue and Jefferson Avenue. The block currently has a wonderful symmetry with the two-story middle sections anchored by the 2 3-story sections on each end. I also hope that on-site commemoration of site history will be considered as part of this redevelopment. And I have some photographs here, one moment. This is the site looking southeast. The white building and the yellow and pink buildings are all slated for demolition, with only this red brick building being retained. As you can see, there is a symmetry with the block. The 2-story section in the middle is much older than the 2 end sections. Underneath the stucco, there is brick, and I have a photo of that momentarily. And this is it looking from the other angle. This brick section is going to be retained and the rest of the factory complex demolished. Here we have an advertisement from the late 1890s, and you can see here that this is the same building that's now pink and yellow. It is a very, very old factory in Liberty Village. And here we can see there is brick underneath the stucco. And as some of the previous deputants mentioned, this building has a long history of being associated with the arts, now spanning back over 50 years. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? That completes the deputants I have listed. Are there any members of the public here in the gallery who wish to address the committee on this item? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes.
Questions of staff, Councillor Mahavik.
It would be to the planning staff that works with tenants who are being relocated because of development. Thank you. I'm just going to say generally, could you address some of the concerns and what the protections that we have in place as a city that might ease some of the anxieties that the existing tenants have?
Good evening. I'm Christine Ono. I work in housing policy and city planning. Through the chair, currently we have secured through this report the replacement of the existing 42 live-work rental dwelling units. 20 of the units will be located on site at 25 Liberty as live-work rental dwelling units, which existing tenants will have the right to return to at similar rents to what they currently pay. An additional 30 rental units will be located off-site, just 900 meters away at the 11 to 25 ordinance building. As we heard from some of the deputants, tenants will be receiving a tenant relocation and assistance plan to address and lessen hardship while they are displaced during the construction period. Tenants will be receiving a range of between 13 to 25 months rent compensation to assist with moving to an alternate rental unit during this time. In addition, tenants will be receiving moving allowances in the range of $2,000 to $3,000 per month per move, as well as additional compensation for special needs tenants.
Follow-up question. During the time that they are away and during the time the construction is taking place, and I guess the longer the tenant has been there, the more the compensation would be. What if the construction of the new dwelling takes, or new building, renewed building takes longer than 24 months and their package is only 24 months? What happens then?
Yeah, through the chair, through legal agreements that we have registered on title, we require that additional compensation be provided to tenants should the construction timeline take longer than the estimated 60 months construction timeline. So tenants would receive an additional 2 months compensation, 2 months rent compensation for every 6 months delay before they're able to move back.
Okay, thank you very much, Christine.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. I'll move the recommendations of staff, noting a couple of things. One is that, of course, the city values the arts and the artists, and yes, of course, we know that historically artists often get squeezed out as new development and as community regeneration happens. We do have a program that protects tenants in the relocation process, both for when they can return back to the site. And I would note that I think there are 42 units now, but the plan once developed would be 20 on-site units and 30 off-site units, so more than there is there now. And there is a package for while the construction is taking place. Having said that, and not getting into the details too much at this point, we will be having, I will be planning, my office will be planning a meeting with city planning between now and council to fully brief anyone of the existing tenants so that they are very, very clear on what the package is and how it serves their needs during this construction period. So I hope people can take some comfort in that, given that all the deputations were from the existing tenants and what's going to happen to them both during the construction period and when the new building is built. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendations with the additional motion as recommended by our wonderful clerk's department.
The city solicitor, actually.
Actually,
the clerks just make the magic happen from behind the curtain.
Yeah, but they do it so nicely.
I know, right? Oh, no, Ellen, don't get me wrong. Every word that comes through here passes before your eyes for a final check. Okay, on the amendment and the staff recommendations altogether, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. The next item we have is 3422, 241 Richmond Street West and 133 John Street, zoning amendment application final report. The first deputant we have listed is Gavin Bailey. on three.
Here we go. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and
Mr.
members
Chair,
of council.
point of order.
Yes.
Okay, I would just ask that you keep it as brief as possible. There are three deputants from the applicants, and I just
Gavin, we're
be conscious of time. That's all.
We're very concerned that there are people who signed up for deputations today that won't get to give them if we don't speed up a little. So if there's any way to abbreviate your remarks, please do try.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Mr. Chairman. We have, I'm not here to make a speech today. We're here to answer any questions that council may have of this application to amend the zoning bylaw. We do support the recommendations in the final report. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Perfect. If all applicants making deputations tonight could take note. Okay. Are there any questions of the applicant? Seeing none. Gavin, thank you so much. Next, we have listed Jason Park. Jason, are you with us?
Good morning. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of council. I'm going to be even briefer. I have nothing further to add. I just want to thank city staff for their hard work in getting the report onto council, including city planner Joanna Keymont. And I will also tell you the third person is Tony Volpentesta, who is our planner, and he won't be attending today due to another commitment. Thank you.
Oh, I like you even better. Thank you so much, Jason. Since Tony's not here, that completes my list of deputants on this item. Are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendations. Yes, it's a 40-story building secured by the wonderful former councillor, Joe Cressy, 1.24 for affordable housing, almost $5 million for community services and facilities, parklands and streetscape improvements. Thanks to Joanna, the planner on the file, and to my wonderful inherited staff, especially in the person of Brent, for their good works. I'd like to move the staff recommendations along with the recommended motion from the city solicitor through the clerk's office.
We're starting to learn. Okay, taking the amendment and the item together as one. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. The next item we have is TE 34.23, 145 Wellington Street, 53 and 55 Simcoe Street zoning amendment application final report. We have one deputant listed, Mike Drawer.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, there we go. Mike, welcome. Go ahead. The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
And I'll try to be brief as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Mike, planner with Bausfields, which is the planning, urban design, and community engagement firm representing H&R REIT to respect to 145 Wellington Street West. I am very pleased to be here today as we're getting to the finish of what's been a long but rigorous process, which would permit a landmark mixed-use building on this designed by Turner Fleischer in partnership with Partisans Architects. I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, I wanted to confirm that we are fully in support of the staff recommendations. And relatedly, number two, I wanted to take a moment and thank, on behalf of H&R REIT and the entire project team, in particular, John Duncan, the file planner, who's been tremendous in pulling this together, along with a few others, Joanna Keymont, Mladen Kukic, William McRae, and Lynn McDonald, who all played a very important role in getting us here. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I want to reiterate our support for the staff recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions in case there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for making yourself available this evening. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, happy again to move the staff recommendations. Good work has been done by one and all, along with the suggested amendment by the city solicitor through the clerk.
Okay, we'll take them as a package. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, we have
Mr. Chair, we did miss one, sorry, only because it was related to the Duncan and, it was related to the 241 Richmond and 233 John. It's 34.29, alterations to heritage. Probably should have been done at the same time. My apologies.
Okay, we didn't have any deputants listed on that, so. Okay.
I know Mary McDonald stayed online. If someone had a question.
Right.
But the rest of the heritage staff are not online.
Okay.
But it's up. I mean, it's really.
Yeah, all good. Councillor Mihevc, we'll just deal with an agenda order.
Okay, sure.
Because there were no deputants listed, and I don't have to do any of that complicated stuff.
Yep.
Item TE 34.24, University Avenue Zoning Amendment Application Final Report. I have deputants listed. Adam Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Community Council. I will be extremely brief. I want to thank staff, John Duncan, Willie McRae, Joanna Kinmont, Laura Bissett Legal, Dan DiBartolo, Ann Fisher, Nasima Dabin, Urban Design, and Linda McDonald. It's been a long process, but actually a very positive one in the resulting design. I also want to make one other comment. We had a call with Max Allen today. I don't know if he could make it. I promised him that I would highlight the fact that while Metrolinx didn't seem to want to be involved in our site, although we do have a TTC connection, in the future, if their minds are changed by the good work of Max Allen and his association and others, we are open as part of any site plan process in the future to allow Max to be involved in that process with us, and he can give me a call and we will try and work that in. We tried at the beginning of this process 4 years ago, but they wanted to go to the other side of the street. And that's it, and thank you for sitting so long tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions for Adam? Seeing none. Next, I have Liz Driver. Liz Driver.
There we go. Okay.
Hi, Liz.
Members. Hi. Good evening, Chair and members of the Community Council. My name is Liz Driver, and I'm the Director Curator of Campbell House Museum, adjacent to 250 University, on the northwest corner of the intersection. I wrote to Community Council in June 2018, expressing the concern that the heightened style of the proposed additional stories at 250 University would have a negative impact on the special urban landscape at the university. 4 years later, the application arrives for an amended zoning bylaw. At the same time, as serious concerns arise about Metrolinx infrastructure at this landmark intersection. It's fair to say that there's now a heightened awareness of how the various components of this intersection work together to create a unique urban context. Today, I'm requesting that you defer consideration for the request to amend the zoning bylaw for 250 University for two main reasons. The first, transportation reason. There needs to be more time for city staff and Metrolinx to consider options for the Ontario Line infrastructure at Osgood Station. The applicant's request for a zoning bylaw amendment and their associated documents showed no specific response to the current form of the Ontario Line, probably for the reasons Adam Brown just mentioned. Last spring, when I inquired, planning did not seem to know much about the interface between the Ontario Line infrastructure and 250 University, and they redirected me to Metrolinx. I still do not believe that the city is receiving full engineering information from Metrolinx, and possibly also not from the owner of 250 University. I believe that third-party independent engineering advice is needed to pursue alternatives for Ontario Line infrastructure at this intersection, including the property being considered today. Hence, my requested further request for the zoning amendment to provide time to obtain this engineering advice to ensure that 250 University remains an option for the Ontario Line station. My second reason for deferral is to ensure that the 2004 Urban Design Guidelines for Queen University Canada Life are considered in a revised staff report, specifically with respect to impacts on Campbell House. The developer's Heritage Impact Assessment for 250 University overlooked this planning document, which I believe is still in force. The document links the Bank of Canada building to the ensemble of buildings at Queen University. It recognizes the sense of continuity and coherence of this ensemble, and importantly, states that, quote, the buildings at the south end of the Canada Life campus, in association with the adjacent buildings on the south side of Queen Street, are to form an appropriate urban ensemble framing the Campbell House, unquote. In other words, in 2004, city staff saw the Bank of Canada building as contributing to the ensemble of buildings on the north side. Yet the staff report states only that the buildings on the north side are subject to the design guidelines, without any comments about impacts of the proposed design on the overall ensemble. A 47-story tower clearly deviates from this urban design document and will not appropriately frame Campbell House. Yet neither the applicant nor planning has addressed these design guidelines. Further, I understand that Canada Life has launched a future planning exercise for its campus. They are, quote, considering what a new potential master plan may look like with respect to the evolving City of Toronto development policy framework, unquote. Deviations today from the 2004 Urban Design Guidelines for Queen University Canada Life with respect to 250 University may set a precedent for the Canada Life campus with unexpected future consequences. Whatever is decided for 250 University has wider implications for the final outcome of the Ontario line and for the future shape of the Canada Life campus. It is precisely because of these wider implications that I request a deferral of this item to allow a coherent and complete planning process to take place for this landmark intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Liz, thank you so much for your contribution this evening. The next deputant we have listed is Max Allen. Now, Adam said Max might not be able to be here.
I'm here.
Oh, Max, hooray. You know the drill, Max. You've got 5 minutes. Fire away.
Thank you. I'm going to win the speed competition. You didn't know there was one, did you? I agree with Liz. Everything she says is true. Nevertheless, the Grange Community Association asks you to approve the proposed zoning bylaw that's in front of you. I'm done.
Max, I'm going to buy you a cookie. Are there any questions for Max? Seeing none. Max, thank you so much. Any questions of staff? Oh, sorry. Are there any members of the public here who wish to appear on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendations. I am well aware of the issue around the Osgood Station, and also I'm aware that the applicant has tried really hard with Metrolinx to make that, or to open itself up to making the southwest corner the main station. That did not happen. The applicant's solicitor has indicated that they are willing to work with Metrolinx if Metrolinx has a change of heart, but Metrolinx needs to, and we need to as council, support Metrolinx in having a change of heart. Until that happens, I think we need to go forward with this. The other risk that we have in deferring this is we lose the Section 37, given the new CDC regime that is before us. So for those two reasons, and for the reason that this is represents good planning for that corner, I support the recommendation. I urge you to vote in support of the recommendations from staff, along with the amendment from the solicitor through the clerk.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment and the item together? Any opposed? That carries. Next, TE 34.25, 7 Van Ollie Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment final report. We have a deputant, Alex Versluis. Alex?
There we go. Hi, it's Alex Versluis. You were really, really close.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Alex. The floor is yours for 5
great.
minutes.
Very quick. This is Alex Versluis with the YMCA of Greater Toronto. Just wanted to make ourselves available. Really excited that this application is at this point for 31 affordable houses here at our Wagner Green YMCA at 7 Van Ollie Street, and it's supporting specifically 2S LGBTQ+ youth in this really important area. And I just wanted to just quickly thank Councillor Cressy, Brent, Councillor Nahavik as well. Look forward to your ongoing support. Planning staff, including Ben Dramo, and then just the Concept to Key staff and Housing Secretariat. Everybody's been exceptional, and just, as I said, I wanted to make ourselves available for questions.
Thank you very, very much. Are there any questions for Alex? I don't see any. Are there any other members of the public who wish to depute on this item? I don't see any. Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you. I told you I would be efficient. I'll move the staff recommendations. How can you oppose 31 affordable units for youths? That's what this is, operated by the YMCA of Greater Toronto, along with the recommended amendment by the city solicitor through the clerk. I urge you to support this motion.
Okay, that's a slightly different one. Councillor Mahavik, this is, yeah, okay. So we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 34.26, 241 Church Street zoning amendment application and class 4 noise classification, NPC 300 final report. We have a deputant, Michael Bissett.
Evening. My name is Michael Bissett, here representing Braywood, the applicant. I'm just here to thank staff and to say that we agree with the recommendations and to say that I'm here for any questions. And that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We're learning real good discipline this evening. Are there any questions for Michael? Seeing none. Michael, thank you so much. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor, lost my list.
Me, Buxton Potts.
Councillor Buxton Potts, floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy to move the staff recommendations. We also have an amendment from City Legal through the clerk's office.
Okay. And for anyone in the audience who's trying to figure it out, this is because of this really complicated thing where the province is changing how the contributions from developers to the city work, and we have to protect ourselves, and it just gives me a headache trying to understand it. Okay. So we'll take the item together with the amendment. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Moving right along, item TE 34.27, 215 Wellesley Street East zoning amendment application final report. We have deputants. First, we have Lindsay Toth. Lindsay? Lindsay, we have you connected at our end.
Good evening.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Toth. I'm a planner at Gladkey Planning Associates. We are the planning consultants for the applicant, Elizabeth Fry, Toronto. We're pleased that there's a positive staff report, and we thank our colleagues in community planning, concept to keys, and the commenting divisions for their collaboration and commitment to creative problem solving to get this application here tonight. I'm available for any questions, should there be any. And I also will note that the next applicant, Dan Cowling, is the project architect who is also just on the line for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Lindsay? Lindsay, we appreciate you being here to take any questions tonight. Thank you very much. Dan Cowling? Dan? Dan, we have you connected at our end. Dan, you've muted yourself.
Great. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm just here to take any questions that may arise regarding the application from an architectural standpoint. So thank you very much, and we'll await questions.
Okay, thank you. Dan, I hate to disappoint you, but I don't see any questions for you.
No.
Thank you so much for making yourself available this evening. Next, I have listed Sarah Craig. Sarah, we have you connected at our end.
Hi.
Hi.
I will make my comments brief. I'm Sarah Craig. I'm the Director of Entitlements at Our House, a mass timber development company representing the Elizabeth Fry Society, the applicant and owner of 215 Wellesley Street East. The Elizabeth Fry Society currently operates affordable housing and associated support services for women and non-binary people at risk of conflict with the law, and will continue to do so on the land subject to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The proposal at 215 Wellesley Street East is a project funded by the federal government to deliver new permanent affordable housing, including replacing the existing units on site. The executed funding agreement in place outlines a commitment to deliver housing in an expedited manner to address the pressing need for housing, and the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment is essential to meet those timelines. We've met and worked closely with staff to address comments and have made revisions through zoning bylaw amendment and the site plan application to accommodate those comments. We'd like to thank staff for their efforts and support the staff recommendations tonight.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Sarah? I see none. The next deputant, Sarah, thank you for joining us. The next deputant that we have listed is Kelly Potvin. Kelly?
Hi there.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi. Thank you for your time. I'll be brief. My name is Kelly Potvin. I am the Executive Director at Elizabeth Fry Toronto. We have been operating out of 215 Wellesley Street East for over 30 years. We serve some of the city's most vulnerable women. We serve women who are in conflict with the law or are on release from federal or provincial institutions. Disproportionately, the women we serve are Indigenous, Black, or women of color. This project is really important to address a need in the city, and I'm hoping for, I do thank the City Planning Office who've helped us along, and we've made tremendous efforts to keep in mind our existing neighbors while we move forward with supplying 32 new supportive housing units for women who require high support. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And please, to your entire team, the fact that we're rushing doesn't mean that we don't really appreciate the work you do and the project you've brought here. We do appreciate it very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. I do just want to give a big thank you to Kelly and the entire Elizabeth Fry team and City Planning for this project. I agree with Kelly. It's incredibly important, and I'm grateful that they've taken such an innovative way to expand their services, and look forward to seeing it when it's done.
Councillor Buxton Pox, can I ask you to move the supplementary report as well?
Oh, didn't realize that there was one on this. It wasn't in my notes, but yes, I will move the supplementary as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mahevik, do you have a...
And I'll just say my words of support, knowing that Kelly Potvin did excellent work at Humewood House, which is just up the street from my house, with another excellent organization. So you're lucky to have her, Robin.
There we go. Everyone admires everyone else. Okay, with that, I will ask, who's in favor? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? That carries. Congratulations to everyone involved. Guys, we're about to do the last of the 130 items. Two more? Oh, there's a 29 as well? Okay. Item TE 34.28, 380 Donlands Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. I have two deputants listed. First is David McKay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is David Mackay.
I'm so sorry, David. David Mackay.
That's okay. That's
and
okay.
I even
Happens
know
all the
you.
time. Yes, no worries, no worries. Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. I'd like to thank staff for working with us on this project to deliver 73 new rental residential units on this site within a mixed-use area on two major streets. We've worked well with them and to address all of the comments, and we would request your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for David? Seeing none. The next deputant, David, thank you for your time this evening. The next deputant I have listed is Jaspreet Nijjar. Not connected. Oh, here you are. Ta-da! Let's all just drink in this moment of an actual human being speaking to us.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me time to speak today. I live in a single-story bungalow located on the rear side of the development proposal. Due to limited time, I will just focus on the key issues. Okay, my major issue is issue number 2, the step back. I disagree with city staff's statement that step back does not apply in this situation. According to my reading of the rules and regulations, step back applies in this case. I have provided regulatory references in my comments from the official plan. Any ambiguity in the regulations should not be interpreted in favor of the developer. This is an unfair and unjust treatment. Neither I have drafted the rules, nor I was consulted during the creation of those rules. I request Honorable Chair and the council members to instruct the city staff to work with me and make the design changes to include setback in the design. Moving along, issue number 1, height. The proposed height is 7 stories. I oppose to the 7th floor on my side of the property. Density, I have objection to the unit size in the proposed building. It is significantly lower than the minimum regulatory requirements. As an example, minimum size for a 2-bedroom unit is 969 square feet. But this developer is proposing only 700 or 800 square feet for a 2-bedroom unit. Issue number 3, trees on my property. The final report says there will be 2 trees on a private property that will be impacted. One will be injured. My understanding is that both of those trees are on my property. Whatever little privacy I have left, it will be eliminated with the removal of those trees. I oppose the recommendation to injure the trees on my property. Issue number 4, safety issues. In the current design, the exhaust fans and the mechanical pump are located very close to my bedroom and my living space, and far away from 380 Donlands living space. This is not acceptable to me. The garage door is facing my bedroom and has no setback. Between the soft landing and the laneway, there should be a raised concrete curb or a physical barrier to keep the cars or trucks away, as those vehicles will be taking turns when they come out or go inside the property. A human driving error could result in a damage to my property or an injury to my family or myself. And the last issue is protection for neighboring properties. I have not seen any construction timelines or neighboring property protection plans in the developer submission. I have health and safety concerns due to the proximity of construction and digging next to my bedroom. City of Toronto and the developer has a duty to provide solutions to address the safety issues. In the past, drilling activities have left stains on my building, and leftover waste has caused smell and nuisance issues. I will just show you two pictures. This is from last year. You can see the drums of the construction waste along the property line. I had to call Councillor Fletcher's office to get these removed. And this is as of now. You can see one construction waste still sitting on the property line. And in the other picture, you can see the stains on my building left after the drilling activities. I request Honorable Chair and Councillor members to instruct City staff to address these regulatory and safety concerns, request the developer to make design changes, and submit a revised report to the Council for review and approval. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all your patience for sitting here with us this evening. Are there any questions for the deputant?
Yes,
Fletcher.
I just wondered, thank you. What was in the barrels? Do you have an idea?
So when they are drilling, they take out cement and sand, I believe, and they put it in these drums, they cover it up, and then they just stack them along the property side.
It's on the property line or on your property?
Along the property line.
Along the property line, okay. I'll ask staff a few questions. Thank you for coming tonight and your patience. You've been here a long time.
And Councillor Fletcher, I have submitted my comments 3 times in last 1 year.
Yes.
And it has been mostly one-way communication.
Yes, I've seen your comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your deputation tonight. I believe that is everyone I have listed on this item. Are there any other members of the public here to depute on this item? I don't see any. Are there questions of staff?
Yes, I have a couple, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'll just ask staff. Mr. Najir has talked about the setback and that he believes that the way it's being applied isn't correct. I wonder if you could just address that, please.
And maybe I can answer that. Oh, okay, go ahead, Shanna.
Sorry. Hi.
Here, I can't see you, whoever is speaking. Who is
Hello,
it?
this is Shauna Kerr, Senior
Thank
Planner
you.
in Community Planning. So through the chair, so this application is located in a mixed-use area, and the homeowner's home is also located in a mixed-use area. So the building has been located 7.5 meters away from the homeowner, and that includes a 1.5 meter landscaped buffer. And I believe the deputant was asking for a step back in order to transition to their home. But as I mentioned, the home is within the mixed use area, so there has been no step backs provided on that side of the property.
If it's residential.
Councillor Fletcher, we just lost you.
Right here.
We can hear you, but it's very faint. There you are back. Try again.
Just to Ms. Kerr, if this was in a purely residential area, which might be a street or so south, would that step back be required?
So we would have applied an angular plane from the neighborhood designation and used that in the analysis of the built form.
Thank you. And then around these trees, are they on the property line or are they on the debutant's property? Let me
So
know.
there are two trees, and there is one tree that's located on the debutant's property, and we did have urban forestry comment that they wanted to see that tree preserved. So the applicant has come back and said that they will be preserving that tree, and there may need to be a permit to injure the tree as a result of the construction, but that tree will be preserved. And also there is another tree that's located on the Bell property, and that tree is also going to be preserved.
When you say injured but still be preserved, in what way?
So just because of the construction and its proximity to the property line, but there's been through the Urban Forestry Services have required some special considerations for the tree protection zone in order to minimize any damage to the tree.
Thank you. Just remind me, is the site plan still to come?
We do have a site plan that has been submitted, and it's under review by staff.
And then there could be the construction requirements for all the construction and just good management of the site at that point when the site plan's there.
So the applicant will need to, and they have submitted a construction management plan, and I see, Councillor, that you have several motions dealing with that as well.
Great, thank you very much. And there was problems with this is one of those intersections on on O'Connor that's been very difficult along with Pape. Do you have any concerns or any traffic concerns related to this site?
So the transportation staff have commented that they think that the traffic impact generated from this application, which has 73 units, can be accommodated on the existing road network.
And okay, that's fine. I'll speak to that. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No? Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I have some motions, Mr. Chair. I think the clerk has those. There we go. There has to be a construction management plan. I think that the neighbor feels that he's not been well treated with the barrels and things that are left on the line, and pressure washing, cleaning it, sidewalks clear, consultant communicate, and also a contact number that has to be answered promptly. And the other thing is it will be excluded from on-street parking. Nobody can do that, but include that in all of the marketing materials. And then I have a separate one that went through earlier about the intersection and traffic. Well, I guess the new traffic wardens, I'll just address it here, that this is a really difficult joggle intersection. I have to admit I'm a little disappointed because the intersection itself was supposed to be reviewed a little more closely because of this application, and it is a difficult one. I think it's being done separately around O'Connor, many different facets of that, but the motion that we put to already today was, and Ms. Gray has already got some traffic wardens there, and we'll see how that operates and what changes need to be made to this intersection, if any. Hopefully some, and the same for Pape and O'Connor. So with that, I will ensure that the deputant that all the construction pieces are being looked after here, and he will have as little difficulty as possible based on all these motions that I hope you'll approve tonight, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the mover? Anyone else wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, why don't we take the amendments and the item as a package? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Just ticking along. Okay. And now we have item TE 34.29, I believe.
Yes. I'll just move the staff recommendation.
We have no deputants registered for it. Are there any people here who wish to depute? Seeing none. Okay, this is alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage agreement, 241 Richmond Street West and 133 John Street.
Yes.
Councillor Mahevik?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations, noting it is linked to TE 34.22, which we just approved a little while ago.
Yeah, and thank you for indulging my error on that one. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, everybody, deep breath. We're moving to the 7:30 item, and we have 65 minutes to get through them all. Let's see how we do. I'm personally excited by the challenge. Okay, the first one we have is item TE 34.61, application for a fence exemption at 17 Boswell Avenue. I have one deputant listed. Oh, I hope I haven't skipped one.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the one. It's Councillor Layton here, and I believe the person on the line is with the applicant, and just so they're aware, I plan on moving to grant the application.
I just need you to bear with me. Okay, I am on the right item. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Layton, you were saying?
Yes, just in the interest of time, I just wanted to inform, I believe it's the applicant's architect that's here, and I just wanted to inform them that I plan on granting the application, so that may speed things up.
Okay, that's very helpful. The deputant I have listed is Kyle Kadra. Kyle, are you with us?
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Did you hear Councillor Layton's remark?
I did hear Councillor Layton's remark, and I appreciate it. And I have no further comments. I'll leave it to you to make the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else interested in making a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I plan on moving recommendation 2, which is to approve the exemption. And Kyle, I desperately tried to find your email on your company website just to send you a note to save a little bit of time, but I couldn't. So I'll move it now.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.62, application for a fence exemption 50 Cumberland Street, Ward 11. I have no deputants listed. Is anyone present in the chamber wish to speak to it? No. Councillor Layton.
I'll be moving recommendation 2 to approve the fence exemption.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Oh, yeah. Ellen wants us to do it properly. Those clerks. Yeah, I'll be more respectful of your time. I'm sorry. Okay. Motion's on the screen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, item TE 34.63, application for fence exemption 408 Roxton Road. Questions to staff? No. Anyone in the public wish to make a deputation? No. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you. I'll move recommendation 2 to approve the exemption.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 34.64, application for fence exemption 99 Broadway Avenue. Is there anyone wishes to make a deputation? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow.
I move recommendation 2 to grant.
Okay. We'll just post that. Okay, motion's on the screen. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 34.65, we have deputants on the item. First is Dan Wilson. Dan, are you with us this evening?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Wilson, and I live at 103 Sumac Street for just over 4 years now.
We're super connected with all the neighbors in our neighborhood, and we've been collaborating since we moved here to improve our fences and security. We care very deeply about the property, and we seek input from all of our neighbors on the projects that we do. Before we all collaborated as a neighborhood, our back alley was a place with a lot of drug use and other issues occurring. Many people entered ours and our neighbors' yards without permission. All of our neighbors, us included, had items stolen on a pretty regular basis. Since we all increased the height of our rear fences as a community, we added a lot more secure gating systems. We have not heard any recent crimes in over a year now. A couple of years ago, we all collaborated with our adjoining neighbor to replace the fence between our properties. For the past 2 years, we paused our inside renovations and work due to COVID. We decided that we were going to redo our backyard. We had a lot of flooding issues and had to resurface the space and rebuild all the fences. Unfortunately, when we resurfaced our backyard, the part nearest the back of our property was lowered a small amount, about 2 inches, and it caused the middle fence between our property and our neighbors to be a little bit over expected plan. Since we did our fence, we've had all positive feedback about the housework and the yard, including the fences. Not a single person has raised concerns directly to us, at least until we received a visit from the bylaw inspectors. The fences do not block anyone's view, and all of the neighbors who can see the fence from their properties are supportive and do not have any concerns. All of the neighbors with adjoining yards appreciate the extra security in our new fence. When we heard about the fence violation, we solicited neighborhood feedback from all of our neighbors except one neighbor across the street that's been bullying many of us for several years. Stephen went to door and got 42 individual letters in support of the fence that we've built from all of our neighbors around us. We have a lot of very positive feedback from everyone. Everybody loves the new fence and appreciates all the work we've done on our house, yard, and fence. We care deeply about our neighborhood, our neighbors, and all of us enjoying the benefits of improving the properties around us. We would like to ask for this review to grant us the exception for our fence. This is with the support of our entire neighborhood. Thank you so much. If you're in our neighborhood, stop by and check out our gardens in the front. It's so lush and full of cutter. It brings a smile to everybody's face. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Dan, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Next, I have Julie McGibbon. Julie? Julie, you're connected at our end, but you don't seem to have the microphone connected at your end. Could you double check that? Julie, I'm going to give you one more call. Can you hear us? No, I'm afraid we're going to have to move on. I don't see any other members of the public who wish to depute on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow?
Lord, I think it's me, Councillor Buxton.
Sorry, what? Who?
This one is Ward 13.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor Buxton Potts. I was trying to email my staff about another item and I got distracted. My bad.
It happened. I will be moving staff recommendation 2 to grant the exception.
Oh, hang on a sec. Is that Julie?
Hi there, yes it is.
Oh, Julie, I'm so glad you got here in time. Okay, so Julie, welcome to the meeting this evening. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start right now.
Oh, hi there. So I'm just speaking on behalf of our neighbors, Stan and Stephen at 103, as well as just sort of the broader neighborhood here on Sumac and along with Scana. I won't repeat anything that was said in terms of the work that was done, but what I would say is Dan and Stephen have put just a tremendous amount of effort into beautifying the exterior of their home, which has both kind of increased the value of our neighborhood and increased the I guess look and aesthetic of it, but has also just made the laneway behind our home much safer. And reduce sort of gathering outside of the home and gathering in behind the home as well, where our neighbors' kids are often playing. And we're very much in support of their application for the fence exemption, and I'm happy to answer any questions or anything that's on anyone's mind.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Julie? No? Julie, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this evening. Over to you, Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be moving staff recommendation 2 to grant the fence exemption.
Questions of the mover? No? Can we have the motion up? Oh, we did? You're trying to be fast. Oh my God. I'm the bottleneck. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Wow, I'm not going to live that down for a while. Okay, item TE 34.66, application for fence exemption, 65 Berkshire Avenue. I have a deputant, Georgia Nevison.
Deputant's not coming, Gord.
Okay, no other members of the public wish to depute on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher, over to you.
I'll move the alternate recommendation 2 to allow a fence exemption. Thank you.
Okay, that's to grant the fence exemption. Questions of the mover? No. Anyone else want to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries.
And the deputant kindly agreed to step back because of our shortage of time. So thank you to Georgia.
Thank you so much, Georgia, and thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for assisting with that. Okay, now we go to item, sorry guys, I'm working off 3 sets of documents. TE 34.67, application for fence exemption 48 Lankin Boulevard. I have no deputants listed. Are there questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher.
Move to allow the fence exemptions, Chair.
Okay. Questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.68, application for fence exemption 77 and 79 Boardwalk Drive. I do not have any deputants on that item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to staff rec number 2 to grant the exemption.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Wait, item 6, TE 3469 is the same title. Is it different fence?
They're 2 different boards.
Through the chair.
Yes. Who's
This
speaking?
is Chris Ellis, Municipal Licensing and Standards.
Hi, Chris.
And it's a shared gate between 2 properties.
Okay, so we have to treat it separately. Okay.
It's 77 and 79 Boardwalk Drive.
Okay. All right. I have no deputants on item 6.9. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford.
Same as before, I'd like to move staff rec 2 to grant the exemption.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.70, application for fence exemption 46 Ferris Road. I have no deputants listed on this item. Are there questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move staff rec number 2 to grant the exemption, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.71, application for fence exemption 245 Holborn Avenue. I have no deputants on this item. Questions of staff? No. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to grant the fence exemption, rec 2.
Okay. Motion's on the screen. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else wish to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we go now to 3472. We do have deputants. Application for fence exemption 59 Kimberley Avenue. The first deputant I have listed is Richard Pritchard. Richard, are you with us this evening? I can see the finish line, guys.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Richard, welcome.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Good evening. I will be short and sweet. May I just share my screen, or can I have access to that?
Yep, we'll just arrange that. It'll only take a second.
Right.
You should have that option now.
Okay, wonderful. I'm assuming you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and good evening, Council Committee. My name is Richard Pitcher. I've lived at my residence at 59 Kimberley for 25 years. We love being in this member of this community. We're well rooted and do not plan to leave. What's on your screen right now is the deck and associated fence on the deck that is the property of my neighbor at 61 Kimberley Avenue. The reason for my application for fence exemption are actually two reasons. One is for safety reasons. The other one is for privacy and security as well. The resident fence is reluctant and refuses to replace and to repair the deck fence on his deck, which has, as you can see, is deteriorated and very unsafe. I'll just scroll down here. If you can, I'm assuming you can't see you see it moving now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we got it.
So fantastic. So this neighbor has two young children under the age of 10 that constantly climb the fence and railing on their deck and are in danger of the fence collapsing, which would result in the children falling approximately 3 meters onto our cement patio, which is located in my yard, causing serious injury or worse. We have evidence of communication from a text perspective with our neighbor, acknowledging that we had to come out and actually rescue the young child from falling, which he acknowledged in a text message, which I won't share with you, but I do have access to it. And more importantly, for safety reasons, to ensure there's no injuries to our neighbors' children as a result of the state of their deck and associated deck fence and railing, we are seeking this fence exemption. So as I continue to kind of scroll down here, I think you get an appreciation of how this fence looks. This is the section going into my backyard. This I wanted to share with you because after we had put up the fence, you can actually see right here, the neighbor took the opportunity to add an additional piece of lattice to allow the children not to climb any further over that fence. So for safety reasons, and again, to ensure that no injuries come to the children as a state of their deck and associated deck fencing, we are seeking fence exemption, excuse me. For privacy, we're seeking that as well. Surrounding neighbors have commented on the poor state and clutter that is in the backyard of that neighbor. It is a little bit of an embarrassment to host family and friends in our backyard when we constantly, have to look at the content and items in the backyards. From a property cleanliness perspective, as outlined in Chapter 629, Section 10B, we really want to eliminate the clutter and more importantly, just be able to entertain and be very comfortable and private in our backyard. But obviously, our concern is number one with the safety of the fence. So I'll stop there. I'll take any questions that you may have. I'll also turn off my.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Richard?
Thanks, Richard. No questions from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Richard, thank you so much for your time this evening. We really appreciate it. Next deputant is Roger Lafon. Roger?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Roger. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to speak to the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Yes, thank you very much. So I am the resident of 61 Kimberley Avenue. So I just want to give a brief history. When I first met, when I first moved into our home 4 years ago, I met with Mr. Pitcher, and we had a conversation about many things. And one of those things was a fence. He explained that his wife barely sits outside due to the lack of privacy, and that he wanted to put up a fence. So when my adjoining neighbor approached me in April of 2020 about putting up the fence, I went to Richard to let him know about it in case he wanted to use the same builder. So on May 19, 2020, Mr. Pitcher told me about his plans, about the fence, the height, and where he wanted the post to be situated. I expressed my concern about this plan and tried to negotiate the location of the post so that to be more mutually agreed upon spot. So, and this was to no avail. When I asked why he wanted to put up an 8-foot fence, he said that that's what his wife wanted.
Roger?
Yes.
Can I just ask, in order to help us deliberate, what we need to hear is not the personal history between you and your neighbor, but rather your views on the merits of the fence as it is proposed. If you could focus your remarks there, it would be more helpful. Okay?
Well, I feel that if Mr. Pitcher had an issue with my...
Yeah, Roger, I've dealt with many of these over the years, and I just want to stress your recollection of conversations about the purpose of the fence or anything like that don't help us make the decision. What helps us make the decision are any comments you have on the merits of the specific fence proposed, okay? Just the merits of it. If you think it's a bad idea, tell us why. If you think it's a good idea, tell us why.
Okay, our side of the property is a bit narrower than the other side. He has 2 lots. We have 1. Yeah, he has 2 lots. We have 1. So it's when you decided it's towering. It's like a prison wall because it's so high. It blocks off the sun in part of our yard. And the where you see in the photo where the fence was dented a bit is because there was a tree stump there, and that only became loose once the tree stump was removed. So I mean, if that was an issue, I mean, my neighbor could have come to me and we would have rectified that issue right away. I don't mind that he built a fence, but to have it that high, it's just kind of claustrophobic when you're standing or sitting beside it, because their property is a higher elevation than ours, so it feels like it's towering over us. It's a very tall wall. It's 8 feet tall, and the rest of it further down is a little bit over 6 feet. I think it's about 4 inches over that. And even the builder had told us, yeah, I made the fence a little bit higher. So I mean, that's our thing about it. It's because it's towering, it's claustrophobic. It takes away some of the sunlight from my yard and reduces the enjoyability of our backyard.
Thank you very much, Roger. Are there any questions for the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you so much for giving us some time, Roger. I don't see any other deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both, our deputants, for being on the line tonight and hanging in. I know it's been a long day, and we're kind of nearly 2 hours later than you thought you might be deputing, so thank you both. This is the first I'm kind of hearing about this. A lot of the times, neighbors will reach out to the councillor in advance of the meeting for a discussion on this. I think these things are always best resolved when neighbors can try and work it out together. I'm getting a bit of a feedback maybe from the chamber, but I'll just continue to talk. It's ideal when you can work it out together because you all live beside each other, and I'm very familiar
Councillor, I'm
with
sorry to
Kimberly
interrupt. Are you going to be moving a motion on the item?
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to be moving to grant the fence exemption. And all that said, I know these are challenging circumstances, but it's just best when we try and get along with our neighbors, and all the sort of personal elements aside, looking at the exemption here, I think that's probably the best way to go on that based on what I heard tonight. So thanks very much. That's what I'm moving.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, if I can have the motion up, please, to grant. Oh, did you? I'm sorry. It's the montage of attractions here. I've got 5 screens, and my poor little brain can't cope. Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 34.73, application for fence exemption, 7 Ralston Avenue. I see no deputants on the item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move recommendation 2 to grant the exemption.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. That takes us to item TE 34.74. I see no deputants listed on the item. I need my 5th set of documents. God, I'm losing my mind up here. Okay. I'm withdrawing it? Oh, it's not what I was told. Okay. No. Ellen knows. I don't know. I thought I was. Just a moment, please. Okay, so I'm going to move to withdraw the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 34.75, application to remove a private tree, 57 Alcorn Avenue. I have no deputants listed on this item. Are there questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow. Councillor, I'm afraid your microphone isn't connected.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I move to grant the application. Sorry, not grant the application. I support the staff recommendation. I didn't have the note in front of me.
So you're moving the staff recommendation, which is to deny?
Indeed. That's right.
Okay, good. Then we can all get along. We can all get along for a change.
It's late. I apologize.
Okay. On the motion to deny the application, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.76, application to remove a private tree, 49 Sumac Street. I have no deputants listed. Are there questions of staff? No. Councillor Buxton Potts?
I move the staff recommendations to deny the removal.
Okay. All those in favor of the staff recommendation to deny? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 34.77, I have 2 deputants listed. First is Jay Current. Jay, Jay, come on forward.
Mic check. Hey. All right. Good evening. Thank you, Councillor Perks. I'd like to thank you for considering my appeal. My name is Jay Current, and I have lived at 428 Plains Road since 2014. I currently reside there with my wife and our 3 kids, aged 4, 2, and 6 months. Today, I'd like to outline the reasons why I think the removal of the tree at 426 Plains is justified. Throughout the years of living at this address, I have heard anecdotally concerns raised by neighbors about this cottonwood tree. Last year, I outlined my concerns in a letter, which I placed in mailboxes along Plains Road, Treadway Avenue, and Hutton Avenue, and invited feedback from neighbors about a proposal to remove the tree. I've submitted a copy of this letter to Community Council, along with 10 responses from neighbors affirming their support of my proposal and a summary of these responses. In short, the community expressed overwhelming support regarding my proposal. The reason I elected to remove the tree on behalf of the community is because I believe it represents a credible risk to the safety of my children and their friends when they play in our backyard. I've submitted the arborist report that accompanied my application to remove the tree to Community Council. This report identifies the safety risk the tree poses and that the cottonwood tree is ill-suited for the urban canopy. The reason the tree constitutes a safety risk is because it is a fast-growing species which tends to lead to a weakened branch structure and which makes it prone to sudden and unexpected large limb failures. Twice in the past year, I've noted that 8 to 12-foot long branches have, without warning, meaning not during a windstorm, fallen in my children's play area. I've provided 2 photos documenting these instances from 2021 and 2022 when this occurred. If either of these branches fell from the upper reaches of this tree, I'm certain that it would have caused harm to my children had they been playing below when the branches fell. In their feedback, the community outlined how the tree's shedding of cotton fluff and seeds constitutes a health hazard for allergy sufferers and a significant nuisance to the extent that it interrupted their access to and enjoyment of their outdoor space in the months of May and June. I don't have time to outline all these concerns individually. However, I can personally attest to the fact that these concerns identified by the community are a reasonable representation of fact, and it's not unreasonable. I've submitted to Community Council 1 email that was submitted to the city during the public consultation period for the tree's removal from a resident at 8 Hutton Avenue, my neighbor immediately to the north. This individual provided a lucid description of what concerns him and examples of the types of concerns raised by the neighborhood. I'd like to note that he too has 3 children that are the same ages as mine. Through the course of living at this address, I've made reasonable attempts to maintain the tree, and in the past, we have had the tree professionally pruned. Despite professional maintenance, large branches continue to fall onto our yard. Urban Forestry contests that this tree is maintainable, however, it is unclear what further maintenance is expected or required. Since the tree is so tall and cannot be safely maintained by myself personally, I can only pay for professional help to maintain the tree every year. And since the owner at 426 Plains Road does not reside at this address, it's likely that I will assume the financial burden to maintain a tree that will still present a safety hazard, a health hazard, and a nuisance to the neighbors. In submissions to Urban Forestry on May 19th, I outlined my specific concerns with respect to the tree, including the safety risk posed by the tree. In my submissions, I also proposed to plant 2 trees in lieu of 1 to account for the loss of the large cottonwood. I note that Urban Forestry maintained their rejection of my appeal in the report of May 31st. I also note that the safety concerns failed to be mentioned in their summary of findings, and I am puzzled by this omission. Finally, I'd just like to say that I don't think that Urban Forestry addressed the main concerns brought forth by the community. I'd like to think of myself as a reasonable person seeking what is a proportionate response in these circumstances to address an issue that adversely affects our community and our enjoyment and access to our outdoor space during the months of May and June. I would propose that Urban Forestry, in addition to assessing the tree, take into account the opinions and the information brought forth, and to discuss this issue either through Urban Forestry or through my councilor's office. So on behalf of all these residents, I would like to thank you for allowing me to present today. And if you have any questions, I'd like to, be happy to field those. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly. Yeah, and thank you so much for coming in tonight. I didn't realize you were in the chamber. So I know it's been a long night for you too. Jay, did you have an opportunity, because this is a boundary tree, to speak to the neighbors next door? I know that you noted that they don't live there. It's my understanding that there's some tenants renting there. Have you had an opportunity to speak with them about it?
That is correct. My understanding is that it's the significant nuisance that they don't care much, particularly for the nuisance the tree represents, but they stated that they would not object to my proposal. But I do have the support of the owner. Obviously, I had to have the support of the owner in order to apply to remove the tree.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thanks for coming down tonight, Jay. I appreciate the deputation.
Thank you. Jay,
That's all
while
my
we're
questions.
here, we have a deputant listed, Jessica Young Current.
Yeah, it's my wife, yes.
And so she's connected on the internet?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Jay, thank you very much for toughing it out down here with us. The next deputant is Jessica Young Current. Jessica?
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can. Your voice is a little low. Could you get closer to your microphone, maybe?
I will, and I
There
have a
you go.
terrible cold, so I
Oh, I'm
apologize.
so
Can you hear
sorry.
me now? That's okay. Okay, super. I won't take up too much time. I appreciate being heard this evening. I just wanted to add some personal experiences with the tree. I support Jay's proposal to remove the tree. He mentioned that some large branches have fallen, and I know Jay's in the chamber, so he hasn't presented, a picture to you. He has provided those materials, but on May 24th of this year, I was out in the backyard with my 2.5-year-old, with a friend of mine with her 2-year-old, playing for a couple hours. I brought the children in, they went down for a nap, my friend went home. And then I went out later and discovered that huge branch sprawling right across the play structures that they had literally been playing on earlier that morning. We've lived at this residence for 8 years. We've lived with the tree. Jay mentioned that many neighbors find it a nuisance, and I understand under the bylaws and otherwise that'd be an extremely hard hurdle to overcome to remove the tree simply because it's providing a nuisance to our use and enjoyment. But now as parents of 3 young children, this has become very, very significant to us. And I would submit this is, not a hypothetical. This was a near miss situation for us, and it was apologies, I really have a bad cold. It was quite serious circumstance for us. As Jay mentioned, we have had the tree professionally pruned in the past. It is very, very big. I am not an arborist or a tree expert. It's 77 centimeter diameter at the base. It's very large. It's a cottonwood. So we're not trying to argue that just because the tree is big and it has big branches, it's dangerous. What we're saying is a cottonwood tree, which we have learned and is in our arborist report, has brittle branches that are easily snapped. That's what's dangerous. We're not just saying just because it's big, it's dangerous. We're saying because it's a cottonwood, the species of tree is dangerous, and we've actually seen it happen now at least twice in our backyard where we've used it as with play structures. Branches have fallen in the past as well, but to be honest, we didn't pay as much attention. Before we had the kids, we maybe used the backyard to barbecue, let the dog out. It's become a very, very integral part of our space now that we have young ones who love to be outdoors. So I wanted to add that, and I can't see if the timer's on and if I have too much more time left here.
Oh my
And
goodness,
do
I forgot to
appreciate-
start your clock. Aren't you lucky?
Oh, aren't I a lucky duck? Okay. Well, I can see people's faces and they're exhausted, so I really don't want to take up too much more time. One very, very brief point with respect to the urban forestry report. We submitted that our old garage had been destroyed by the tree. We had a garage. We used to have a bungalow here. It had a garage. It was right up at the base of the tree, probably less than half a foot away. Underneath, it had been clearly uprooted. So there was a huge mound underneath. We had a structural engineer verbally tell us that the roots of the tree were causing the damage. We had an arborist report from 2019 also stating as such. The garage is gone, so it's not necessarily maybe a moot point, but The urban forestry report said that the tree could not have caused the damage. And I just want to correct the record that I did have evidence that that past damage had been caused by the tree. So just in sum, my points are our primary concern is the hazard to our children. Jay has taken much time to canvass the neighborhood and has much support. And we do appreciate your time very late into the evening tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further deputants on the item. Councillor Bradford, do you have questions of staff? If not, I do.
You can start,
Okay.
and then I will ask after.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, did City Arborist attend on site to look at this tree?
Janice Allen, Urban Forestry, Ward 19, Supervisor for Tree Protection Plan Review. Yes, 2 different staff from my office attended the site.
Did you find any evidence of structural weakness in the tree?
No.
Did you find the tree was healthy and maintainable?
We did.
Okay. Did your staff review the private arborist report?
They did, yes.
Did the private arborist report contain a condition assessment rating of the tree?
It did not.
It did not. Several times, City of Toronto Council has approached the medical officer of health to see if there are any tree species which she feels are of significant health risk, and asking her whether we should amend the bylaw to allow for tree removal on that basis. And the answer, if I recall, has always come back no. Am I correct in that recollection?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Bradford, do you have any questions?
I have a question, Councillor Perks. Look, Councillor Bradford would like to go first.
Councillor Bradford?
Okay, yeah, I can go quickly. To forestry, have you connected or heard from the tenants who live at the house next door?
Through you, Chair, yes, we did receive an email from the tenant stating that they did not want the tree removed because they enjoyed the shade and felt that the tree was safe.
In my questions earlier, I heard that they didn't have objections. Is there any way that, is there any misinterpretation of that on your end, or was it very clear?
We did receive, no, it was clear that they objected to the removal.
And this is for folks who are not familiar, this is a boundary tree. What does that mean?
It's actually a neighbor's tree, so it's on the neighboring property.
Oh, it's fully on the neighboring.
Without a survey, yes, that's what we are assuming.
Okay. What do we typically suggest for large mature trees like this in the city that need to have pruning or maintenance for safety?
Just that they hire a certified arborist and have it maintained yearly.
So we're hearing that this particular fast-growing species of tree is not safe. The wood grows quickly, so it's not, I guess, as durable or resilient. Do you have any suggestions for the concerns that have been raised by Jay or Jessica with respect to safety of this tree?
Just mitigation through proper pruning.
And when you reviewed the arborist report, actually, was it a certified arborist?
I believe it is a certified arborist, yes.
Okay, so when you reviewed the certified arborist report, how was it that you found such a 180-degree different conclusion with respect to the safety risks for the tree?
The arborist report mostly focuses on the concerns of the applicant and doesn't provide us with any actual assessment of the condition of the tree. Any of the defects that they noted, we reviewed and didn't feel that they were a safety concern.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, did you have questions?
Yeah, I just, I heard that a large branch fell off, and I wonder if you could just corroborate that. Or if your folks noticed that when they went.
From my understanding, a branch did fall after the, I believe it was the May 21st windstorm, and we did
the big one.
Yes.
The one that cut through,
Yeah,
okay.
but it was nothing out of the ordinary, and in terms of the amount of damage, it was actually limited compared to some of the other damage we saw from that windstorm.
Oh, I see. Okay, that wasn't clear to me that it was during that windstorm where many trees came down. And you're saying this is actually on, which property is it on?
It's on the neighboring property.
Which is 420?
I believe it's 428.
So it's on the 428 property.
Correct.
I just don't understand how someone can apply to have a tree taken out if it's not on their property.
So the way it works is any neighbor can apply for tree removal. What we do is issue letters notifying the neighbors that the application has been made and that it becomes a civil issue.
I see. That's
the permit that we issue. Yeah, no, the permit that we issue is just solely identifying that they've met the requirements of the bylaw and the removal of the tree would not be a contravention of the bylaw.
I see. Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to make or ask questions on this item? No? Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would like to move the staff recommendation to deny removal just based on staff's responses tonight. Appreciate the deputations and folks taking the time to talk to us about it, but the boundary tree component, the fact that it's likely more on the other side of the property, the fact that the tenants had reached out and articulated that they were not in support of this, and the fact that staff share a different view than the arborist that was retained with respect to the safety of this tree means I will not be able to support removal.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the mover? No?
No, if I may just very quickly in support of Councillor Bradford's motion, I read sections of that arborist report from the applicant. I find some of the statements to be very questionable, and I hope if there is a way of certifying arborists that someone looks at that report and examines how some of the statements have been made and how they arrived at their conclusions. I don't think I've ever read anything quite so blatantly ignoring the fact that it's a healthy tree. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, then. Anyone else to speak? No? I want to congratulate members for holding off until the second last item of the day to mix it up about a tree. It's been a while. Got my blood going. Okay. So we have a motion to deny. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Okay, so the permit won't be granted. That takes us to item TE 34.78, residential demolition applications 1 and 3 close. Mr. Payne, you've been waiting so patiently. No, you're just going to let Jim come up? Okay. Jim, welcome.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone, Chair and members of the Toronto and East York Community Council. My name is James Loney, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the South Parkdale University Health Network Tenants Association, or SPUNTA for short. SPUNTA is the collective voice for tenants living at in the UHN-owned houses at 74 Dunn Avenue, 74 and 78 Springhurst, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 15 Upper and Lower Close Avenue. Some of us have been living in these houses since 1993, and most of us have lived here for at least 10 years. We are calling upon the Community Council to adopt the first option identified by the city staff in regards to the UN's request for the demolition permit to tear down number 1 and number 3. And that recommendation is to refuse the applications because there is no permit to replace the building on the site at this time. And my friend William had a picture made of 1 and 3 as they currently stand, and here they are. I don't know how to...
James, if you put it beside you, that glass panel, yeah, right there, it'll be put up so that we can all see it, and people online can see it as well.
So that's, this is the buildings as they currently look. The most recent engineer's report, which was dated October 7th, 2021, which was provided to us with the assistance of GORD, assesses that both houses are unsafe to occupy and should be torn down or rebuilt as soon as possible. We would like to note for the public record that the state of these buildings is the direct consequence of an institutional practice started with by Queen Elizabeth Hospital, then its successor Toronto Rehab Institute, and now UHN, of leaving houses vacant for years and allowing them to decline to the point of ruin. If this demolition permit is approved, these will be the second and third houses torn down by UHN during our tenure in the neighborhood. The first was 17 Close Avenue in 2014, a house that was left empty since approximately 1990. Number 1 and number 3 have not been rented since about 1996. There's a fourth house, 82 Dunn Avenue, now at risk. It's been empty since November of 2020 when the tenant died. It has not been rented out. The city is about to sign a 49-year lease with UHN for the houses and property, for the houses we live in the properties, and then to convene a master visioning process to consider how the site might be redeveloped to meet important social housing needs. As a 29-year-old tenant community of mutual support with deep roots in Parkdale, UHN and the city have recognized the tenants, Spunta, as important stakeholders and promise that we will be fully involved in the visioning process. While we are in full support of building new affordable housing for those who most need it, and we have advocated for years for the rehabilitation of number 1 and number 3 Close, we are very concerned that the demolition of these buildings is a way of establishing facts on the ground that predetermines what can be considered and what can be achieved through the master visioning process. The engineering report states that the buildings are unsafe to occupy. It does not identify that they are a safety risk. So I guess I have a question, which is, if they're not a safety risk, and the property is going to be transferred from UHN to the city, is there a requirement that the properties be torn down before that transfer happens? Like, is there any reason in that transfer process for it to happen now? The next point is that we understand the visioning process is scheduled to happen by the end of this year. And so given that there's no safety risk and the master visioning process is imminent, our position is that the building should remain in place until there's a plan that has been developed with the full participation of Spunta and the wider community. Going into a visioning process with 2 more of the original houses destroyed without due process minimizes attention to what would be lost in any proposed redevelopment, and demolition signals that the existing built form is expendable, and validates the invisible process of disinvestment and neglect that is being used to justify their demolition. The most democratic and inclusive approach would be to decide what happens to 1 and 3 through the visioning process, not through a demolition order. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, you don't, okay. I also have Adam Wynn. Adam, are you with us still?
Yes, and could I please get the opportunity to screen share?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful, thank you. Can you see the photograph of the house?
Yes, Adam, that's great. Yeah.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Parkdale, and I'm here to encourage you to refuse the applications to demolish 1 and 3 Close Avenue. 1 and 3 Close Avenue are part of an enclave of late 19th and early 20th century houses owned by the University Health Network at its Parkdale campus. These historic houses are important neighborhood heritage resources and should be retained and incorporated into the University Health Network's presently under development master plan for the campus. 1 and 3 Close Avenue were constructed in 1890 to 1891 in a Gothic revival style with Romanesque revival elements. This was during the earliest periods of residential development of Close Avenue. 1 Close Avenue was first home to Thomas Jones, the general Canadian agent for the White Star Line, whereas 3 Close Avenue was first home to Edward Beaton, an eminent jeweler and watchmaker who founded the Canadian Horological Institute. During the 1910s, suffragette and labor activism meetings were held at 1 Close Avenue by the Political Equality League, an organization which fought for women's right to votes and for workers' rights in Ontario and Manitoba. By the 1960s and 1970s, 1 to 3 Close Avenue were used as halfway houses and rooming houses, and by the late 1980s, 3 Close Avenue was a residence for members of the Order of Friars Minor Capuchin. At the time, St. Francis Table was founded in 1987, and then subsequently used by the Basilian Fathers as a house formation for seminarians. All of the houses at 1 to 17 Close Avenue, including 1 to 3 Close Avenue, were acquired by the adjacent hospital prior to 1991. Since the mid-1990s, 1 to 3 Close Avenue had been kept vacant by its institutional owners. In June 2002, the Humber York Community Council introduced a motion that the Toronto Rehabilitation Institute, now the University Health Network, be requested to maintain the exterior and the properties of 82 Dunn Avenue and 1 to 17 Close Avenue, and to take all necessary steps to rehabilitate the vacant houses in conjunction with the community for affordable housing or similar use, as part of the zoning bylaw amendment which allowed the hospital to construct the Lakeside Long-Term Care Facility. It has now been 20 years since this community council motion, and there has still been no progress towards rehabilitating these vacant houses for use as affordable housing or any similar use. Since 2020, the University Health Network has repeatedly claimed that 1 to 3 Close Avenue are now too deteriorated and require demolition. As the property has been under hospital ownership for over 30 years, any deterioration is due to a lack of action by the aforementioned owners. The fire damage referenced by the property owner in the report is not a recent incident and occurred 15 years ago. This is a classic example of demolition by neglect, the same strategy used by the University Health Network to demolish nearby 17 Close Avenue in 2014. There is a legacy of demolitions in South Parkdale, including the obliteration of entire blocks and streets for government projects, institutional expansions, and private developments. Of 67 houses that were on Close Avenue south of King Street in 1924, 12 remain. The University Health Network is a multi-billion-dollar institution possessing over $1.3 billion in land and capital assets. The UHN could afford to rehabilitate 1 to 3 Close Avenue. Instead, to date, the University Health Network has issued no formal plans for the site of the property beyond demolition of the houses and backfill of the lot with soil. While the interiors of 1 to 3 Close Avenue are deteriorated, these interiors could be reconstructed and renovated for use as affordable housing while simultaneously retaining and restoring the historic exterior. I have reference photographs here as part of my deputation. On the screen, you see the house as it is now. And this is it over the past few months. In 1972. And here is the rear elevation here. I've also included copies of the 2002 motions from Community Council for your reference, where the houses were referenced as being used for affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none. First of all, members, I'm going to be moving a motion that is from the supplementary. I'm moving motion B. If we can just put that up. I'm going to have to ask you to indulge me to give a bit of an explanation here, because this is one of the most complicated files we've had tonight. Okay, so I'm going to be moving that we replace 2 and 3 in the original report and instead move the following. City Council approve the demolition for 1 and 3. The owner shall not apply for or receive approval of a rental housing demolition permit until the construction, okay, they have to put up construction fences. Are you going too fast? Okay, the sod be laid, that's all we're going to require all the things that we typically require for a demolition, but we're going to put a series of other conditions on it. The owner shall provide and maintain replacement rental dwellings having a minimum gross floor area of 5, there's the dimensions of it, to replace the 4 dwelling units proposed to be demolished at 1 and 3 close. It will be for a period of 20 years beginning from the date of each replacement. That just sets out the typical rental replacement period that we would get. The owner has to make sure that the rents are no higher than the rents would have been for a typical bedroom of the same size. The owner shall enter into and register on title agreements pursuant to section 111. So we're going to tie it onto title. The chief planner and executive director of city planning will issue that demolition permit only after the conditions described there are met. And we give authorization to the chief building official to give effect to all of that. So effectively what we're doing, this one, I cannot begin to tell you what a complicated nightmare this property has been for me. As you heard from the deputation, UHN is the 3rd medical facility to own these houses in the last 20 or so years. I never dealt with the original owner, but I did deal with the Toronto Rehab Institute, and I will tell you, getting them these are not the only houses that were in bad shape, getting them to just do the basic things like boarding the houses up against the elements was just a nightmare. That's one fact to have in mind. And as you heard from the deputants, the fire occurred before the UHN acquired the properties. Mr. Wynn made reference to a decision made by Etobicoke York Community Council that these properties would be for affordable housing. And that became the subject of much conversation because the site that these houses sit on is part of a site where the University Health Network applied to expand the existing medical facility to add a number of units for long-term care for seniors. During that application, myself, the members of Spunta, members of the local community, argued that they had to make, they had an obligation to provide that rental housing at that time as part of their application for long-term care. We had many community meetings about this. Our lawyers talked to their lawyers, talked to our lawyers, talked to their lawyers. And the ultimate conclusion is that the language in the 2002 Community Council decision was improperly worded, and we hadn't properly secured the rental housing, and the city was in no position to compel the UHN to do that. So what we went to next was asking them to, making the case that, okay, if you don't have a legal requirement, you at least have a moral one. And we were able to secure an agreement to bring a Section 37 agreement securing the existing rental housing. And now with this supplementary report, creating an obligation on the UHN and ultimately on the city or whoever winds up owning the property in the future, which will be on title and will not be challengeable, laying out an obligation to replace 4 rental units for these 2 buildings that are going to be lost. The other complicating factors are that this is a place where we did a modular housing project. Councillor Bailao might remember that. And finally, that we have entered into an agreement with the University Health Network to do a larger site plan for more affordable housing tied to their social medicine program, and that in the next month, several months or a year, we're going to be doing a community master planning exercise. So what I wanted to achieve in this meeting, final point, while you saw some pictures of the exterior, you will note that the windows and doors are boarded up, and while we have finally been able to get a good paint job on the building, the inside photos are just horrifying. The stairs are all gone. The floors are gone. There was a fire, and then there's been flooding damage. It absolutely is a case of demolition by neglect, but it was so long ago that we're really not in a position to do very much about it, except the Section 37 agreement, which I understand is being signed this week, and the conditions on the rental demolition and replacement report that I have just moved. We will finally have achieved securing those units, even though we can't just simply keep the buildings there. The engineering report makes it very clear that it says so. The buildings cannot be safely occupied and should be demolished. It says those words from the engineers. So it's a long, awful struggle. I don't feel the resolution of it is perfect, but we have made a lot of yards that were lost 20 years ago, and it really is the best we can do. So with that, are there any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Okay, on the motion? All those in favor, opposed, carried. I need to move a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. Councillor Mihevc, all those in favor, opposed, carried. The clerk did not see the clock. It is actually 9:59 right now, and we've just extended to now. We don't need to move any bills? We do? Okay, Joe, it's after 10 o'clock. These guys have stayed longer than I asked them to. We're much better shape tomorrow. Yeah? No. Okay, so can we have a confirming bill? I move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto East York Delegate Authority at meeting 34 at on July 29, 2022. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I will see you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 9:29 tomorrow. Be well, everyone. Have a good rest.
Thank you, Gord.
Thanks, folks.
See you tomorrow.
Can I leave my laptop here? Okay.